Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The abyss of echoes, the wind howled through the vast emptiness, carrying with it a deep, mournful sound, a sound that resonated within the very soul of anyone who heard it. It was a sound that felt both ancient and eternal, as though it had existed long before time itself and would continue long after the last whisper of humanity had faded into the ether. This was the sound of the abyss, a place that lay at the edges of the world, a place untouched by light, where the echoes of forgotten memories and lost voices reverberated endlessly. Alicia stood at the precipice, gazing into the yawning darkness that stretched out before her. The edge of the world was here, and beyond it lay nothing, only the endless void. The stars above flickered dimly, as if they too were afraid to look down into the abyss. The ground beneath her feet was cold, unyielding, and the air hung heavy with the weight of silence. She had come here to find answers, to uncover the truths that had been hidden for so long, buried beneath layers of time and forgotten history. The labyrinth had been but the beginning, a journey into the depths of her own soul. But now, she faced something far more terrifying, the abyss of echoes, a place where the past, the present, and the future all collided, where the echoes of the world's forgotten truths resided. Alicia could feel the pull of the abyss, like a magnet drawing her in, beckoning her to step forward, to descend into its depths. It was not a physical force, but a pull deep within her heart, a longing to understand, to uncover the mysteries that had haunted her dreams. She had no idea what she would find when she crossed the threshold, no idea what truths lay in the dark, waiting to be uncovered. But she could not turn back. Not now. Not after everything she had endured. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, and with each step she took, the darkness seemed to grow deeper, swallowing the light and leaving only the shadows behind. The echoes grew louder, distant whispers that brushed against her consciousness, pulling at the edges of her thoughts, murmuring forgotten names, fractured memories, and warnings too faint to decipher. Alicia. A voice whispered through the fog. It was soft, like the wind itself, but the sound of her name made her heart race. She had heard this voice before, deep within the labyrinth, but this time, it felt different. It was not comforting. It was a warning, a call to something far darker than she had yet encountered. She took another step, the ground beneath her feet shifting ever so slightly, as though the very earth was alive, responding to her presence. The wind shifted, and with it came a coldness that seeped into her bones. It was a chill that reached deep into her, a reminder that the abyss was not just a place, but a force that was both ancient and timeless, capable of consuming everything in its path. Alicia, the voice came again, clearer this time, but with an edge of something darker. Are you ready to face what lies beyond the edge of the world? The question hung in the air, heavy and ominous, as if the abyss itself was speaking directly to her. She hesitated, her breath catching in her throat. She had faced many challenges in her journey, had uncovered countless truths about herself, but this was different. The abyss was not a reflection of her own soul, but a place where the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel. It was a place of forgotten memories, lost histories, and ancient secrets, secrets that had been buried for reasons she could not yet comprehend. The ground beneath her feet shifted again, this time with more force, as if the abyss was reacting to her hesitation. The whispers grew louder, filling her mind with incoherent fragments of thoughts and images, each one slipping away before she could grasp them fully. Faces appeared in the shadows, fleeting and distorted, their eyes hollow and empty, as though they had long ago been consumed by the darkness. She could feel their presence, their lost stories, reaching out to her, pleading for her to listen, to understand. "Alicia," the voice said once more, now close, almost as if it were standing right behind her. She spun around, but there was no one there. The air was thick with the weight of the unseen, and the whispers now surrounded her, a chorus of voices that seemed to echo from all directions. "You must listen. The truth lies in the echoes, but not all truths are meant to be heard." Her heart pounded in her chest, and her pulse quickened. The warning rang in her ears, but it was too late. She had already stepped too far into the abyss to turn back now. The darkness was all around her, pressing in on her from all sides, and the echoes grew louder, more insistent, as if they were trying to drown her in their endless chorus. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She could not allow herself to be consumed by the whispers, by the shadows. She had come here for a reason, to uncover the truth. No matter how painful, no matter how dangerous. She had to continue forward, even if it meant facing things she was not ready to face. With determination, Alicia stepped further into the abyss. The fog parted before her, revealing a narrow path that wound its way down into the depths. The air grew colder still, and the shadows seemed to stretch and twist in impossible shapes, following her every movement. The whispers surrounded her, their voices rising and falling like a tide, some familiar, some strange, but all equally disorienting. It was as if they were trying to tell her something, to warn her of what lay ahead, but the meaning was lost in the chaos. She could no longer distinguish between the voices of the past and the voices of the present, each one blending together in a cacophony of confusion. But then, amidst the noise, one voice rose above the rest, a voice she recognized. It was her own voice, but distorted, twisted by the abyss into something unrecognizable. "Alicia," the voice called, hollow and echoing. "You think you understand, but you know nothing. The abyss does not offer answers, it devours them." The words sent a shiver down her spine. She wanted to turn back, to flee from the overwhelming sense of dread that had settled in her chest. But something deep within her refused to let go. She had to know. She had to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. With resolve, she continued her descent, the echoes of the abyss growing louder, drowning out all other thoughts, all other sounds. The path seemed to stretch on forever, a never-ending descent into darkness. But through the haze, she saw something ahead, faint, almost imperceptible, but undeniable. A faint light, flickering in the distance, like a star shining in the heart of the void. It was a sign, a beacon calling her forward, and with that, Alicia moved deeper into the abyss, drawn by the light, ready to face whatever lay ahead in the darkness, knowing that the echoes of the past would not let her go easily, for she had entered the abyss, and it would not release her without revealing its most dangerous secret. The truth about herself. Alicia's steps were heavy. The ground beneath her feet more unstable with each movement. The light ahead, faint though it was, pulled at her like a tether to something beyond the void. She could feel the weight of the abyss closing in around her, but her gaze remained fixed on the flickering star in the distance. There was something about it, something familiar, as though it was a piece of her past, one that she had long buried deep within her memory. The whispers continued, now a low hum in the background of her thoughts. They had grown more insistent, the voices no longer distinct but merged into a single, almost pleading sound, like a collective cry for help. Some of the voices were so close now, Alicia could almost feel their breath on her neck. A cold, unnatural chill that sent shivers down her spine. She pressed on, unwilling to look back, unwilling to listen to the cries that threatened to drown her in their confusion. She had come here for a reason, and no matter how oppressive the darkness, she would not be swayed. She needed answers. The path ahead twisted like a serpent, winding through the thick mist that seemed to hang in the air, clinging to her skin and dampening the fabric of her cloak. With every step she took, the light grew brighter, but so did the oppressive silence around her. The deeper she ventured into the abyss, the more she realized that the only thing louder than the silence was the sound of her own heartbeat. Thumping in her ears, a constant reminder of her own existence, the fog thickened, making it harder to see. The light ahead seemed to pulse, an erratic rhythm that felt like it was beating in time with her heart. She quickened her pace, driven by the hope that reaching the light would bring some clarity to the chaos that surrounded her, but as she moved forward, the mist began to take shape, as if it were alive, shifting and writhing like the shadows of forgotten memories. Faces appeared within it, blurred, fleeting, and fading as quickly as they formed. They were like ghosts from her past, each one familiar yet foreign, their expressions twisted with sorrow and confusion. Alicia. One of the faces whispered, its voice indistinguishable from the others, but its tone unmistakable. It was a voice she knew, a voice from a time long gone. The face came into sharper focus, but it was not a person she could name. You cannot escape what you have forgotten, her breath caught in her throat. The words, spoken with such certainty, felt like a warning. Her mind raced, trying to place the voice, but it slipped away, like water through her fingers. She reached out, but the face dissolved into the fog before her fingers could touch it. The echo of the voice lingered in her mind, but she could not afford to dwell on it. The light ahead was closer now, bright and steady, beckoning her forward. She ignored the lingering shadows, the faces, the voices. She had to reach it, had to see what lay beyond the veil of the abyss. The path narrowed as she walked, the fog pressing in from all sides, until it felt as if the walls themselves were closing in. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with the weight of memories long forgotten, of truths hidden in the darkest corners of her mind. The further she went, the more she could feel the presence of something watching her, something ancient and waiting. It was then that she heard the voice again, this time clearer than ever, as though it were directly in her ear. You have come too far, Alicia. Turn back. You do not understand what lies ahead. This time, the voice was not a whisper, but a command. It was demanding, insistent, and full of authority. The words reverberated in her chest, causing her to falter for a moment, but she steadied herself and continued forward. The light was within reach now, just a few steps away. She could feel its warmth, an otherworldly glow that filled the air with a sense of peace and clarity, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding it. She reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of the light, and in that instant, the world around her seemed to shudder. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the abyss seemed to scream in protest. The light pulsed brighter, forcing her to close her eyes against its intensity. The mist swirled violently, and the voices became a cacophony of sound, as though the very fabric of the abyss was unraveling at her touch. When the light finally subsided, Alicia found herself standing in a different place, a place she did not recognize, yet somehow felt deeply familiar. The fog was gone, replaced by a vast, empty space, stretching infinitely in every direction. The sky above was a swirling mix of colors, purple, blue, and black, streaked with stars that danced in chaotic patterns. It was both beautiful and terrifying, like a dream that was teetering on the edge of nightmare. In front of her stood a figure, shrouded in darkness. Its shape was tall and indistinct, a mere silhouette against the swirling sky. The figure's presence was overwhelming, its energy pulsing with an ancient power. Alicia could feel it deep within her bones, the weight of its existence pressing against her. It was something beyond time, beyond space, something that had been here long before her and would remain long after her. "You have crossed into the heart of the abyss, Alicia," the figure's voice boomed, its tone resonating through the very air around her. It was not a voice she recognized, but it carried with it a sense of immense authority, as though it had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. "Do you understand what you have done?" the figure continued, its presence looming over her like a shadow. "You have opened the door to a truth you are not prepared to face. You have come seeking answers, but answers come at a price." Alicia stood frozen, unable to speak, the weight of the figure's words sinking into her like lead. Her heart hammered in her chest as she struggled to comprehend what she had just entered. This was not the abyss she had expected, not a dark void, but a place where truths were revealed, where forgotten knowledge resided. "You are standing in the echo of all that has been lost," the figure intoned, its voice reverberating through the air. "And now, Alicia, you must choose. Will you continue down this path and face the consequences of your actions? Or will you turn back and leave behind the truth you have so desperately sought?" Alicia swallowed hard, the gravity of the decision weighing on her. The figure before her seemed to be the embodiment of everything she had feared, everything she had sought to understand. And yet, despite the fear, despite the overwhelming sense of dread, she knew that there was no turning back. She had come too far. "I will continue," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "I will face the truth." The figure before her nodded slowly, as if it had expected nothing less. "Then be prepared, Alicia. The abyss does not give its secrets freely. You must be ready to confront the deepest, darkest corners of your soul." And with those words, the world around her seemed to shift again, the sky swirling as the figure faded into the shadows. Alicia was left standing in the stillness, her heart pounding in anticipation of what lay ahead. The abyss had only just begun to reveal its true nature. And she was ready. Alicia stood in the aftermath of the figure's departure, the air thick with a strange, almost palpable energy. The swirling sky above her, once chaotic and shifting, began to stabilize, though its colors remained an eerie blend of violet and indigo, casting an unnatural glow over the land. The emptiness around her felt vast, boundless, as though she stood on the precipice of something infinite. But despite the stillness, she knew deep in her bones, that she was not alone. There were eyes watching her, unseen but ever present, waiting for her next move. The words of the figure echoed in her mind, their weight settling heavily within her chest. The abyss does not give its secrets freely. Alicia's pulse quickened at the thought, the gravity of the situation pressing down on her like a physical force. She had come seeking answers, but now, she wondered what those answers would cost her. Would the truth she sought unravel her very sense of self? Or would it grant her the clarity she desperately needed? The path before her was unclear, a maze of shifting shadows and illusions. As she hesitated, unsure of where to go, the faintest sound reached her ears, a soft, mournful hum. It was almost imperceptible at first, like a distant song carried by the wind. But as she focused, it grew louder, richer, until it seemed to fill the space around her. The sound was both familiar and alien, like a call from somewhere deep within her memory, a memory she couldn't quite grasp. Compelled by the sound, Alicia took a cautious step forward, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The ground beneath her feet remained solid, though the eerie glow from the sky made it difficult to gauge any true sense of direction. With every step, the hum seemed to grow closer, clearer, until it was no longer distant but immediate, almost like it was reverberating through the very fabric of the world itself. She pressed on, her senses on high alert, every instinct telling her to be careful. The abyss was not a place for the unprepared. It was a land of forgotten truths, of lost memories and fractured realities. And she could feel its pulse in every fiber of her being. The closer she got to the source of the hum, the more distorted the world around her became. Shapes began to flicker in and out of existence, flashes of light and shadow that left her dizzy and disoriented. The sound of her footsteps grew louder, though she hadn't moved any faster. It was as though the abyss itself was amplifying her every motion, every breath. A faint breeze stirred the air, and with it came the scent of something old, something ancient. It reminded her of the pages of an old book, the kind that had been untouched for centuries, each crackling leaf telling a story lost to time. The smell filled her lungs, and for a moment, she could almost hear whispers, a language long forgotten, words that twisted in her mind like fragments of a dream. As she moved deeper into the labyrinth of shadows, she saw it, there, just ahead, a figure standing in the center of a clearing. Unlike the tall, imposing shape from before, this one was smaller, more human, though still shrouded in darkness. It was as if the figure was formed entirely of shadows, with only its outline visible, constantly shifting, as though it were being torn apart and reassembled in the blink of an eye. Alicia stopped a few paces away, her breath caught in her throat. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge her presence, but its very existence felt like a challenge. A test. The hum had grown louder now, emanating from the figure itself, resonating with something deep within her, something she couldn't place, but something undeniable. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice steady despite the unease crawling along her spine. The figure didn't respond immediately. Instead, it seemed to sway slightly, like a branch caught in a gentle breeze. But there was no breeze here. There was only the oppressive silence of the abyss, broken only by the echo of her words and the hum of the shadowed figure. After what felt like an eternity, the figure slowly began to speak, its voice low and melodic, a whisper woven from the fabric of the void itself. "Do you seek the truth, Alicia?" the figure asked, its tone soft yet filled with an unsettling depth. Alicia nodded, though she wasn't sure if the figure could see her. It was difficult to gauge anything in this strange, shifting space. The only thing she could be certain of was the presence of the figure before her. Its darkness a stark contrast to the strange light that bathed the sky. "Then you must be prepared," the figure continued, its words carrying an edge of warning. "The truth you seek is not a gift to be given lightly. It is a burden, a weight that will crush the unworthy." The weight of those words hung in the air, pressing down on Alicia's shoulders like 1,000 invisible hands. The figure's presence felt like a force, something ancient and primal, calling to something deep within her. It was as if the abyss had drawn her here for a reason, as if her very existence was tied to the answers it held. "Why me?" she asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain calm. "Why have I been chosen to face this?" The figure's shape flickered, its darkness momentarily swirling, like a cloud of smoke being blown by the wind. It was a response of sorts, though not one that brought clarity. Instead, it filled her with an even deeper sense of unease, as though the figure had just revealed a part of itself that it was not meant to. "Because you have already seen what others cannot," it said, its voice slipping into a tone that was both cryptic and knowing. "You have glimpsed the truth in the cracks of your own mind, in the fragments of memories that have been torn from you." Alicia frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" The figure's form wavered again, as if it were trying to communicate something beyond words. Something that existed on a deeper level. "The echoes of the past are not gone, Alicia. They are buried within you. The abyss holds them, and it is here that they will surface. But be warned, the truth you uncovered may be more than you can bear." A chill ran down her spine. The abyss had already shown her glimpses of the past, fragments of her life that she couldn't fully recall. Memories that felt like they belonged to someone else, someone she should have known but couldn't quite place. The more she uncovered, the more fragmented the memories became, each one a shard of a shattered whole. Alicia's gaze locked onto the figure, her heart pounding in her chest. She had come this far, and there was no turning back. "I am ready," she declared, though she wasn't sure if she truly was. The figure remained still, its form almost undetectable in the dark. But as she spoke, the ground beneath her began to shift, as if the abyss itself was reacting to her words, to the promise she had made. The air grew heavier, and a low rumble resonated through the space, vibrating against her bones. "You are not alone in your search, Alicia," the figure murmured, its voice fading into the echoes of the abyss. "The truth is never revealed in isolation. Others have come before you, and others will come after. But remember, there are forces in this place that would see you fail." The final words were like a warning. A distant echo that reverberated through her mind long after the figure had faded into the shadows. The abyss had spoken, and its message was clear. The truth would come at a price. Alicia stood frozen in place, the lingering words of the shadowed figure echoing through her mind. "The truth will come at a price. The weight of those words settled into her chest like a stone, sinking deeper with each passing moment. She had thought she was prepared for whatever lay ahead, but now she felt the uncertainty begin to creep in. The abyss was no mere place of mystery, it was a labyrinth of truths, half-forgotten memories, and dangers that could tear apart a soul if one wasn't careful. The ground beneath her shifted slightly, the echo of the figure's fading presence vibrating through the soil. It was as if the very earth was alive, responding to her every thought, every movement. The air, thick with the hum of the unknown, pressed in on her from all sides. The abyss was alive. She had felt that from the moment she arrived, a living, breathing entity that watched, listened, and whispered in the quiet moments between heartbeats. Alicia took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She had no clear path ahead, no map to guide her through the swirling darkness. Only the distant hum that still vibrated through the air, calling her forward, beckoning her deeper into the heart of this strange world. Despite the ominous tone of the figure's words, she knew there was no turning back. She had come this far. She had been chosen for a reason. And now, there was no escape. With a reluctant but determined step, she continued down the shadowed path. The landscape around her shifted again, the darkness warping and twisting as if the world itself was a reflection in a cracked mirror. There were no clear landmarks, no signposts to follow. Everything was a blur of inky blackness and shimmering, half-seen shapes, murmuring voices that came and went like the wind. The further she walked, the more disoriented she became. It was as if the very nature of the abyss played tricks on her senses, confusing her perception of reality. As she pressed on, a faint sound began to emerge from the distance. It was not the humming she had heard earlier, but something different, faint footsteps, soft but unmistakable, as though someone or something was moving in the shadows behind her. Alicia paused, her heart hammering in her chest, her breath shallow. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the silence growing oppressive. Her instinct screamed at her to turn and face whatever was following her, but she resisted. She didn't want to waste energy on fear, she needed to remain focused. Her eyes scanned the darkened horizon, searching for any hint of movement, but she saw nothing. Still, she could feel it, something was there, watching her, lurking just out of sight. Stay calm, she reminded herself. It's not real. Or is it? The footsteps continued, a slow, deliberate rhythm that seemed to mirror her own. Step after step, they echoed in the silence of the abyss. Alicia's mind raced. Was it a figment of her imagination? Or something, someone, real? She didn't know what was more unnerving, the possibility that the abyss had started playing tricks on her, or the growing suspicion that she was not as alone as she thought. She took a deep breath and pushed forward, trying to ignore the sound. But with each step, it seemed to grow louder, closer. The pressure in the air thickened, as if the space itself was closing in on her. The darkness seemed to deepen, the shadows thickening into a living presence, pressing in on all sides, and then, without warning, the sound stopped. Alicia's body tensed. Her breath caught in her throat. The air was too still now. Too silent. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice carrying more bravado than she felt. The answer came not in words, but in the form of a cold gust of wind that whipped through the empty expanse. It was as if the abyss itself was exhaling, a deep sigh that sent a shiver down her spine. There was a rustle behind her, followed by the unmistakable crunch of footsteps in the dry earth. She spun around, her pulse quickening. This time, she was certain, someone was there. Standing just beyond the edge of her vision, a figure cloaked in shadows, as if made of the very darkness itself. For a moment, Alicia's heart stopped. She was caught between the instinct to flee and the urge to confront whatever, or whoever, was lurking in the depths. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, but the presence was undeniable, like a weight pressing down on her chest. It was watching her, studying her, waiting for her next move. Alicia swallowed hard. "Show yourself." The figure stepped forward, its outline flickering, shifting like smoke in the wind. For a brief moment, Alicia thought she saw its eyes, glowing faintly in the dark, like twin embers in the night. But then, just as quickly, they vanished, swallowed by the shadows once more. "I am not the one you seek," the figure said, its voice low and rasping, like the sound of leaves being crumpled underfoot. "But you are walking a path that leads deeper into the abyss, into the truth you have sought." Alicia's grip tightened around the staff she had carried since the beginning of her journey. "Who are you?" The figure didn't answer at first. Instead, it tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words, its form rippling in and out of focus. When it finally spoke again, its voice was barely a whisper, yet it reverberated through the very air itself. "Who am I?" It repeated, the question hanging in the air like a puzzle. "I am but a shadow, a memory from a time forgotten. But you, Alicia, you are the key. You are the one who has entered the abyss of echoes. You are the one who must face the silence that waits within." Alicia's heart thudded in her chest. The silence that waits within. She knew those words, or at least the feeling they invoked. There was something in the abyss, something waiting for her, lurking beneath the surface of everything she had experienced so far. But what? And why? "You speak in riddles," she said, frustration creeping into her voice. "Tell me what I need to know. Why have I been drawn here?" The figure stepped closer, its form becoming clearer, though still cloaked in a shifting shadow. "The abyss is not a place for the weak," it said. "You may think you know what you seek, but what you find may not be what you expect. The echoes of the past, of those who have come before you, will call to you, will twist you. And there are others who would see you fail." A sudden, sharp noise echoed in the distance, cutting through the figure's words. Alicia tensed, her gaze darting toward the sound, but when she turned back to the figure, it had vanished, like a wisp of smoke dissipating into the air. For a moment, Alicia stood there, alone once more, the wind carrying the figure's final words through her mind. "Others will see you fail." The air around her grew heavier, pressing in on her chest. The truth of the abyss was out there, just beyond her reach, but she had no idea what it would cost her to uncover it. With a steadying breath, Alicia took another step into the darkness. The wind had shifted, growing colder, almost biting, as Alicia continued down the path. The moment the figure vanished, the weight of solitude settled back around her. The abyss felt different now, more oppressive, as if the very air was charged with anticipation. She had always believed that knowledge would be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the world, but the more she walked, the more she questioned that belief. There was something far darker at play here, something more dangerous than mere ignorance or lack of understanding. Her thoughts swirled like the shadows that curled and shifted around her. She had heard the figure's words, the warning that others would try to see her fail, but what did that truly mean? Who were these others, and why had she been drawn to this place? It was as if she were standing at the edge of a precipice, looking into an endless abyss that threatened to swallow her whole if she dared to step forward, and yet, there was no turning back. The deeper she ventured into the abyss, the more certain she became that she was walking the path towards something inevitable. A destiny she could neither understand nor control. A part of her wanted to resist, wanted to defy it, but another part, deep down, knew that resistance was futile. The abyss had a way of making its presence felt, making its claims undeniable. Her eyes narrowed as a faint light flickered in the distance. It wasn't much, just a shimmer at the edge of her vision, but it was enough to catch her attention. Was it another trick of the shadows? Or something real, something waiting for her? She didn't know, but she had learned by now that in the abyss, nothing could be taken for granted. With cautious determination, Alicia adjusted her grip on her staff and began walking toward the light. It seemed to beckon her, drawing her forward with an allure she couldn't explain. The deeper she went, the more the air seemed to hum, vibrating with a strange energy. It was as though the very essence of the abyss was alive, pulsing with life, waiting for her to make the next move. As she drew closer to the light, the path began to change. The ground beneath her feet shifted from the dry, cracked earth to something smoother, almost soft. It felt like walking on a strange, translucent surface, slick, yet solid. Beneath her feet, faint shapes moved, swirling in the shifting light, like creatures of some unknown form, or perhaps the remnants of those who had come before her. She didn't dare look too closely, though. There was something unsettling about them, something that whispered of forgotten memories and lost souls. Finally, the light grew stronger, and she saw it more clearly, a small, glowing orb, suspended in mid-air, flickering like a star that had been pulled from the sky. It was mesmerizing, beautiful in its simplicity, yet it carried a weight, an indescribable sense of importance. Alicia reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the orb. The instant her skin made contact, the world around her seemed to shift. The air became thicker, pressing down on her chest as though the very atmosphere had changed. The orb pulsed in her hand, sending a shock wave of energy through her body. Her vision blurred, the edges of her perception fading into a mist, and for a brief moment, she saw something beyond the physical world, something beyond the confines of her senses. It was a memory, a long-forgotten scene unfurled before her, vivid and sharp as if it had just happened. She saw herself, no, someone else, standing at the edge of a great chasm, staring down into its depths. The air was thick with mist, and the sky above was dark, swirling with clouds. The figure before her, a shadowy silhouette, held something in its hands, a strange, ancient artifact, pulsating with a dark, otherworldly energy. The figure turned to her, their face hidden in shadow, but Alicia could feel their gaze upon her. Then came the voice. Low, raspy, but clear in its words. The abyss is not a place for the faint of heart. To truly understand its depths, you must embrace the darkness within. The vision shifted, the memory twisting like a dream. Now, she was no longer standing at the edge of the chasm but falling into it. Falling deeper and deeper, the darkness swallowing her whole. There was no sound, only the rush of wind in her ears as she descended. And then, as she plummeted into the void, a feeling of release, a sense of freedom. She was weightless, unburdened by the world above. No longer bound by the constraints of reality, she was free to drift in the endless expanse of the abyss. The vision faded. The orbs glowed dimming as the memory slipped away, leaving Alicia with a sense of unease, an unsettling emptiness in her chest. She staggered back, disoriented by the experience. The orb had fallen from her grasp, but the memory it had unlocked lingered. She could still feel it, like a shadow at the edge of her mind, a whisper that called to her from the depths of the abyss. For a long moment, she stood there, her breath shallow, trying to process what she had just witnessed. What was that vision? Who was the figure in the memory? And why did it feel so familiar, as if she had known them, or had been them, at some point in her life? A cold shiver ran down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was meant to uncover something about herself in this place, a truth buried deep within the abyss. Something she had forgotten, or perhaps had never known to begin with. Her gaze fell to the orb, still lying on the ground where it had fallen. It pulsed faintly, as if beckoning her once more. Despite the unease that clung to her, Alicia knew she couldn't leave it behind. There was something here, something important. The abyss had brought her this far, and there was no turning back now. Steeling herself, she reached down and picked up the orb again. The instant her fingers brushed against its surface, a surge of energy rushed through her, filling her with a sense of purpose she had not felt before. This time, the memory didn't return, but something else did, a voice. It wasn't the shadowy figure from before, nor the mysterious whispers of the abyss. No, this voice was her own. The truth lies within. Find it, or be lost forever. The words echoed in her mind, each syllable like a command. Her heart beat faster, the urgency of the voice sinking into her very soul. The truth. It was here, in the abyss. She could feel it, and she would find it. With newfound resolve, Alicia stepped forward, clutching the orb tightly in her hand. The path before her was unclear, but she would walk it. The abyss of echoes would not break her. She would uncover the truth, and whatever it took, she would face the darkness that awaited her. Alicia's heart thudded in her chest as she ventured deeper into the abyss, the orb glowing faintly in her palm, its strange warmth pulsing with her every step. The world around her seemed to shift with every breath, as if the very air had become alive, swirling with unseen forces. The deeper she journeyed, the more the landscape around her seemed to change, warping and twisting in ways she couldn't quite comprehend. The ground beneath her feet was no longer solid earth, but something softer, like a deep, undulating carpet of shadow that shifted underfoot with each movement. The feeling of disorientation grew stronger, but it wasn't just the physical world around her that had changed. It was her mind, too. Thoughts that had once been clear were now clouded by an unfamiliar fog, and memories she had buried long ago began to surface, one after another. Faces she didn't recognize flashed before her eyes, moments she couldn't place but felt an undeniable connection to, all wrapped in the fabric of the abyss itself. The orb grew warmer in her hand, its light brighter, pushing back the darkness that surrounded her. But no matter how far the light stretched, it couldn't seem to dispel the unease that gnawed at her. It was as if the abyss was alive. It was watching her. Every step she took echoed in the silence, but each echo was followed by something else, a faint whisper that seemed to come from the depths of her own mind. "Turn back, Alicia. You do not belong here. You never did." The voice was familiar, but distorted, as though it had been twisted by the very fabric of the abyss itself. She didn't know whether it was a memory or a warning, but the weight of it pressed down on her chest, making it harder to breathe. "You must face it," the voice urged, and this time, Alicia could feel its presence stronger than ever, as though it was within her, part of her. She had heard this voice before, hadn't she? But she couldn't place where, when, or why. "Who are you?" She whispered into the void, her voice trembling with the rawness of her uncertainty. The silence that followed felt heavier than anything she had ever experienced. The abyss seemed to hold its breath, and for a moment, she thought the answer would never come. Then, just as quickly, the air shifted, and a voice, this time far closer, spoke again. "You have already met me. In the shadows of your memories. In the flicker of dreams long past." Alicia froze. The words sent a chill down her spine, and the air around her grew thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere had turned to lead. She wanted to speak, wanted to demand an answer, but something held her back, a deep, primal fear, the kind that settled into your bones and made you question everything you thought you knew. With a trembling hand, she lifted the orb higher, its glow brightening as if it could banish the suffocating dread that clung to her. She could feel the pulse of it, like a heartbeat, like her own pulse, but it was different, foreign. The orb wasn't just a source of light. It was something more. It was an answer waiting to be revealed. She had to keep moving forward. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on, the orb still radiating warmth in her palm. The path before her seemed to narrow, the shadows growing deeper, almost alive in their intensity. The walls of the abyss closed in on her, the very air becoming thicker, heavier. Each step felt like she was sinking deeper into the core of the abyss itself, her surroundings now nothing but a vortex of darkness. As she moved forward, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They tugged at her, pulling at the edges of her consciousness, threatening to drown her in their call. But no matter how loud they grew, she pressed on, the orb guiding her forward like a distant star. Then, she saw it, a figure, standing at the far end of the path, cloaked in shadows. It was a shape that seemed to flicker and shift, like a mirage. It had no face, only a silhouette, its presence so tangible it made the air hum with unnatural energy. "Who are you?" Alicia called out, her voice trembling but resolute. Her heart raced, and she gripped the orb tighter, her knuckles white from the force. The figure didn't respond at first, its form remaining motionless, shrouded in silence. But then, just as the tension reached its peak, it spoke, its voice low and guttural, like a memory that refused to fade. "You already know me, Alicia. You've always known." The words struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she staggered backward, her breath catching in her throat. This voice, she had heard it before, hadn't she? It was the same voice that had whispered to her earlier, the same voice that had warned her to turn back. "I don't understand," she whispered, more to herself than to the figure. "Who are you?" The figure shifted, its form becoming clearer, though still indistinct. It seemed to flicker, like a shadow in the light, its presence both there and not there. "As if it existed between worlds, you have not yet learned to see," the figure said, its voice echoing through the darkness. "But soon, you will." The shadows around Alicia began to swirl, and the ground beneath her feet trembled as if the very foundation of the abyss was shifting. The figure raised one arm, pointing towards something in the distance. Alicia squinted, straining her eyes to see what lay ahead. It was a door. An ancient door, covered in intricate runes that seemed to glow with a faint, sickly light. The door stood alone in the center of the darkness, surrounded by nothing. It looked out of place, as if it had been placed there just for her. "You must go through," the figure said. "There is no other way." Alicia's pulse quickened, 1,000 questions rushing through her mind. The figure's words echoed in her ears, but they brought with them only more uncertainty. What was behind that door? What was she meant to find? "You've been prepared for this moment your entire life, Alicia," the figure continued, its voice now softer, almost coaxing. "The door will reveal what you seek. But you must be ready. The truth comes at a cost." The figure's form began to fade, dissipating into the shadows from which it had emerged. Alicia stood there, her heart pounding in her chest as the door in front of her beckoned. There was no turning back now. She knew what she had to do. With one final glance at the fading figure, Alicia stepped forward. The orb in her hand pulsed with a steady rhythm, its glow lighting her path. Each step felt like she was walking into the unknown, into a truth she wasn't sure she was ready to face, but she was already too far in. There was no turning back. The door loomed before Alicia like a promise and a warning intertwined. Its runes shimmered faintly in the oppressive dark, an eerie invitation to step closer, to embrace what lay hidden behind its ancient, weathered surface. The soft hum of the orb in her palm pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, urging her forward, but an unsettling silence surrounded her, as though the abyss itself was holding its breath. For a moment, she hesitated. A surge of doubt washed over her, the question of what she might find behind the door filling her mind like a storm. Was she truly ready for what lay beyond? What if she wasn't strong enough to face the truth, whatever it might be? What if this door wasn't a way to salvation, but a trap, an endless labyrinth of torment designed to unravel her sanity? The whispering voice, the one that had been with her since she first entered the abyss, returned, clearer than before. "You cannot turn back now, Alicia. This is your path. The truth is waiting, and you must meet it, whether you are ready or not." Her grip tightened around the orb, and the warmth of its light seemed to soothe the growing unease. The voice had a point. She had come so far, and there was no going back. Whatever lay behind the door was meant for her to discover, for better or worse. She had to trust in her own strength. If she didn't, she would be consumed by the darkness that swirled around her. Alicia stepped closer to the door, the air growing heavier with every inch she moved. The runes on the surface seemed to react to her presence, flickering like flames in the deep night. As her hand reached for the door's cold, smooth surface, a sudden pulse from the orb shot through her, making her flinch. It felt like a warning, but also an invitation. She had no choice but to open it. With a steady breath, she pushed the door open. The sound it made was like a sigh, the creak of ancient hinges that had not been used in centuries. The air that rushed out from beyond the door was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something old, almost primordial, like the breath of the abyss itself. Alicia hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside, the light from the orb illuminating her path. On the other side of the door, the landscape was unlike anything she had ever seen before. The room was vast, an endless expanse stretching before her, its edges lost in shadow. The walls were covered in strange, shifting patterns, abstract shapes that twisted and swirled, constantly changing. The air was alive with movement, though there was no wind or breeze to cause it. It was as if the very fabric of this place was in constant flux, a realm where time and space bent in ways she could not comprehend. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight before her, a vast, glowing chasm stretching into infinity, its depths unknowable. From the edges of the chasm, eerie lights flickered and disappeared into the abyss, like stars being swallowed by a black hole. It was a sight both beautiful and terrifying, an unending void that seemed to promise both answers and destruction. In the center of the room, an ancient stone pedestal stood, draped in shadow. Upon it, resting within a deep, carved recess, was a single, glowing crystal. The light it emitted was faint but steady, casting an eerie glow across the room. The orb in Alicia's hand pulsed again, this time faster, its warmth intensifying. She could feel it. This was the object she had been drawn to, the source of the call that had led her to the abyss. The crystal, with its faint glow, seemed to be waiting for her, its power resonating in her very soul. But the closer she moved toward it, the more her skin prickled with unease. The air around the pedestal seemed to shift, thickening like fog, as if something was awakening. Alicia's instincts screamed at her to stop, to turn and run back through the door before it was too late. But the pull of the crystal was overwhelming. It was as if it was meant for her, only for her, and the answer to all her questions lay within its glow. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold surface of the crystal. The moment she touched it, the world around her shifted violently. The ground beneath her feet cracked open with a deafening roar, and a blinding light exploded from the crystal, engulfing her in its brilliance. The light was blinding, but there was no pain. No heat. Only a profound sense of weightlessness, as though she were being torn from her body, cast adrift in a sea of pure light. The shadows of the abyss seemed to dissipate, replaced by an all-encompassing radiance that filled every inch of her being. And then, suddenly, the light vanished. Alicia gasped, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps as she found herself standing in a place that felt wrong. She was no longer in the room with the pedestal. The crystal was gone. The chasm. The strange shifting walls. They had all disappeared. In their place was a vast, open void, a space so expansive it seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction, filled with nothing but a dense, swirling mist. She was alone. The orb in her hand, still glowing, was the only source of light in this disorienting, empty space. But now, it seemed to be pulsing faster, as if it was reacting to something she couldn't see. a sound echoed in the distance, a low, mournful hum that seemed to reverberate through the very air. It was a sound she could feel in her bones, a vibration that pulled at the core of her being. And then, from the mist, a figure appeared, a shadow. At first, it was no more than a silhouette, indistinct and barely visible against the swirling fog. But as it drew closer, Alicia's heart skipped a beat. The figure was humanoid, but something about it felt wrong. Its shape flickered in and out of focus, as though it were made of smoke, constantly shifting and changing. Then, the figure spoke. Its voice was low, like a whisper from the depths of the abyss itself. "You have crossed the threshold, Alicia. You are in the heart of the abyss now." The words were like a weight, sinking into her chest, and for a moment, Alicia felt as though she were drowning in their meaning. She knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. Whatever lay ahead, it would not be easy. Alicia stood frozen in the shifting mists, the voice of the figure vibrating through her bones. The words echoed inside her mind, deep and endless, like the very heart of the abyss itself had spoken to her. The figure was still there, watching her, its presence both unsettling and ominous, like a specter of something she wasn't yet ready to understand. The figure's shape flickered again, its form blurring in and out of existence like a mirage in the desert. For a moment, it seemed to take on the shape of someone familiar, a face she thought she recognized but couldn't place. The mist swirled around them, and she reached out, almost instinctively, but the figure pulled away, becoming an indistinct shadow once more. "You have come too far to turn back, Alicia," the figure's voice rumbled, low and resonant. It sounded like 100 voices layered on top of each other, each one pulling at her consciousness, threatening to unravel her. "This is the place where time bends, where echoes of the past and future intertwine. This is where you must face the truth of your existence." The mist swirled, and Alicia took a hesitant step forward. The weight of the words pressed down on her chest. The air around her thick with an oppressive energy. She could feel the weight of something ancient, something vast, watching her every move. The orb in her hand flickered in response, its light dimming and then brightening again, as though it too was unsure of what was happening. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice trembling, unsure whether the figure could even hear her or if it was simply a projection of the abyss itself. The figure shifted again, its form stabilizing, becoming clearer. It was a tall, dark silhouette, with elongated limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally, as though the very fabric of its being defied the laws of nature. The mist parted as it moved, revealing a pair of glowing, hollow eyes, empty but filled with a strange, unspoken knowledge. "This is the threshold," the figure replied, its voice deepening, resonating like the sound of distant thunder. "The point where the veil between worlds grows thin. Here, you will find answers, but you must be prepared to face them." The words sank into her, and Alicia felt a chill run through her spine. She had known, deep down, that this journey would not be simple. But the weight of the truth, the overwhelming sense that the very fabric of reality was fragile here, was more than she had anticipated. The veil between worlds. Alicia whispered, more to herself than to the figure. Her eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the strange, shifting landscape. The mist seemed to change with every step she took, as if the very air itself was in constant flux, impossible to hold on to for long. Yes, the figure said, its voice softening, though still heavy with the weight of a truth that seemed to press down upon her. The veil that separates your world from the other. The place where the echoes of the past and future collide, where forgotten histories and untold destinies linger. It is here, in this place, that your fate will be decided. Alicia felt her heart race. She could feel the pulse of the orb, its warmth like a beating heart in her hand. It was growing stronger, as though it had a life of its own, guiding her forward. The figure seemed to sense this, for it nodded slowly, as though it were preparing her for something. "You are not the first to come here," it continued, its voice growing softer, almost pitying. "Others have walked this path, seeking the truth, seeking salvation. But not all have returned. Some have become lost in the echoes, their minds shattered by the weight of the revelations they uncovered." A cold shiver ran down Alicia's spine, but she refused to let fear take hold. She had already come this far, and there was no turning back. She had to know the truth, whatever it was, whatever it meant. What happens to those who are lost? She asked, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her insides. The figure's eyes flickered with something akin to sorrow, but it did not answer her immediately. Instead, it stepped forward, drawing closer. The mists parted around it, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees, as though the very atmosphere had become heavier, colder. "What lies ahead is not what you think, Alicia," the figure said softly, its voice barely a whisper in the thickening silence. "You will not find what you expect. You will not find answers, but you will find questions, questions that will haunt you, questions that will challenge everything you have ever believed." Alicia's grip tightened on the orb, her pulse quickening. The fear that had been simmering in her chest began to grow. But she fought it down. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The figure was right, this was not about finding simple answers. This was about uncovering the truth, no matter how painful it might be. The figure's form shifted again, its eyes glowing brighter as it spoke once more. "You have already begun your journey, Alicia. But there is one thing you must understand before you proceed." Alicia leaned in, her heart pounding in her chest. "What is it?" she asked, her voice tight with anticipation. "In the abyss, there are no guarantees," the figure said, its voice now cold and distant. "You may find what you seek, or you may lose yourself entirely. But you must decide for yourself whether the truth is worth the cost. Are you willing to pay the price?" The question hung in the air like a shackle, heavy and unyielding. Alicia could feel the weight of it pressing against her chest, could feel the gravity of the decision she was about to make. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her thoughts. The world around her seemed to pulse, to throb in rhythm with her heartbeat. The orb in her hand continued to glow, its light now steady and warm against the cold, oppressive air. She opened her eyes and looked at the figure. There was no more hesitation. No more doubt. "Yes," she said, her voice unwavering. "I will pay the price. I will face whatever comes next." The figure's eyes gleamed in the dim light. And for a moment, there was a flicker of something, perhaps approval, perhaps something darker, before it nodded slowly. "Very well," it said, its voice now a low, rumbling echo that seemed to reverberate through the mist. "The path is before you. But remember, Alicia, You are walking the edge of a razor. What you uncover may change you forever. With that, the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving Alicia standing alone in the vast, empty space. The echo of its words lingered, filling her mind with the weight of the decision she had just made. As she took her first step forward, the mists parted once more, revealing a new path, a path that seemed to stretch out into eternity. Alicia stepped cautiously into the mist, her senses heightened. The air felt thick, almost electric, and her every movement seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive quiet that surrounded her. The orb in her hand pulsed softly, its warm light a stark contrast to the chilling void around her. Despite the fear gnawing at her, she held on to the light, for it was the only thing she had left to guide her. The path before her twisted and turned, disappearing into the swirling fog, as though the very nature of the abyss conspired to keep her from moving forward. Yet, she pressed on. Each step felt heavier than the last, her feet dragging as though the ground itself were reluctant to let her pass. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She had already made her decision. The cost of the truth was one she had to bear. As she ventured deeper, the mists began to change, coiling around her like serpents, their tendrils brushing against her skin with a strange, almost sentient curiosity. The temperature dropped further, and her breath began to form little clouds in the air. Her heart pounded in her chest, and the sense of being watched, of being drawn towards something unseen, grew stronger. She couldn't shake the feeling that the abyss was not just a place, but a living entity, and it was drawing her into its heart. The orb flickered again, brighter this time, and as it did, something in the mist shifted. The swirling fog began to take on shapes, vague, ephemeral forms that seemed to flicker in and out of existence like memories fading too quickly to grasp. Faces appeared for a moment, their expressions twisted in agony or fear, before vanishing into nothingness. Strange figures lingered at the edge of her vision, their forms distorted by the ever-changing fog, as though they were trying to communicate something important, but their words were lost in the air, stolen by the abyss itself. Alicia felt a chill run down her spine as she walked past one of the faces. It was a woman, her expression one of pure terror, her eyes wide with an unspoken plea. But before Alicia could reach out to her, the face vanished into the mist, as though it had never been there at all. Her heart raced, her mind spinning with questions she couldn't answer. Who were they? Why were they here? And, most pressing of all, were they real? The orb in her hand began to hum, the vibration intensifying, almost as if it were reacting to the presence of these strange figures. It was as though the abyss itself was aware of her, testing her resolve. She held on to it tighter, the warmth of the light a small comfort in the face of the overwhelming darkness. With every step, the mists grew denser, the air colder, and the path more uncertain. The silence around her felt suffocating, as though the world had been reduced to this one, unbroken moment in time. But then, suddenly, a sound pierced through the stillness, a faint whisper, barely audible, like a voice carried on the wind. Alicia. The voice was familiar, yet distant, like an echo from the past. It seemed to come from all directions, reverberating off the walls of the abyss, twisting and distorting with each repetition. She froze, straining to hear, her heart pounding in her ears. She knew that voice. It was the voice of someone she had lost, someone she had once loved, someone who had vanished long before she had set foot in this cursed place. "Alicia, come closer." The voice called again, the tone urgent, pleading, as if something terrible was about to happen. But as much as she wanted to follow, as much as she wanted to run toward that familiar sound, something deep inside her held her back. The abyss had already shown her enough. It wasn't a place of reunion, not of healing. No, it was a place of revelation. And whatever it was that lay beyond that voice, whatever truths it sought to unveil, she wasn't ready to face yet. She shook her head, fighting the pull of the sound. "No," she whispered to herself. "I can't. Not yet." The voice fell silent, leaving only the soft hum of the orb in her hand and the distant echo of her own breath. She took another step forward, the mist swallowing her as the path ahead grew darker. More uncertain, but the silence didn't last long. From the darkness ahead, a new sound began to emerge, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing second. It was the sound of something moving, something large and heavy, dragging itself through the thick fog. The air grew even colder, and Alicia's breath hitched in her throat. The sound was unmistakable. Something was following her. She quickened her pace, her heart racing in her chest. The fog seemed to close in around her, thick and suffocating, and the sound of dragging footsteps grew louder still, closer. She glanced over her shoulder, but all she could see was a wall of mist, its gray tendrils stretching toward her like the fingers of a great beast. Panic rose in her chest, but she forced herself to remain calm. Whatever it was, she couldn't afford to let fear consume her now. The orb in her hand flickered again, its light pulsing in sync with her racing heartbeat. She reached out with her free hand, gripping the air as if she could touch the unseen forces that surrounded her. The fog shifted, as though reacting to her touch, and she felt a strange, cold energy brush against her skin. The footsteps behind her grew louder, faster, until they were almost upon her. Alicia's breath came in ragged gasps, and she broke into a run, pushing herself faster through the dense mist. The orb's light blazed in her hand, casting long shadows that danced on the shifting walls of fog. But it wasn't enough. There was something just behind her. She could feel it, its presence almost suffocating. She could hear its breath, low and rumbling, as it dragged itself through the mist, each step growing closer, each breath more insistent. Whatever it wasn't human. The heavy thudding of its steps sent waves of dread crashing over her, and for the first time in her life, she felt truly alone, truly hunted, but she couldn't stop. Not now. Not when she was so close. The path before her seemed endless, the mists twisting and turning, as if the very ground itself was shifting beneath her feet. She pushed forward, her legs burning with exhaustion, but the fear behind her kept her moving. And still, the dragging footsteps came closer. "Keep going, Alicia." The voice that had called her earlier echoed in her mind, soft but insistent. "You cannot stop now. You must keep going." With one final burst of energy, she surged forward, the orb blazing brighter than ever, and in that moment, the fog parted. Before her stood a massive archway, its stone walls covered in ancient runes, glowing faintly in the dark. Beyond it, the path seemed to open into a vast, yawning chasm, stretching far beyond her sight. The sound of dragging footsteps stopped. Silence, She didn't dare look back. Stepping through the archway, Alicia entered the unknown, and the mist closed behind her, leaving only the echo of her own heartbeat in the darkness. Alicia stood at the threshold of the archway, staring into the vast abyss that lay beyond. The heavy silence pressed down on her, suffocating in its stillness. The world beyond the arch seemed as if it were suspended in time, the edges of reality blurring and warping as though they were caught in some grand, unfathomable design. She could feel the weight of the abyss all around her, its unseen gaze fixed upon her every movement, every breath. There was no sound here, no wind, no birds, no rustling leaves, just a vast, endless void. The orb in her hand pulsed softly, a steady, reassuring rhythm, but even its light seemed fragile in this boundless, all-encompassing dark. Alicia held it closer to her chest, its warmth an anchor in a place that seemed determined to devour all light, all warmth, and all sense of safety. Despite the gnawing fear in her chest, she couldn't bring herself to turn back. The path behind her, the mists she had left behind, seemed like a distant memory now, as though they had never truly existed at all. Only this vast expanse remained, this chasm of unknowable truths and hidden horrors. She stepped forward, her boots making no sound against the ground as she walked into the emptiness, the weight of her decision settling over her. She had crossed the threshold. There was no turning back. Not anymore. The air in the abyss was thick with something unspoken, a tension that stretched and swirled like a storm waiting to break. The walls of reality bent and twisted around her, shifting as though they were not made of stone or earth, but of thought, of memory, of something much older than time itself. She could feel the pressure building within her chest, a sensation as though the very essence of this place was pushing against her from all sides, trying to pull her into the depths. The orb in her hand flickered again, brighter this time, its glow sharp and pure. Alicia raised it higher, letting the light stretch out in front of her, cutting through the dark like a beacon. The path ahead was now visible. A narrow, winding trail carved through the swirling mists. The shadows that clung to the edges of the path seemed alive, shifting with the rhythm of her steps, drawing closer with each movement. But still, she pressed forward. The farther she walked, the stranger the air became. It seemed to hum with an energy that wasn't quite natural, like an electric charge, a pulse beneath her skin. She felt it in her bones, in the very marrow of her being. It was as if the abyss itself was aware of her presence, aware of her journey, and it was waiting for something, or someone. As she moved deeper into the abyss, the landscape began to change, or perhaps it had always been this way. And she was only now seeing it. The fog lifted slightly, revealing jagged cliffs rising on either side of the path, their peaks lost in the swirling darkness above. Below, the ground was fractured, broken into pieces, like an ancient world torn apart by some forgotten cataclysm. Great rifts yawned open in the earth, revealing glimpses of darkened skies and strange, far-off stars that didn't belong in any sky Alicia had ever known. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with each step, as though it too was alive, its rhythms in tune with the beating of her heart. And from the depths of the chasm, Alicia could hear faint whispers, voices, soft and unintelligible, drifting from the dark. They were the same voices she had heard before, those strange, disembodied whispers, but now they felt closer, more insistent, as though they were beckoning her forward. Alicia. The voice came again, not from any one direction, but from all of them, as if the abyss itself was speaking her name. She stopped, her breath catching in her throat. It was the same voice she had heard before, distant yet familiar, filled with longing and sorrow. She had heard it so many times already, but this time, it felt different. It felt personal. It was not just calling her, it was reaching out to her, pulling her in. The orb flickered again, its light dimming for a moment before flaring bright once more. Alicia held it tighter, her fingers trembling around its surface, feeling the pulse of energy beneath her skin. She felt the truth calling to her now, something buried deep within the layers of time, something she had yet to understand. But whatever it was here, in this place, in the heart of the abyss. The path twisted ahead, narrowing into a tight corridor, the walls closing in around her. She could feel the weight of something ancient, something forgotten, pressing in from all sides, filling her with a sense of foreboding. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and she could hear her name being called again, over and over, as though it were the last thing that mattered in the world. But still, she moved forward. The corridor ahead seemed endless, stretching on into the dark until the very edges of her vision blurred. With each step, the air grew colder, the whispers more distinct, more tangible. And then, she saw it, a flicker of movement up ahead. At first, she thought it was just another illusion, another trick of the abyss. But as she drew closer, she realized it was something more. A figure stood in the distance, half hidden in the shadows, its form shrouded in a cloak of darkness that seemed to bleed into the surrounding fog. It was tall, unnaturally so, its features obscured by the swirling mists. But even from this distance, Alicia could feel its presence. It was watching her. The whispers grew louder still, and the figure stirred, as though it had sensed her approach. Alicia's heart skipped a beat, her pulse quickening as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The figure's head turned slowly, and for the briefest of moments, their eyes met. They were dark, endless pools of shadow, devoid of any light, and as they stared at her, a deep, unsettling chill ran through her. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The world held its breath. Time itself seemed to falter, and in the silence that stretched between them, Alicia felt the weight of the abyss itself pressing down upon her, waiting for her to make her next move. Then, the figure spoke, its voice like a distant echo, barely audible above the whispers. "You seek the truth," it said, its tone ancient, filled with sorrow and knowledge. "But the truth is not what you think." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, as the figure stepped forward into the light of her orb. The shadows that clung to its form seemed to dissolve in the orb's light, but the figure itself remained as elusive and unknowable as the abyss itself. Alicia took a step back, her mind racing. The truth. Was that what she had come here for? Was it truly the truth she sought, or was it something darker, something far more dangerous? The figure's lips parted once more, and its voice rang out. Clear and cold, "The abyss is not a place for answers," it said. "It is a place for awakening." Alicia's mind raced as the figure's words echoed through the silent corridors of the abyss. The abyss is not a place for answers. It is a place for awakening. The phrase lingered in her thoughts, gnawing at the edges of her understanding. What did it mean? What was she awakening to? And was this figure the key to unraveling the mystery that had led her here? The figure before her moved closer, its presence casting a cold shadow that seemed to stretch across the ground, distorting the faint glow of the orb. Alicia could feel a subtle tremor beneath her feet, a pulse, as though the very ground beneath her was alive, attuned to the figure's every movement. The air thickened, charged with an unseen energy that pressed in on her chest. Making it hard to breathe, she gripped the orb tighter, feeling its warmth in her palm, but it no longer felt like enough. There was something else in the air, something unseen and powerful, something ancient. Her mind began to shift, her thoughts clouded with the weight of the abyss itself. It was as though the walls of reality were beginning to close in on her, the edges of everything growing fuzzy, slipping away into a fog of uncertainty. Who are you? Alicia's voice came out in a hoarse whisper, but she didn't care. She needed to know. She needed answers, not just riddles. The figure didn't respond immediately. It simply stood there, its dark eyes fixed on her, watching her with a deep, unsettling intensity. For a long moment, the two of them stood in silence, and Alicia could feel the weight of the abyss pressing down on her, urging her to speak, to break the silence. Finally, the figure moved again, its long, flowing cloak trailing behind it like tendrils of darkness. Its voice, when it came, was soft, barely a murmur, yet it carried with it the power of an ancient truth. "I am the keeper," the figure said, its tone as cold and distant as the abyss itself. "The one who watches over the threshold." The keeper's words seemed to hang in the air, resonating in the space between them. The threshold. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. She had heard of it before, in the whispers that echoed in her dreams. In the cryptic messages left in the hidden corners of her mind. It was a place, a point of no return, where the past and the future collided, where time itself could be unraveled, the threshold. Alicia repeated softly, her voice trembling. "What is it? Why am I here?" The keeper's gaze deepened, as if it could see through her very soul. "You have crossed into the abyss for a reason," it said slowly, its words deliberate. "Not by accident, but by design. You are here to confront that which you have forgotten, that which you have hidden from yourself." Alicia's breath caught in her throat. Forgotten. Hidden. She had no memory of any past that could hold such significance. She had always felt as if she had been drifting through her life, searching for something, but never quite knowing what. Now, in this strange place, it felt as though the ground beneath her was shifting, and with it, something deep within her, something buried, was stirring. "The abyss," the keeper continued, "is a mirror. It reflects not just the world around you, but the world within you. It will show you the truths you have locked away, the memories you have suppressed. And it will test you. Test your resolve, your courage, your very essence." The words stung, each one a sharp, cold reminder of something she couldn't quite place. The truth she sought was not outside of her, it was within. And now, the abyss was waiting for her to face it. Alicia took a step back, her mind a whirlwind of questions and fears. What had she hidden from herself? What was this truth that the keeper spoke of, and why was it so important? She felt the orb grow heavy in her hand, its light flickering with an urgency she couldn't ignore. The abyss was testing her, just as the keeper had said. But what would happen if she failed? What would happen if she couldn't confront whatever lay buried inside her? The keeper stepped forward then, its cloak rustling softly, and reached out one long, skeletal hand. Alicia froze, the air around them thickening, pressing in on her as the keeper's fingers came to rest gently on her shoulder. Its touch was colder than ice. Yet it sent a shock of energy through her, a surge of power that left her breathless. "You must face what lies hidden," the keeper said, its voice now a low, resonant hum, like a distant chant. "Only then will you find the answers you seek. Only then will you understand your purpose." Alicia closed her eyes, the pressure of the moment too much to bear. The weight of the keeper's words pressed down on her, but within her, something stirred. She had always known there was more to her story, more to her life than what she had experienced. Something greater, something hidden, had been calling to her for as long as she could remember. And now, standing in this place, with the keeper's touch upon her, she knew that whatever this truth was, she couldn't shy away from it anymore. She opened her eyes and looked up at the keeper. "What do I need to do?" The keeper withdrew its hand, its gaze still fixed on her with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her very being. "Follow the path," it said. "It will lead you to what you seek, but be warned, the deeper you go, the greater the cost. The abyss does not give its secrets freely. The truth you uncover will change you. It will reshape you." Alicia nodded, her resolve hardening. Whatever lay ahead, she was ready. The abyss would show her what she had forgotten, what she had hidden. And perhaps, just perhaps, she would find herself in the process. With one final glance at the keeper, Alicia turned and stepped forward, the path ahead dark and uncertain, but filled with the promise of discovery. The abyss awaited her, and with it, the truth she had long sought. As she walked deeper into the darkness, the whispers grew louder once more, no longer just voices, but echoes of her own thoughts, her doubts, her fears, her deepest desires. The abyss was a mirror, as the keeper had said, and Alicia could feel its reflection staring back at her, a shadowed version of herself she had yet to understand, but she would face it, no matter the cost. Alicia's footsteps reverberated through the vast emptiness of the abyss. The further she ventured into the darkness, the more the air seemed to thicken, pressing in on her from all sides. The once faint whispers had grown louder, now a chorus of voices, each one indistinct, yet unmistakably familiar. It was as though the very air itself was alive, pulsating with echoes of a past she had long forgotten, a past that she now knew she had to confront. The orb in her hand flickered erratically, casting unsettling shadows against the jagged walls of the cavern. The deeper she moved, the more the walls seemed to close in on her, narrowing the path. The light from the orb, which had once felt like a guiding beacon, now seemed like a fragile lifeline, barely enough to illuminate the treacherous road ahead. Still, she pressed on, determined to find the truth she had come for. Suddenly, the whispers coalesced, shifting from the disembodied hum of distant voices into something more tangible, more directed. They wrapped around her, growing louder, until they were all she could hear. The words were jumbled at first, overlapping in a dissonant chorus, but slowly, they began to form coherent phrases. "Remember. You were never alone," the voices seemed to say in unison, their tone a blend of sorrow and urgency. Alicia stopped dead in her tracks, her heart racing. "What do you mean?" She whispered to the shadows, though she knew no one was there to answer her question. Her voice echoed off the walls, swallowed by the vast emptiness of the abyss, but the voices continued, softer now, as though speaking directly to her heart. You carry their burden. The weight of their choices, their secrets. The words struck her like a physical blow, and she staggered backward, clutching the orb for support. The weight of what the voices had said bore down on her, a crushing realization that there was something far deeper at play here than she had first imagined. Her heart pounded, her breath shallow, as memories that weren't quite hers began to bubble to the surface, flashes of faces she had never seen, places she had never been, yet somehow, they felt familiar. The orb pulsed in her hand, its light flickering faster now, responding to the intensity of her emotions. It seemed to hum with life, resonating with the growing turmoil inside her. Alicia squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the onslaught of images and voices, but they wouldn't be silenced. They filled her mind, demanding to be heard. Who are they? She gasped, her voice breaking. Who am I? The answer didn't come in words, but in a vision. Before her, the darkness of the abyss twisted and morphed, coalescing into something tangible, a vision of a familiar figure. It was a man, standing tall with an air of authority, his eyes sharp and calculating. His features were striking, but his expression was hardened, as though he had lived 1,000 lifetimes of regret. His presence filled the vision with an undeniable weight, an energy that seemed to press in on Alicia's chest. For a moment, she didn't recognize him, but as the vision shifted, something deep within her stirred. The man's face began to fade, replaced by another, an older woman, her eyes filled with sorrow and wisdom, standing beside the man, her hands trembling. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as the images blurred, only to be replaced by flashes of her own face, her younger self, standing in front of the man and woman, as though she was a part of their world. The vision rippled, warping in and out of focus, and Alicia felt herself being pulled deeper into it, as though she was being sucked into a vortex of time itself. She reached out, trying to grasp onto something solid, but there was nothing to hold on to, nothing but the rushing tide of memories, emotions, and voices that swirled around her like a storm. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything stopped. The vision shattered, leaving Alicia standing alone in the cold darkness once again. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her heart hammering in her chest. She could feel the weight of the vision still pressing on her mind, but the images had faded, leaving only an emptiness in their wake. The abyss was silent once more, but the questions remained. Who were the man and woman in the vision? And why had they seemed so familiar to her? The answers hung just out of reach, like whispers carried away on the wind. Alicia's pulse quickened as she clutched the orb tightly, its light pulsing with an urgency that mirrored her own growing anxiety. She had come here for answers, but with every step forward, the questions only multiplied. The abyss had shown her fragments of a past she didn't fully understand, but it had also revealed something more. There was a connection between her and the people in the vision, a bond that she could not ignore. She had to know who they were, and why they had come into her life, even if she couldn't remember it yet. Alicia took a deep breath, steadying herself. The path ahead was uncertain, but she could no longer afford to hesitate. Whatever this place was, it wasn't just a journey into the unknown. It was a journey into herself. The abyss had shown her the edges of her past, and now, it was up to her to piece together the fragments, to uncover the truth that had been hidden for so long. With a renewed sense of purpose, Alicia pushed forward, the shadows of the abyss closing in around her once more. But this time, she didn't feel as afraid. The answers were out there, somewhere. And she would find them, no matter the cost. As she walked deeper into the heart of the abyss, the whispers began again, but this time, they were not as jumbled. They seemed to form words, each one clearer than the last, calling to her. Urging her forward, follow the light, they whispered. Trust what you see. Alicia closed her eyes for a brief moment, allowing the whispers to wash over her. The truth was within her reach, she could feel it. And though the abyss was vast, its depth unfathomable, she would not turn back. Not now, not ever. The path before Alicia narrowed even further, as though the very walls of the abyss were conspiring to close in on her. Her steps echoed against the jagged rocks, each footfall a reminder of how far she had already come and how much further she had to go. The weight of the vision still lingered in her mind, its haunting presence like a shadow at the edge of her thoughts. She could no longer ignore it. The fragments of the past, the faces of those she had never met but somehow knew, tugged at her consciousness, pulling her deeper into the labyrinth of her own existence. The orb in her hand flickered again, its light struggling to penetrate the ever-encroaching darkness. She gripped it tighter, as though its fragile glow might be the only thing keeping her grounded in this reality. She could feel the pull of the abyss, a deep, resonant hum that reverberated through her bones, urging her forward, deeper still. Ahead, the air grew colder, the temperature dropping in subtle degrees, each one sending a shiver down her spine. The silence in the abyss was almost unbearable. A heavy blanket of stillness that smothered every sound, every breath. It was as though she were walking through a void, a place where time and space no longer existed, where only the past and future collided in a timeless echo. And then, as though summoned by her thoughts, a whisper rose from the depths of the silence. "Do you remember?" Alicia froze, her heart racing. The voice was familiar, but she couldn't place it. It was soft, a mere breath against the stillness, but it carried with it an undeniable weight, a longing that seemed to reach deep into her soul. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, her mind scrambling to make sense of the words. "Do you remember who you are?" The voice was closer now, almost tangible, as if it were circling around her, waiting for her to respond. Alicia's grip on the orb tightened, her knuckles white against the cool surface. She could feel the energy of the abyss swirling around her, pressing in from all sides, urging her to confront what she had long since buried. "I don't," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know who I am." There was a long pause, an eternity in which the abyss held its breath. The silence was deafening, and yet, as the words left her lips, Alicia felt a strange sense of release. As if speaking them aloud, giving voice to the confusion that had haunted her for so long, had somehow lifted a weight from her chest. And then, once again, the voice replied, but this time, it was not a question. "You are the one who holds the key." The words echoed around her, bouncing off the walls of the cavern, and for the first time, she felt a shift in the air. A presence, like a cold wind brushing against her skin, stirred around her, carrying with it a sense of urgency. The orb in her hand pulsed with a new intensity, its light now steady, though still flickering with an otherworldly energy. Alicia took a cautious step forward, her pulse quickening. She didn't understand what the voice meant, but she knew one thing for certain: she was being guided towards something. Something important. She had felt it from the moment she entered the abyss. This was no random journey. This was something that had been set into motion long before she ever stepped foot into this forsaken place. The walls of the cavern seemed to shift as she moved, the stone twisting and undulating, like the very fabric of the world was being torn and reshaped around her. She blinked, her vision momentarily clouded, and when it cleared, the path before her had transformed. The familiar rocky floor had been replaced by a smooth, polished surface, as if the abyss itself had laid out a new road for her to follow, and in the distance, just beyond the curve of the path, a faint light flickered. It was small, fragile, but it beckoned to her like a lighthouse on the edge of a storm. The voice that had spoken to her echoed once more in her mind. This time clearer than before: "Follow the light, Alicia. It will lead you to the truth." Without hesitation, Alicia moved toward the light, her steps quickening as she felt the pull of destiny, the undeniable force that had guided her every move since she first set foot in the abyss. The shadows that had once seemed so oppressive now felt less threatening, as though the light before her was dispelling them, breaking through the darkness that had held her captive for so long. The further she walked, the brighter the light became, until it filled the cavern with a soft, ethereal glow. Alicia squinted against the brilliance, her heart racing in anticipation. This was it. The moment she had been waiting for. The moment when everything would finally make sense. But as she drew closer, the light began to distort, bending and warping like liquid, as though the very fabric of reality was being pulled apart at the seams. Alicia hesitated, a pang of doubt creeping into her chest. Was this truly the way forward, or was it another trick of the abyss, a lure designed to lead her astray? "Trust," the voice urged once more, its tone more insistent now. "Trust the light. You are ready." With a deep breath, Alicia stepped forward, her footfall silent against the polished surface of the path. She stretched out her hand, reaching for the light, her fingers trembling with both fear and anticipation. As her hand made contact with the source of the glow, a surge of energy shot through her, a rush so intense it nearly took her breath away. For a moment, everything around her ceased to exist. There was no abyss, no shadows, no walls closing in. There was only the light, blinding in its brilliance, filling her mind with visions, visions of a life she hadn't lived, of people she hadn't met, yet somehow knew. A voice spoke from the depths of the light, clear and powerful. "You are not just a traveler of the abyss, Alicia. You are its keeper. And your journey has only just begun." The words reverberated through her entire being, shaking her to the core. She was the keeper of the abyss. But what did that mean? And why was she only learning this now? At the precipice of truth, before she could process the weight of the revelation, the light around her flared brighter, and everything went black. Alicia felt herself falling. But there was no fear, no terror, only an overwhelming sense of inevitability. The abyss was calling her, and she had no choice but to answer. Alicia awoke in darkness. The familiar weightlessness, that sensation of falling through endless space, had vanished. She was no longer tumbling through the void, but instead, lying flat on a cold, hard surface. Her body ached as though she had been stretched thin, pulled in every direction, her muscles sore from the strain of her journey. Her head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, and for a moment, she simply lay there, eyes closed, trying to regain her bearings. The abyss was still with her, a constant, suffocating presence that pressed in on her thoughts. She could feel its pulse beneath her skin, a slow, rhythmic thrum that matched the beat of her heart. It was no longer the vast emptiness it had once been, nor the dark labyrinth that had sought to devour her. No, this was something different, something deeper. As she forced her eyes open, the first thing she noticed was the air. It was heavy, thick with the scent of earth and decay, as though the very walls around her had absorbed the passage of time. She could feel it in the very ground beneath her. The way it seemed to shift and writhe, as if the earth itself were alive. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, a sense of being caught in the web of something ancient, something that had been waiting for her, just as the voice had promised. She sat up slowly, her hand reaching for the orb at her side. It pulsed weakly in her palm, its light dim, but steady. The familiar warmth of it seemed to soothe her, if only for a moment. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and pushed herself to her feet. The world around her remained dark, yet there was an almost imperceptible shift in the air, as if the shadows themselves were watching her, waiting for her next move. She could feel the weight of the abyss in the air, the echoes of its infinite expanse reverberating through the very fabric of reality. She was no longer just walking through a void. She was standing at the heart of it, at the intersection of time and memory, where the past and future collided in a single, unbroken moment. A distant sound reached her ears, the faintest whisper of something stirring in the dark. It was like the wind, but it carried a weight far heavier than any breeze she had ever known. It was not the whisper of nature, nor the soft murmur of the world around her. It was the sound of something older, something more primal. It called to her, deep within her chest. As though it had been waiting for her arrival. "Come," the voice said, soft but commanding, as though it were coming from the very air itself. "Come closer." Alicia hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice was no longer a mere echo, a faint whisper lost in the corridors of her mind. It was here, right in front of her, tangible and real. She could feel its power, its pull, deep within her bones. But she couldn't understand it, not yet. She didn't know what it wanted from her, or what she was meant to do, but the pull of the abyss was too strong. The light in her hand flickered again, stronger now, urging her forward. She couldn't ignore it, couldn't resist the urge to follow it. Whatever lay ahead, whatever truth was waiting for her, she had no choice but to face it. With a steady breath, she began to walk. The ground beneath her feet shifted with each step, as though it were alive, reacting to her movements. The shadows seemed to stretch and writhe, swirling around her as she moved forward, until they coalesced into shapes, faint and indistinct, but familiar nonetheless. Faces appeared in the darkness, faces she had never seen before, but somehow knew. They were blurred, obscured by the shadows, but their eyes, those eyes, followed her with an intensity that sent a chill racing down her spine. "Do you remember?" the voice asked again, this time not from the distance, but from within the very depths of her mind. "Do you remember the faces?" Alicia's breath caught in her throat as the faces in the darkness began to shift, becoming clearer, more defined. There was a woman, her features sharp and regal, a crown of fire upon her brow. A man with eyes that burned with the intensity of 1,000 storms. And a child, small and fragile, with an expression of innocence that was somehow betrayed by the shadows that surrounded her. Who are they? Alicia whispered, her voice trembling. They are the echoes of your past, the voice replied. The ones who have come before you. The ones who have shaped the path you now walk. The ground beneath her feet trembled. And the faces began to fade, retreating into the darkness once more, leaving Alicia with only the memory of their eyes, their endless, burning eyes. She stopped, her heart racing, her hands trembling. What did it all mean? Who were these figures? And why had they appeared now, at this moment? You are connected to them, the voice continued, its tone a mixture of sorrow and reverence. They are your ancestors. Your bloodline. And they are the key to unlocking the truth. Alicia's mind reeled as the weight of the revelation settled over her. Ancestors. Bloodline. She had never known her family. She had never known where she came from, only that she had been cast adrift in the world. Searching for something, anything, that would give her a sense of purpose. But now, it seemed, the truth was more complicated than she could have ever imagined. Your journey is not just yours alone, the voice murmured. It is the culmination of generations, each one leading to this moment. You are the one who will break the cycle. You are the one who will end the echoes. The words were cryptic, impossible to fully understand, but they carried with them an undeniable weight, a truth that Alicia could feel deep within her bones. She had been chosen for something, something far beyond her comprehension. And she knew, with a certainty she had never felt before, that there was no turning back now. The abyss had claimed her. It had bound her to its eternal cycle, and only by unraveling its secrets could she ever hope to escape. But the path ahead was shrouded in darkness, and the answers she sought were still hidden within the depths of the echoes. The journey was far from over. Alicia's breath came in ragged gasps as she stepped deeper into the heart of the abyss. The world around her seemed to blur and shift with every step, the shadows warping, twisting into strange, unrecognizable shapes. Each whisper of the wind sent a shiver racing up her spine, and the pulsing rhythm of the darkness seemed to synchronize with her heartbeat, growing stronger with each passing moment. The silence that had once been overwhelming had now become a presence of its own, hanging thick in the air, as though the very fabric of the abyss was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. The darkness pressed in on her from all sides, but Alicia was no longer afraid. There was a strange calm that had settled over her, a certainty that no matter how impossible the path ahead seemed, she was meant to walk it. She had no choice. The echoes had chosen her, and she would answer their call. As she moved through the shifting shadows, the faces from before returned, flickering in and out of view like fragmented memories. Their eyes followed her, watching her every move. As though they were waiting for her to understand the truth that lay hidden beneath their veiled expressions, she clenched her fists, her fingers brushing against the orb at her side. The warmth of it was comforting, grounding her as she continued on. Each step seemed to echo, reverberating through the expanse of the abyss, a constant reminder of the weight of her journey. Yet, with each echo, she felt herself growing more attuned to the world around her, more aware of the forces at play. The voice had said she was connected to the echoes, that her bloodline was entwined with the past, with the faces that haunted her every thought. She had never known her ancestry, never known her origins. But now, the truth was slowly beginning to reveal itself. The voice spoke again, soft but clear, echoing in her mind. "Do you understand now, Alicia?" it asked, its tone almost tender. "The cycle cannot be broken until you face the truth. You must reclaim what was lost. Only then will you find the key, reclaim what was lost." The words echoed in her mind, and for the first time, Alicia allowed herself to consider the possibility. What if the answer wasn't somewhere in the distance, somewhere far beyond her reach? What if it had always been with her, hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered? Her hand gripped the orb tighter, its light pulsing stronger now, as if sensing the change within her. She felt its warmth spreading through her fingertips, reaching deep into her chest, into the place where her heart beat in rhythm with the abyss itself. Ahead of her, the shadows began to shift more violently. The faces that had once been hazy and distant now seemed to swirl around her, their features becoming sharper, more defined. The regal woman's crown blazed with a fiery intensity, the storm-eyed man's gaze locked onto hers, and the child, fragile and innocent, reached out with trembling hands. "Who are you?" Alicia whispered, her voice shaking. "Why do you show me these faces?" The wind responded, curling around her like a whisper in the dark. "They are the lost ones," the voice answered. "They are the ones who came before you, the ones who shaped the course of history. They are your ancestors, your bloodline, and they are the key to understanding the truth that lies hidden within you." Alicia's mind swirled with questions, but she pressed on, determined to find the answers. She had to understand, had to piece together the fragments of this broken past. The abyss was offering her a chance to reclaim something she had never known was lost. As she moved deeper, the shadows seemed to part, revealing a faint glimmer of light in the distance. The path ahead was unclear, but the pull of the light was undeniable. It was as if the light itself was calling her, urging her forward. She quickened her pace, the orb at her side now glowing brightly, casting a soft, steady glow in the darkness. The air around her grew warmer, and the faint scent of earth and flowers filled her senses, replacing the heavy, oppressive stench of decay. The darkness receded, just slightly, enough for Alicia to see the outline of a structure ahead, ancient and worn, its edges softened by time. It stood tall and imposing, like a monument to something long forgotten. The air around it hummed with an energy she could not explain, but it felt familiar, as though she had been here before. She took another step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The faces from earlier now appeared more clearly. Their forms almost tangible, their gazes full of purpose. The woman with the crown. The man with the storms in his eyes. The child, fragile and pure, they were all here, Alicia murmured, her mind racing. "They've all walked this path before me," the voices of her ancestors, these forgotten figures, whispered in her mind, urging her forward. "You are the final piece," the voice said. "You are the one who will break the cycle, who will free us all." Alicia's mind reeled, but she continued walking, determined to find the truth, to piece together the puzzle that had been her life. The orb pulsed with an almost frantic energy now, its light intensifying as she drew closer to the structure. She reached out, her hand trembling as she touched the surface of the monument. The stone was warm to the touch, a strange, comforting heat that seemed to pulse beneath her fingertips. A sudden surge of energy coursed through her, and her vision blurred as memories, no, visions, flashed before her eyes. She saw the woman with the crown, standing tall in the midst of battle, a warrior like no other. She saw the man with the stormy eyes, his gaze filled with sorrow as he stared into the distance, waiting for something that would never come. And she saw the child, standing alone in a field of flowers, reaching out for something just beyond their reach. She saw herself. Alicia's breath hitched as the vision changed. She saw herself, standing before the monument, the orb in her hand, her eyes wide with realization. She saw herself as the final piece of the puzzle, the one who would break the cycle. The weight of that truth settled heavily on her chest, the cycle. The echoes. It had all led to this. Alicia closed her eyes, her mind spinning with the implications of what she had seen. The answers were within her grasp. She could feel it, deep in her bones. The truth was there, hidden beneath the layers of time and memory. She took another step forward, toward the heart of the monument, knowing that whatever awaited her would change everything. The abyss had claimed her, but now, she would claim it back. The monument's surface was smoother than stone, more like the delicate warmth of forgotten memories, as if it had once been a part of something greater, something alive. Alicia's fingers danced across the ancient material, feeling it hum beneath her touch, like a breath long held, ready to be released. The stone beneath her hand began to shift, responding to her presence, as though the very essence of the abyss recognized her touch. The orb at her side pulsed brightly in response, the light growing steadily more intense, casting eerie shadows around her. For the first time, Alicia felt the strange, oppressive weight of time, a sensation not unlike the gravitational pull of a black hole. The deeper she ventured into the abyss, the more it felt as though the walls were closing in around her, yet paradoxically, she also felt freer, as if she were unraveling the very threads of existence itself. The air became still, so still that Alicia could hear the faintest thrum, as though the monument itself had awakened from a long slumber. There was a strange sensation, as though she had passed some invisible threshold. The energy surrounding her was no longer just the dark, suffocating presence of the abyss. It was something ancient, something powerful, something alive. "You are not the first to come," a voice whispered, low and soft, emanating from within the monument itself. It was not the same voice that had spoken to her before, but it carried the same weight, an echo of the past. It was as though the monument was speaking to her, as though it had witnessed countless others before her, each one coming to confront the same fate. Alicia froze, the words sinking deep into her chest. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady, despite the sudden surge of fear that rushed through her. Her heart beat faster, but she remained rooted to the spot, unwilling to retreat. "I am what remains," the voice replied, its tone distant, mournful. "I was once a part of the cycle, but now I am but an echo. Like you, I was bound to this place, to this world. I have waited for you. For one who might finally understand what?" Alicia's mind raced, trying to make sense of the cryptic message. What had she stumbled upon? Was this voice a remnant of the same power that had called to her, or was it something else, something tied to her bloodline? "You seek answers," the voice continued, its words slow and deliberate, as if each one carried the weight of centuries. "You seek the truth of the abyss. You believe it is your destiny to unravel the mystery, but the path you walk is not your own. It is the path of those who came before you, those who shaped the world with their actions and their choices. You are not the first to come here, but you may be the last. Alicia's heart pounded in her chest. The words echoed in her mind, repeating over and over. She was not the first. How many others had stood where she stood now, seeking the truth, only to fall victim to the abyss, lost to time and shadow? Why am I here? She demanded, her voice louder now, filled with a strength she hadn't known she possessed. What do you want from me? The voice was silent for a moment, and when it spoke again, its tone was filled with an unmistakable sorrow. I do not want anything from you. I only wish for you to understand. Understand that you, like those before you, are part of a cycle that cannot be broken, not by you, not by anyone. You are tied to it. And no matter how hard you try to escape, you will never be free. The words struck her like a blow, sharp and unrelenting. A cycle. She had heard those words before. The voices in the abyss had whispered of it, and now this strange entity was confirming it. The cycle could not be broken. The weight of that realization pressed down on her, threatening to crush her. She had come so far, had risked everything to uncover the truth, only to be told that it was all for nothing. She had been chosen, marked by the echoes, and yet the truth seemed more elusive than ever. Alicia took a deep breath, her mind spinning with the implications of what the voice had said. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't simply give up. If the cycle was endless, then perhaps there was a way to end it, some way to break free of the chains that bound her. I refuse to believe that, Alicia said, her voice steady but fierce. If this cycle is real, then I'll be the one to end it. I'll find a way. The voice chuckled softly, a bitter sound that reverberated through the stone beneath her hand. You will try, but you will fail, as all others have before you. The abyss is eternal, and those who enter it are bound by its will. Then I will make my own will, Alicia snapped, the orb at her side flaring brightly in response. The pulsing energy seemed to react to her words, as though it was acknowledging her defiance, fueling her resolve. I will break this cycle. I will forge my own path, even if it means defying everything the abyss stands for. The voice fell silent, and for a long moment, Alicia stood there, feeling the weight of the monument's energy pressing in on her. The abyss seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Then, slowly, the voice spoke once more, its tone softer now, as though it had accepted her words. Very well, Alicia, it said. You will have your chance. But remember this, you cannot undo the past. You can only shape the future. And once you step forward, there is no going back. Alicia's heart raced as she absorbed the voice's final words. No going back. She knew what that meant, once she committed herself to this path. There would be no turning away. The abyss had claimed her, and now she would claim it back. With a deep breath, Alicia stepped forward, her hand still resting on the warm surface of the monument. The shadows around her seemed to bend and shift, guiding her forward. And with each step, she felt the weight of her ancestors, the echoes of those who had come before her, urging her on. She was no longer just a wanderer in the abyss. She was a part of it. And now, she would unravel its secrets, no matter the cost. The path before her was shrouded in mystery, but with each echo of the past, she drew closer to the truth. A truth that could shatter the very foundations of the world, and she would stop at nothing to uncover it. Alicia stood at the edge of the monument, her hand still resting on the stone, feeling the pulse of the abyss reverberating through her bones. The air around her had grown heavier, laden with a kind of ancient tension, as though the very fabric of the world was waiting for something. Waiting for her, the monument, once silent and immobile, now hummed with an energy that was almost alive. It seemed to reach out to her, urging her forward, but with each step she took, the shadows in the distance seemed to grow darker, more oppressive, as if the abyss itself was watching her every move. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she gathered her resolve. The voice, the one that had spoken to her through the monument, had given her no guarantees. Only the cold truth: there would be no turning back once she had crossed the threshold. It was a truth she had known in the deepest part of her heart, but hearing it spoken aloud made it more real, more terrifying. "Remember," the voice had said. "The abyss offers no mercy." Alicia took a deep breath, gathering her courage. There was no mercy here. The abyss would not relent, and neither would she. If she had to fight every step of the way to uncover the truth, then so be it. The echoes had already claimed so much: her family, her bloodline, her past, and now they sought to claim her as well. She couldn't let that happen. With a final glance back at the monument, she began to walk forward. Her steps sure despite the uncertainty gnawing at her. The shadows shifted as if alive, following her, whispering in languages she could not comprehend. Every part of her being screamed to turn back, but she pushed the thought away. The voice had warned her, but Alicia had made her choice. She would face whatever came, no matter the cost. The landscape around her began to change. What had once been a vast, empty expanse of dark stone was now being replaced by twisting, narrow corridors of blackened walls that seemed to pulse with an unsettling energy. The ground beneath her feet was uneven, sharp rocks and jagged edges jutting out of the earth, as if the very ground itself sought to challenge her. The air felt thick, as though every breath she took was a struggle against the oppressive atmosphere. Each turn she took only seemed to bring her deeper into the heart of the abyss. The light from the orb at her side flickered, casting long, erratic shadows on the walls. With each step, the shadows seemed to stretch and grow, reaching toward her with grasping fingers, but never quite touching her. It was as if the abyss was both a place and a presence, a living entity that knew her every thought, every fear, but Alicia did not falter. She could feel the pulse of the monument in her veins, its rhythm beating in time with her own heart. She was not alone here. The presence of the abyss was heavy. Yes, but there was something else, something more, something that thrummed beneath the surface of the darkness. The echoes, she knew, deep within herself, that the echoes were not simply whispers of the past, but something more. They were part of her now, a part of the abyss that would never leave her. And with every step she took, they guided her, their voices growing louder, more distinct, until they were all she could hear. Closer, the voice murmured, not from the monument, but from within her. The echoes. The abyss itself was speaking through them, urging her forward, closer to what? Alicia whispered, her voice barely audible above the oppressive silence, closer to the truth. The voice answered, a chorus of many, all speaking as one. The truth you seek is within your grasp. It always has been. Alicia stopped in her tracks. The truth. The words echoed through her mind like a wave crashing against the shore, and for the briefest moment, she thought she could almost touch it, could almost see it. But when she reached out, the truth slipped away like mist, vanishing into the shadows. She felt her frustration rising, the weight of her journey pressing down on her like a physical force. The abyss had become a labyrinth, winding and shifting, pulling her deeper and deeper into its heart. The more she sought answers, the further away they seemed to be. "What am I missing?" she murmured, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped the orb. "What do I need to understand?" The walls around her shuddered, as though reacting to her words. The shadows writhed and twisted, momentarily forming shapes that seemed almost human, but they were gone before she could truly focus on them. A fleeting image, a flicker in the corner of her mind. She could almost hear the whispers again, too faint to be understood but carrying a sense of urgency, a message that slipped just beyond her reach. The monument, the abyss, the echoes, they were all connected. She knew that now. But how? What was the missing piece? Suddenly, the air around her grew colder, and a low, rumbling sound filled the space. Like the earth itself was groaning under some unseen weight. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and before she could react, the floor gave way. Alicia cried out as she fell, the darkness swallowing her whole. She tumbled through the abyss, weightless, as though time itself had become unmoored. Her body slammed against the jagged stone, pain shooting through her like lightning. She could hear the shrieks of the echoes growing louder, more frantic, but she couldn't make sense of them. When the fall finally stopped, Alicia lay motionless on the cold, uneven ground, the pain in her body almost unbearable. For a moment, she could do nothing but gasp for air, the darkness around her so thick that it felt like she was drowning. But as the pain began to subside, something shifted in the air. The oppressive weight of the abyss lessened, if only slightly. She struggled to sit up, her eyes adjusting to the dim, flickering light of the orb. The space she had fallen into was vast, like a cavern, its walls stretching far above her. And in the distance, barely visible in the gloom, she saw a figure that was not quite human. Her heart skipped a beat. This was no mere shadow, no illusion. It was something real. Something alive, and it was waiting for her. The echoes grew silent, the air thick with anticipation. Alicia stood up, her legs shaking, and stepped toward the figure. Whatever this was, she knew that it was the key. The truth she had been seeking was here, in this place, in this moment. And it would not slip away this time. With each step, the figure grew clearer, its form more distinct, until finally, she could see it fully. It was a woman, standing tall and regal, draped in dark, flowing robes. Her face was pale, almost ethereal, but there was something unsettling about her presence. The woman's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and as their gazes met, Alicia felt a sudden rush of cold, a whisper of something ancient, something beyond understanding, and then the woman spoke. "You have come far, but the hardest part lies ahead." The woman's voice was soft, like the rustling of dead leaves. But it carried an immense weight. It echoed in the very core of Alicia, reverberating through the abyssal silence that stretched between them. For a long moment, Alicia stood frozen, unable to look away from the glowing eyes of the woman before her. The air around them seemed to warp, vibrating with the very essence of the abyss. You are not the first to seek the truth, the woman continued, her gaze unblinking. And you will not be the last. The echoes call to those who are lost, to those who wish to understand what cannot be understood. But what you seek, girl, is not without its cost. Alicia took a cautious step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She had thought she understood the danger she was walking into, the abyss. The echoes, the monument, but now, standing before this figure, she realized how little she truly knew. The woman was a part of this place, a manifestation of its secrets, its darkness. What do you mean? Alicia's voice trembled slightly, her words fighting against the weight of the atmosphere. What is it that I seek? I came to find the truth, to understand the echoes, and the woman raised a hand, silencing her with a simple gesture. The truth, she said, her voice now like a distant thunder, is not a single thing. It is many things. The truth you seek is buried in the very fabric of this place, and it will tear you apart if you are not ready to face it. Alicia's thoughts raced. The words seemed both familiar and foreign, twisting in her mind like a riddle that refused to be solved. She had always known that the abyss was more than just a void, more than just a place of darkness and whispers. There was a purpose to it, a reason it had called to her, to so many others. But what was that reason? What had brought her here, to the edge of this nightmare? She took another step forward, her hand tightening around the orb at her side. It pulsed in her grasp, a small, fragile light in the sea of black. Why do you seek it? The woman asked again, her tone now sharp, almost mocking. Why seek truth in a place that has none? You will find only fragments, pieces of a shattered reality. And in the end, you will wish you had never come. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. The woman's words were like ice, cutting deep into her resolve. She had come so far, fought so many battles, both within and without, and now, this figure was telling her it had all been in vain. That the truth she sought didn't exist. You are wrong, Alicia said, her voice rising despite herself. I won't stop. I can't stop. I have to know what happened, why the echoes are so persistent, why they've followed me. I need to understand. Everything. The woman's lips curled into a faint, sad smile. Understanding comes at a price. For those who have touched the abyss, there is no returning to what you once were. No matter what you find here, you will never be the same. Alicia clenched her fists, feeling a surge of determination. She had already lost so much, her family, her past, the very sense of herself. What more could the abyss take from her? I'm willing to pay the price, she said, her voice firm and unwavering. I have nothing left to lose. The woman's smile faltered, and for a moment, something like pity flickered in her glowing eyes. Then she nodded slowly, as though she had expected this answer. Very well, she said, stepping back, her robes sweeping across the floor in a cascade of shadow. But know this, the price is not one you can simply pay and forget. The abyss does not forget. And once you enter, you will face not only the echoes of the past but the truth of your own heart. Before Alicia could ask what she meant, the woman raised both hands, and the world around them shifted. The ground beneath Alicia's feet trembled violently, and the dark walls of the cavern seemed to distort and bend, as though the very reality of the place was being pulled apart. The air grew thick with an oppressive force, the shadows closing in like hands reaching to trap her. A deep, rumbling sound filled her ears, and she felt the weight of the abyss pressing in on all sides. Then, the walls shattered. In an instant, the cavern was gone, replaced by a vast, endless sky. Alicia stumbled. Disoriented by the sudden change, her eyes scanning the infinite expanse above her. The stars were scattered across the sky, each one twinkling like a distant flame. The light of the orb was the only thing that remained constant, glowing faintly in her hand. Beneath her, the ground was gone, replaced by an endless void. The stars above flickered in the distance, their light casting strange shadows on the nothingness around her. It felt like she was floating in the middle of space, suspended between the heavens and the abyss. "Where am I?" Alicia whispered, the words escaping her lips before she could stop them. The woman's voice answered, though she was no longer visible. "You are in the space between truths. A place where time and reality lose their meaning. Here, you will find the answers you seek. But only if you are willing to face the truths you have buried within yourself." Alicia's heart raced, and she clenched the orb tighter. She knew, deep down, that this place was not just a realm of shadows, it was a reflection of her own soul, a mirror of her innermost fears and desires. This was where the echoes would reveal themselves, where she would face the truth of her past. The wind whispered around her, and the stars above flickered like fading memories. She could hear something, a distant, mournful cry, carried on the wind. It was a voice, familiar yet strange, calling to her from the depths of the void. "Alicia," she froze, her blood running cold. The voice was unmistakable, it was her mother's. "Alicia, you have come too far." The words were like a dagger to her heart, the memories flooding back in a torrent of emotions she had long buried. She had never truly understood why her mother had disappeared, why the echoes had followed her, why the abyss had called her to this place. But now, as the voice reached out to her, she knew. The truth was within her grasp, and it was more terrible, more complicated, than she could have ever imagined. The truth she had sought was not out there, in the abyss, or in the echoes. It was within her own soul. With a deep breath, she stepped forward. The void stretching out before her. She would face it. Whatever the truth was, she would face it. The stars blinked out one by one as the silence grew louder. Alicia's mind raced, her thoughts scattering like dust in the storm that raged inside her. The voice, her mother's voice, echoed in the void, but now, it wasn't just a whisper of the past. It was a presence, an implacable force that seemed to bind her to this space. Her heart hammered in her chest as she tried to comprehend the weight of what she was hearing. The abyss had always been filled with fragments, echoes of lives and histories that seemed to slip through her fingers whenever she tried to grasp them. But this was different. "Alicia." The voice again, closer now, almost tangible, like it was threading through the very fabric of the void itself. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to turn around, to run, but there was nowhere to go. The vast expanse stretched out infinitely, a sea of stars and emptiness that mirrored the void within her. She could feel the pull of the voice, an irresistible tug that drew her deeper into the heart of this strange, starless void. It wasn't just her mother speaking. It was something more, something ancient and anciently painful. "Why did you leave me, Mother?" Alicia whispered, the question slipping from her lips before she could stop it. She had asked it so many times before. But never to the abyss. Never to this voice. I didn't leave you, came the soft reply, more of a sigh than an answer, but it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken truths. I couldn't stay. I had to find the answer, the truth that lies hidden in the deepest recesses of the world. Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, her hands trembling. What truth? What could have been worth leaving me behind? I've been searching for so long. The void around her seemed to pulse in response, ripples of light and darkness blending together, dancing in a silent rhythm. The voice was all-encompassing, now clearer, now shrouded in a darkness she could feel deep in her chest, the truth about the echoes. The voice whispered, and about the one who began it all. The echoes are not just the voices of the past. They are the remnants of a fate we all share. They are what happens when time becomes unhinged, when the lines between past, present, and future blur. Alicia's pulse quickened. The one who began it all? She asked, her voice barely above a breath. She had heard the stories, the whispered tales of a figure lost to time. A being whose name was forgotten by all but the deepest, oldest minds. Some called them a god, others a monster. But all agreed they were the catalyst for the chaos that had splintered the world. Yes, the voice replied. The one who broke the world. Who shattered time itself. The one who created the echoes. And the one who would one day unmake it all. Alicia's mind reeled at the revelation. She had thought the echoes were fragments of memories, lost whispers of people and places long gone. But they were more than that, they were the result of something that had altered the fabric of reality itself. And this figure, this unknown person, was at the heart of it. Who are they? Alicia asked, her voice sharp with the edge of desperation. Who is this person? The silence stretched out, and for a long moment, the stars seemed to flicker and fade. The darkness around her thickened, until it felt as though the void itself was holding its breath. Then, the voice returned, but it was different this time, faint, distant, as though it was being pulled from somewhere far beyond the abyss itself. They are you, it whispered. The words were like a blow to her chest. Alicia staggered back, her legs giving way beneath her. She reached out, grasping for something solid, but there was nothing. The nothingness of the void stretched out, endless, consuming. She shook her head, trying to deny what she had heard. No, that can't be right. I'm not the one who broke everything. You didn't know, the voice interrupted, softer now, as though it had been waiting for her to reach this point. You were born from the chaos. From the very remnants of that broken fate. You carry within you the echoes of all those who have come before. And when the time comes, you will either restore the world, or finish what was started. Alicia's mind whirled with confusion. The weight of the revelation settled over her like a dark cloud. She had always believed that she was searching for the truth, for the answers to what had happened, for the reason behind the echoes and the abyss. But now, standing in this strange, starless realm, the truth seemed more elusive than ever. Was she truly the cause of all this? Had her very existence been shaped by the forces that had torn the world apart, the air around her seemed to shift, thick with the pressure of the unknown. The stars flickered once more, and the darkness deepened, until the edges of the void felt like they were closing in. "I don't understand," Alicia whispered, her voice shaking. "If I am the one who started it all, then why am I here? What am I supposed to do?" The voice was quiet now, but it held the certainty of fate itself. "You are here to choose. To decide whether you will accept your fate, or rewrite it. The echoes are not just memories. They are the path that leads to the truth. And the truth will either save you, or destroy you." Alicia's heart pounded in her chest as the weight of the words crashed down on her. The abyss had always been a place of shadows and whispers. But now it felt like something far more significant. This place, this realm, was not just a reflection of the world, it was a reflection of her own soul. Every choice she had made, every step she had taken, had led her here. And now, standing in the heart of the abyss, she had to decide who she would become. Would she embrace the role she had unknowingly been born to play? Would she accept that the very fabric of her existence had been shaped by something darker, something older than her understanding? Or would she fight against it, against the forces that sought to pull her into the past, to rewrite the future with the weight of her own decisions? Alicia took a deep breath, the silence of the void pressing in on her. She had no answers. She didn't know what the future held. But one thing was clear: whatever choice she made, there would be no going back. The stars above her pulsed, and for the briefest of moments, she felt the weight of time itself, stretching out, infinite and unknowable. The choice was hers. The void around Alicia grew still, its oppressive silence weighing heavily on her chest as she stood alone amidst the endless expanse. The voice of her mother, or was it something more, something darker, still echoed in her mind, lingering in the space between her thoughts. She could feel its presence, an intangible thread that connected her to the mysteries of this place, but it was fading. Slipping further into the depths of the abyss, her heart still pounded in her chest, each beat a reminder of the terrifying weight of the revelation. She, Alicia, was the one who had set the echoes in motion. The one whose existence was tied to the very fabric of time itself. The words reverberated through her mind like a drumbeat, relentless and deafening, and she felt as though she were drowning in the knowledge of her own power, or her own curse. The choice had been given to her. She was told she could rewrite fate, undo the destruction that had fractured the world and time, but she had no idea where to begin. Every path seemed as unclear as the endless expanse of stars that shimmered and flickered around her. The vastness of the void swallowed her thoughts, and for a long moment, she couldn't tell if she was moving or standing still. Suddenly, a distant sound broke the stillness, a low hum, like the resonance of a hidden pulse, vibrating through the fabric of the void. The stars shuddered in response, sending tremors through the groundless expanse beneath her feet. Alicia turned instinctively, but there was nothing in the darkness. No sign of life, no shape or form to indicate the source of the sound, but the hum continued, growing louder, richer with each passing moment. It seemed to call to her, beckoning her towards something unseen. Without thinking, she began to move, her feet gliding over the soft, unyielding surface of the void. The path ahead was unclear, but the sound, the hum, pulled her forward. It was as though her very being, her soul, was attuned to it, and she could not resist its call. She wasn't sure what she was searching for or what lay ahead, but she knew she had to follow it. As she moved deeper into the darkness, the hum grew more distinct, reverberating in her chest. It was as though it was resonating from somewhere far below, beneath the foundation of the void itself. Alicia's steps quickened. She could feel the pulse within her, thrumming along with the hum, and her thoughts began to shift. Was this the truth that had been hinted at? The source of the echoes? The ancient force that had fractured time and space? Was she meant to find it? Was this her purpose? She didn't have the answers, but she knew, with a sudden certainty, that this was the direction she had to go. The hum was louder now, vibrating in the air like the strings of a forgotten instrument. The stars above began to flicker in time with the sound, creating a rhythm that seemed to dance in the very fabric of the void, and then, she saw it. At first, it was just a flicker, a shadow in the corner of her vision. But as she took another step forward, it solidified, growing more distinct with each moment. The shape emerged from the darkness like an ancient monument, towering and strange. It was a doorway, but unlike any she had ever seen. It wasn't made of stone or wood, but of swirling, shifting light, like the fabric of reality itself had been torn open to reveal a passage to somewhere else. Alicia stood at the edge of the doorway, her heart thudding in her chest. The hum, the pulse, it was coming from within. It called to her, wrapped around her in a way that felt both familiar and utterly alien. She stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat. As she crossed the threshold, the world around her seemed to collapse in on itself. The stars disappeared. The hum faded. And for the first time since entering the abyss, she felt a strange sense of stillness. Before her stood a figure, its form hazy and indistinct, as though it were made of the very void itself. It was towering and vast, an entity whose presence seemed to stretch across the space, filling every corner of her vision. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as the figure stepped forward, the darkness parting around it like the tide. "Alicia," the figure spoke, its voice a soft murmur that reverberated within her. "You have come." The voice felt familiar, though she couldn't place it. It wasn't like her mother's voice, nor like any of the other whispers she had heard before. It was deeper, older, and tinged with an unsettling power. "Who are you?" Alicia asked, her voice trembling as she took a cautious step back. There was something about this being, this presence, that made her feel small, insignificant in the face of its infinite existence. "I am what remains," the figure replied, its form shifting like smoke, barely solid and yet undeniable in its presence. "I am the echo that was never meant to fade, the one who lives beyond the fabric of time. I am the beginning and the end." Alicia swallowed hard, her mind racing. This being, was it the source of the echoes? Was this the ancient entity that had fractured time, the one who had caused the world to splinter? She had thought she was the key to everything, but now, standing before this entity, she realized she was only a part of a much larger, far more incomprehensible story. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice rising in defiance, even as her heart fluttered with uncertainty. "Why have you brought me here?" The figure seemed to smile, though its face remained a blur, a shifting mask of shadows and light. "I have not brought you here," it said, its tone as soft as the pull of gravity. You have always been here, Alicia. You just needed to see it. To understand. To choose. The words hit her like a hammer, shattering the last vestiges of clarity she thought she had. She wanted to deny them, to reject the idea that this vast, unknowable entity, was the source of everything. But deep down, she knew it was true. She had always been connected to this place. The abyss. The echoes. The fractured world. You are the one who will either heal this world, the figure continued, or break it completely. The echoes are not just memories. They are the future and the past, the scars of a broken timeline. You will either stitch them together, or you will leave them to unravel. Alicia closed her eyes, her breath catching in her throat as the weight of the choice pressed upon her like a physical force. Her entire existence had been leading her to this moment. She had been searching for answers, but now, standing before this being, she realized the truth was much more complicated than she had ever imagined. The abyss of echoes wasn't just a place. It was a choice. Her choice. And as she stood there, suspended in the weight of destiny, she knew that the path she chose would shape not only her own fate but the fate of everything that had come before, and everything that would come after. With a final breath, Alicia stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face the choices that awaited her. The void stretched endlessly before her, a dark expanse of shifting shadows and stars that flickered and vanished as quickly as they appeared. Alicia had no clear sense of where she was anymore. Was she still within the abyss? Or had she crossed into another realm entirely? The figure that had spoken to her, the entity that had called itself the beginning and the end, had faded into the darkness as she stepped forward, leaving only the lingering weight of its words, the choice. It pressed down on her like a suffocating weight. She was the one who would either heal the world or break it completely. The fate of everything lay in her hands. The more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. How could she, one person, possibly mend the fractures in time? How could she unravel the knots of history, all the while walking a path so fraught with uncertainty? Alicia took a deep breath and looked around her, trying to steady her mind. But nothing in the abyss made sense. Every direction felt like the wrong one, the paths seemingly endless and fraught with dangers unknown. It was as though the very fabric of reality had been stretched so thin that it could break at any moment. The sound of a whisper reached her ears, soft and low, like the rustle of a leaf caught in the wind. It wasn't the voice of the entity, nor was it the comforting hum that had led her here. This voice was different, closer, more personal. Alicia paused, her heartbeat quickening as she strained to listen. Alicia. The voice whispered again, and she felt the chill of recognition ripple down her spine. Mother. She called into the vastness, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and fear. There was a long silence before the voice answered, soft yet full of longing. No, not your mother. But I know her well. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. The voice, it was familiar, yet it didn't belong to anyone she could place. She looked around, searching for the source of the sound, but the darkness offered no answers, only endless emptiness. Who are you? She demanded, her voice sharp now, desperation creeping in. What do you want from me? The voice laughed, a quiet, hollow sound that echoed in the void. "What do I want from you?" it repeated. "I am not the one who needs something from you, Alicia. You are the one who needs answers. You are the one who needs to remember." Alicia took another step, the ground beneath her feet shifting as though it were alive, trembling with each footfall. Her mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle that was unraveling around her. She had always known there was more to her story than she had been told. Hadn't she? The pieces didn't quite fit, but they never had. Her connection to the echoes, to the very fabric of time, there was something she wasn't seeing. Something crucial that she had overlooked. Remember what? She whispered, her voice barely audible in the silent vastness. "What am I supposed to remember?" The voice grew softer, yet somehow more intimate, as if it were reaching into the depths of her mind. "You are the key to unlocking what was lost, to undoing the damage that was done. But first, you must understand the truth of your own past. Your journey is only just beginning, Alicia." A shiver ran down her spine, her heart racing as the words seemed to reverberate through her very soul. Her past. What truth was there to uncover? She had spent so long searching for answers, but now she wasn't sure if she wanted to know them anymore. The abyss was full of so many unknowns, so many dangers that lurked in the corners of her vision. The more she sought, the more she uncovered, and yet, every answer only led to more questions. "Tell me," she demanded, stepping forward into the darkness. "Tell me what I need to know." The voice fell silent for a long moment, as if weighing her words. When it spoke again, there was a different tone, something older and more cryptic. "You already know, Alicia. The echoes have always been with you. They are the whispers of the past, the cries of the forgotten. You are not just a part of them, you are their origin." Alicia felt as if the ground beneath her feet had vanished entirely. Her mind spun, her pulse quickening as the weight of the words hit her. Origin. How could that be? She had never been more than a seeker, a wanderer lost in the endless night of the abyss. And yet, there was something, a flicker deep within her, that resonated with the voice's words. "You are the one who called the echoes into being," the voice continued, now almost gentle, like the caress of a forgotten memory. "You, Alicia, are the vessel that holds all the lost moments, the broken fragments of time. The echoes are yours to command." A dizzying surge of revelation rushed through her, and for a fleeting moment, everything made sense. The echoes were not just whispers in the dark. Not just fleeting echoes of forgotten lives. They were tied to her very essence. She had always been connected to them, even before she had known what they were. But what did it mean to command them? What did it mean to hold the power of time in her hands? Her breath caught in her throat as another realization hit her. The figure, the entity, had said she was the one who could either heal the world or break it. But if she was truly the origin of the echoes, what choice did she have? Could she really change the course of history? Could she rewrite time itself? No, Alicia breathed, her voice shaky, the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her like a heavy stone. "I can't. I'm not ready for this." The voice's tone softened, like a mother soothing a frightened child. No one is ever ready, Alicia. But the path is yours to walk. You are the one who will decide whether the echoes will be a curse or a gift. The darkness around her seemed to pulse, a heartbeat in time with her own. The void shifted, and for a moment, she could have sworn she saw a faint flicker of light, a doorway, a path, something leading her toward an unknown future. Alicia closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling as she tried to steady her racing heart. The choice before her was vast, more immense than anything she had ever imagined. But there was no turning back now. She had to face what was ahead. With a deep breath, she took a step forward, her feet finding solid ground once more, though it was no longer the same as before. The abyss had changed. It had shifted with her, responding to her resolve. And as she moved deeper into the heart of the unknown, she knew one thing for certain: her journey had only just begun. The echoes would not let her go so easily. But neither would she let them dictate her fate, not anymore. The air in the abyss was thick with the weight of forgotten time, the very essence of it clinging to Alicia like a fog that refused to dissipate. With each step she took, the world around her seemed to warp, to bend under the pressure of her presence. It was as though the fabric of reality was tethered to her, waiting for her next move to unravel its threads. As she ventured deeper into the abyss, the flickering light ahead of her grew brighter, more defined. It was no longer a mere spark in the distance, but a steady glow that pulsed rhythmically, like the heartbeat of something ancient. There was no sound here, only the hum of her thoughts and the steady, unyielding pull of the light. She hesitated for a moment, her hand resting on the smooth, cold surface of the unseen walls that surrounded her. The walls, like the rest of the abyss, seemed to shift in her presence, as if reacting to her every movement. The familiar chill of the void pressed against her skin, a constant reminder that she was not alone in this place. Alicia had always known that her journey would lead her here, to the heart of the echoes, but now that she was so close, the gravity of it all began to settle heavily on her shoulders. She had asked for answers, but now she wasn't sure she was ready to hear them. What if the truth was too much to bear? What if the past, the echoes, and the power they represented were more than she could control? She paused, closing her eyes for a brief moment, trying to center herself amidst the chaos of her thoughts. She had come this far. She could not turn back now. The light ahead grew brighter still, and with a steadying breath, Alicia stepped forward once more. The air grew warmer, more solid. The swirling chaos of the abyss fading as she approached the source of the light, the landscape began to change. The endless void that had surrounded her for what seemed like an eternity was now replaced by something else, a vast, starry sky stretched out above her, filled with constellations she had never seen before. They shimmered and twinkled with a brilliance that defied description, their patterns weaving and shifting in ways that felt both alien and familiar at once, and beneath her feet, the ground had solidified, transforming into a path of smooth stone, stretching out ahead of her like a winding river. Each step she took seemed to shift the very stars above her, altering the constellations in her wake. At the end of the path, just beyond the reach of her vision, stood a figure, a silhouette against the backdrop of the brilliant sky. The figure was tall, its form obscured by the radiance of the stars, but there was something undeniably familiar about the shape. Something that tugged at her heart with a force she could not ignore. "Alicia," a voice called out, deep and resonant, yet filled with an emotion she could not quite place. "You have come far," Alicia froze, her pulse quickening as the voice filled the silence around her. It was the same voice, the same presence that had spoken to her from the darkness before. But now, it was closer, more tangible. She had heard it before. In her dreams, in the whispers of the echoes. But hearing it in person, here, in this strange place, felt like a shock to her system. "Who are you?" she demanded, stepping forward with newfound resolve. "What is this place?" The figure shifted, stepping into the light, revealing itself as it took a slow, deliberate stride toward her. As it approached, Alicia's heart skipped a beat. It was her, but not her. The figure before her bore her own features, but they were twisted, worn by age and sorrow, as though time itself had ravaged the reflection. The figure stopped a mere few feet away, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light, yet filled with a sadness that mirrored Alicia's own. "I am you," the figure said softly, its voice echoing through the void like a haunting lullaby. "And you are me," Alicia recoiled, her mind reeling. "No, that's not possible," the figure smiled, though it was a sad, knowing smile. "You have always known, deep down. I am the part of you that you have forgotten, the piece of your soul lost to time. But I have been waiting for you, Alicia." She shook her head, her breath coming in short gasps. "Waiting for me? For what? I don't understand. What do you want from me?" The figure stepped closer, its hand reaching out, palm open. "I want nothing. I am not here to ask for anything. I am here to remind you of who you truly are." Alicia took a hesitant step back, her thoughts whirling as she tried to make sense of what was happening. The truth seemed so close now, yet it remained just beyond her grasp. "I don't know who I am anymore," she whispered, more to herself than to the figure. "I don't know what to believe. The echoes. They're part of me. They've been with me from the start, but I can't. I can't do this alone." The figure's expression softened. "You never have been alone, Alicia. You have always been connected to the echoes. They are a part of you, as much as you are a part of them. And in the end, they will help guide you, if you accept them." Alicia's heart pounded in her chest as the weight of the figure's words pressed down on her. The choice she had been given, the responsibility of healing the world or breaking it, seemed all the more impossible now. Was she truly ready to wield the power of the echoes? Was she strong enough to face the consequences? "I don't know if I'm ready," she whispered, her voice trembling with doubt. "How can I be ready for this? How can I be ready?" The figure's gaze softened, its eyes filled with an understanding that transcended time. "There is no ready, Alicia. There is only choice. And with that choice comes the weight of what must be done. You are the one who must decide what the echoes will become." The words echoed in her mind, settling into the depths of her heart. She was the key. The echoes were hers to command. They were not just whispers of the past, not just echoes of forgotten lives, they were the pulse of the universe itself. And she alone, would decide whether they would heal the broken world or plunge it deeper into darkness. A shiver ran through her, but her resolve began to solidify. It was time to face the truth, to accept what she had always been. "I will not let the echoes break this world," she said, her voice steady now, filled with determination. "I will heal it," the figure smiled, its features fading into the light. "Then the path is clear, Alicia. But remember, time is not so easily healed. The echoes will guide you, but you must be the one to make the choices. And with those choices, the fate of everything rests." With those final words, the figure vanished into the starlit sky, leaving Alicia standing alone on the stone path, the weight of her decision pressing down on her. The echoes were hers to command. And now, she had to decide what kind of world she would create with them. The journey ahead would be long, but one thing was certain: she was no longer lost. The echoes of time whispered to her, and she would follow them, no matter where they led. The stars above seemed to pulse with an intensity that matched the pounding of Alicia's heart. The starlit path stretched out before her, a ribbon of light that seemed to beckon her forward, drawing her deeper into the unknown. She had made a choice, but the weight of it was almost unbearable. The responsibility of wielding the echoes, of deciding the fate of everything, pressed heavily on her shoulders. She had never felt so small. With each step, the world around her seemed to grow more distant. The abyss was fading into something else, something vast and infinite. The path beneath her feet began to shimmer, its stones transforming into something more fluid, as though the very ground was alive, responding to her thoughts. The echoes of time whispered in her ears, a chorus of voices from the past, each one trying to tell her something, trying to guide her toward an answer. But there was no simple answer. Her thoughts were a jumble of confusion, doubt, and determination. She had always known this moment would come, the moment where she would have to choose between healing or destroying. Yet, now that she was here, now that the weight of the echoes rested in her hands, she found herself questioning everything she had ever believed. What if she wasn't strong enough? What if she couldn't handle the burden of the echoes? What if she chose wrong? But then, as if in answer to her thoughts, a voice, familiar and comforting, echoed through the silence. "You are not alone, Alicia." She froze, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was unmistakable. It was the same voice that had spoken to her in the darkness, the one that had guided her through the trials of the abyss. The one that had always been there, even when she didn't realize it. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Why are you here?" The air around her shimmered, and the stars above seemed to bend in on themselves, forming a swirling vortex of light. The ground beneath her feet rippled, and the path before her stretched and twisted, as if reflecting the turmoil within her heart. Slowly, the figure appeared, stepping out of the swirling mass of light. It was her. But not her. The figure stood tall, its features indistinct, obscured by the radiance surrounding it. The face was a blur of light, but there was something in the eyes, something that resonated deep within Alicia. She felt a surge of recognition, as though this being was a reflection of her own soul, yet separate, distinct. "You are me," Alicia whispered, the words barely leaving her lips before she could stop herself. "But how?" The figure nodded, its form shifting as though it were made of the very light that surrounded them. "I am the echoes, Alicia. I am the part of you that you've hidden away, the part of you that has been waiting for this moment." Alicia's heart raced. "What moment? What do you mean?" The figure's gaze softened, a deep understanding in its eyes. "You have always known. Deep down, what must be done. The echoes are part of you, and you are part of them. You are not separate from this world, Alicia. You are the bridge between it and everything beyond. She took a step back, the weight of the figure's words crashing down on her. She had never fully understood her connection to the echoes, never realized how deeply intertwined she was with the forces that had shaped the universe. But now, in the presence of this being, this reflection of her own soul, everything seemed to make sense. But I don't know what to do with all of this, she whispered, her voice breaking. I don't know how to control it. The power, the responsibility. It's too much. The figure tilted its head, its eyes glowing with a soft, reassuring light. You do not need to control it, Alicia. You must allow it to flow through you. The echoes are not a weapon to be wielded. They are a force, a balance, a part of the universe itself. To heal or destroy is not the choice you must make. The true choice is in how you guide them. Alicia stared at the figure, confusion still clouding her thoughts. Then what is the choice I must make? The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming yet comforting. The choice is whether you accept your place within the echoes or reject it. Will you embrace the connection that binds you to everything, or will you sever it, choosing isolation and fear over unity and understanding? Alicia felt a shiver run through her as the figure's words settled into her mind. The weight of them was profound, but it wasn't the kind of weight that crushed her. Instead, it felt like a revelation, an understanding of something far greater than herself. She had always felt different, set apart from the world around her. But now, standing before this being, she realized the truth. She had always been part of the echoes. She had always been connected to the pulse of time, to the currents that flowed through the universe. And now, the choice she had to make was not whether to heal or destroy, but whether to accept her place within the vastness of it all. I don't know if I can accept it, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I'm scared. The figure's expression softened, and it reached out, its hand hovering just above hers. Fear is natural, Alicia. But you do not have to face it alone. The echoes will guide you. They will show you the way, if only you are willing to listen. Alicia closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the echoes pressing against her mind. The whispers, the voices, the pull of time, they were all around her now, waiting for her to make the choice. And in that moment, as the figure stood before her, the stars above her dimming and brightening in a pattern she could not fully comprehend, Alicia made her decision. She would listen. I accept it, she said, her voice steady now. I accept my place within the echoes. The figure smiled, its form fading as it stepped back into the light. Then the path is clear, Alicia. You are ready. As the figure disappeared, the stars above her shone brighter, their patterns shifting once more. The path beneath her feet seemed to solidify, and the hum of the echoes grew louder, more distinct. Alicia stood tall, the weight of her decision settling into her soul like a deep breath. She was no longer just a traveler in the abyss. She was part of something far greater, far more ancient. And as she stepped forward, guided by the light of the echoes, she knew that whatever came next, she would face it with clarity and purpose. The echoes of time had never felt so close, Alicia moved deeper into the labyrinthine expanse of the abyss, each step more certain than the last. The path beneath her feet now shimmered with an almost ethereal glow, like a river of light flowing through the heart of darkness. The overwhelming weight of her decision still lingered in her chest, but now it was tempered with a quiet resolve. The echoes had accepted her, and she had accepted them in return. There was no going back now, but what lay ahead? What awaited her on this path that had no end, no clear destination? The deeper she walked, the more the world around her seemed to blur and shift, as though the very fabric of reality was bending to the rhythm of her steps. The stars above were no longer mere points of light. They swirled in patterns she couldn't quite comprehend, forming constellations that seemed familiar yet foreign at the same time. The echoes of voices past whispered in her ears, each one adding to the cacophony of thoughts that raced through her mind. She felt their presence, like shadows lurking at the edge of her consciousness. They weren't just the voices of those who had come before her, they were the voices of the future, of those yet to be born. The echoes had always been, and they would always be. And now, they had chosen her as their guide. The sound of footsteps echoed through the vast emptiness, but Alicia knew she was alone. There was no one here, not in the physical sense. But the very air around her felt alive, humming with an energy she could almost touch. It was as though the entire abyss was aware of her, watching her every move. A sudden shiver ran down her spine as the air grew colder, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift. The once glowing stones began to dull, their light flickering as though struggling to remain visible. Alicia's breath caught in her throat, her heartbeat quickening. Something was coming. Something was changing. She stopped, closing her eyes to concentrate. The whispers in her mind had grown louder, more insistent. She could feel their pull, like invisible threads tugging at her soul, urging her forward. But this time, the pull was not comforting. It was almost like a warning. Before she could take another step, a figure appeared before her, emerging from the very shadows themselves. It was tall and imposing, its form cloaked in darkness. The figure was cloaked in flowing robes of midnight black, its face hidden in the folds of the hood. But despite the obscured features, Alicia could feel its presence. It was not just a figure, it was a force, an embodiment of the abyss itself. The figure raised a hand, and the air around them rippled, distorting as if reality itself was bending to its will. The echoes of voices fell silent, replaced by a deep, resonating hum that seemed to reverberate within Alicia's very bones. "You have chosen, Alicia," the figure's voice rumbled, its tone deep and heavy, like the reverberation of a distant thunderclap. "But do you truly understand the weight of your choice?" Alicia's throat tightened, but she stood her ground. "I do. I accepted the echoes because I understand that they are part of me. Part of everything. The abyss is not just a place. It is a force. And I will guide it." The figure tilted its head, its hood shifting as if studying her with an unseen gaze. "You think you understand? You think you are ready for what lies ahead?" The voice seemed to grow colder, more menacing. "You are not the first to seek the power of the echoes. Many before you have tried and failed. They were consumed, swallowed by the very darkness they sought to control." A chill ran down her spine, but she refused to back away. I am not like them, Alicia replied, her voice steady. I know the risks. But I also know the path forward. The echoes are not a weapon to be controlled. They are a tool to be understood. I will not be consumed by them. The figure's laughter echoed through the abyss, a hollow sound that reverberated through the air like the distant tolling of a bell. Such confidence. Such conviction. But it is misplaced. You cannot control the echoes, Alicia. They will control you. With a flick of the figure's wrist, the ground beneath her feet began to shift. The stones cracked and crumbled, and the once stable path began to twist and writhe as though alive. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling, the stars above flickering like dying embers. Alicia's heart raced as she fought to maintain her balance. The figure's presence was overwhelming, its power radiating outward like a force of nature. She could feel the pull of the abyss, the lure of its endless void, tempting her to let go, to surrender, but she couldn't. Not now, I will not be swayed, Alicia declared, her voice cutting through the chaos that surrounded her. I will face the echoes, no matter what form they take. For a moment, there was silence. The figure regarded her with something akin to amusement. You are strong, Alicia. But strength alone will not be enough. It raised a hand again, and this time, a flash of light erupted from its fingertips, striking the ground before her. The ground cracked open, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness beneath. The abyss is always watching, the figure whispered, its voice a distant echo now. And it will test you. It will show you your deepest fears, your greatest regrets. Only when you face them will you truly understand what it means to be one with the echoes. The vortex below her feet began to grow, expanding as it pulled at her, threatening to consume her. Alicia's heart pounded in her chest, but she refused to fall. She could feel the pull of the abyss, the weight of its dark power, but she knew she could not give in. Not now. With a final, defiant step forward, she spread her arms wide, her voice rising above the darkness. I will not let fear control me. I will not let the abyss swallow me. I am the echoes, and I will stand against whatever comes. The darkness did not swallow her. It tested her, weighed her resolve, but Alicia remained standing. The vortex at her feet churned like a bottomless pit, its spiraling energy reaching for her, yet she resisted its pull. The hooded figure had vanished, but its presence still lingered, woven into the very fabric of the abyss. Alicia took a deep breath, her pulse steadying. The echoes around her shifted, voices murmuring in hushed tones, as though assessing her. She had faced the void and refused to yield. But this was only the beginning, a single step forward, and the abyssal vortex dissipated, the ground solidifying beneath her feet once more. The oppressive weight of the darkness eased, and in its place, a soft luminescence began to spread. It was unlike the eerie glow of the abyss. This was warmer, steadier. A light that did not belong here. Alicia turned, and before her stood a door. It was ancient, crafted from a material that shimmered between stone and something less tangible, like crystallized light. Its surface was carved with symbols, ones she had seen before, in dreams, in fragments of forgotten memories. They pulsed gently, as though alive, responding to her presence. this door was not meant to keep her out. It was waiting for her. She reached out, placing her palm against the cool surface. The moment her skin made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, not painful, but powerful. The symbols flared, and the door began to shift, the stone unraveling like threads in a tapestry, dissolving into the air. Beyond it lay a vast expanse, nothing like the abyss she had known. It was a place between worlds, a liminal space where the echoes of time wove together. Stars hung suspended in an endless sky, yet there was ground beneath her feet, solid and unshifting. In the distance, figures emerged. Not shadows, not specters, but people. Some were familiar, faces from her past, mentors, lost friends. Others were strangers, yet she felt their presence as if she had always known them. The echoes had taken form. One figure stepped forward. A woman, tall and regal, with eyes that shimmered like the surface of a moonlit lake. Her robes flowed like liquid silver, and though her face was unfamiliar, there was something in her gaze, recognition, expectation. "You have come far, Alicia," the woman said, her voice resonating through the space, not just heard, but felt. "But you stand at the threshold. Do you truly understand what lies ahead?" Alicia met her gaze without hesitation. "I understand that I was chosen. That the echoes are not a power to be wielded, but a path to be walked." The woman inclined her head slightly, as if pleased. "And yet, paths diverge. The echoes do not bind, they offer. You have seen what the abyss holds, the truths it whispers. But there is more. The final choice remains." Alicia's fingers curled slightly. "The choice to become one with the echoes." The woman nodded. "Or to walk away." Silence stretched between them. The thought of turning back had never truly crossed her mind. But now, standing at the precipice, the weight of it pressed against her. This was not just a trial to overcome. It was a decision that would define her existence. She would not merely wield knowledge. She would become a part of it, woven into the very fabric of the echoes. Her essence would no longer be her own, it would be shared, eternal. She exhaled slowly, feeling the certainty settle within her bones. "I am ready." The woman's expression remained unreadable, but she extended a hand. Then stepped forward, and embraced the final truth. Alicia took the first step, the stars around her pulsed, the air shimmering with unseen energy. As she moved forward, the figures around her faded into light, their forms dissolving into streams of glowing threads that wove themselves into her very being, and for the first time, she did not hear the echoes. She was the echoes. The moment Alicia stepped forward, the world around her shifted. The stars, the figures, the shimmering expanse, all unraveled into threads of light, spiraling into her, through her. She felt no pain, only a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through every fiber of her being. She was dissolving, or was she becoming? Her breath caught as she felt herself pulled into something vast, endless and ancient. The echoes were not just voices, they were memories, lives, entire existences woven together beyond time itself. And now, she was part of them. The woman in silver remained before her, though her form was no longer solid. She was light, shifting like a reflection on water. Her eyes held no sorrow, no joy, only knowing, You are at the convergence, the woman said, her voice resonating within Alicia rather than around her. To go forward means to leave behind what you were. The past, the future, these will no longer be linear for you. Are you prepared to exist as one with the echoes? Alicia's mind spun. Memories that were not hers flickered through her thoughts, 1,000 lives lived, 1,000 choices made. She saw civilizations rise and fall, love found and lost, endless cycles repeating across the fabric of existence. To become one with the echoes meant she would no longer be Alicia, not in the way she understood. Her individuality would not vanish, but it would no longer be singular. She would exist across time, within time, a choice, always a choice. The woman extended her hand again, and for the first time, Alicia saw the faintest flicker of something in her expression, an emotion she couldn't quite place, uncertainty, regret. This is the moment where most turn away, the woman murmured. Few accept what it means to transcend. Alicia exhaled, steadying herself. She had come so far, unraveled so much. She had faced fear, darkness, and the abyss itself. To turn back now, to deny the path she had fought for, she met the woman's gaze. I am not afraid. A pause. Then, the woman smiled, not a knowing smile, not a condescending one, just something quiet. Almost human, then stepped forward. Alicia did, and the abyss shattered. She awoke, or rather, she became, no body. No form. Only awareness. The echoes surrounded her, yet they were not separate from her. She could hear the whisper of every thought, feel the brush of every past and future moment. She saw the entire weave of existence, stretching infinitely in all directions. She understood, she was within the echoes. She was the echoes, and yet, at the very core of her being, something remained. A flicker of self. A tether, Alicia. The name felt distant, like an old melody half remembered. But it was hers. A reminder of who she had been. The woman in silver's voice resonated through the vastness. You are the first in an age to step through and still hold on to yourself. Alicia, no, the part of her that was still Alicia, focused. The vastness should have been overwhelming, but it wasn't. She could feel the weight of every moment, but it did not crush her, it guided her. She reached out, not with hands, but with thought, with will. The threads of time shifted at her touch, bending to her presence. She saw them all, the choices, the possibilities, the infinite roads not yet taken. She could let go. Let herself be woven completely into the echoes, dissolve into the eternal flow of existence, or, she could guide it, shape it. Control was an illusion. She understood that now. The echoes were not meant to be wielded as a tool, nor feared as an unknowable force. They were, and they always would be, but perhaps they could be influenced. A ripple ran through the abyss. A shift. A new path forming. The woman in silver regarded her. And so, you choose neither surrender nor rejection. Alicia's presence pulsed with understanding. I choose balance. The woman inclined her head. Then you are truly the first. For the first time, the abyss did not whisper, it listened. The silence stretched across the endless expanse, vast and unfamiliar. Alicia had spent so long listening to the whispers of the echoes, their voices weaving through her thoughts like threads in an unseen loom. But now, for the first time, the echoes were listening to her. She existed within them, yet apart. A paradox. A singularity within infinity. The woman in silver stood before her, no longer an untouchable figure of mystery but something more. Grounded. She was no longer just a guide, nor a test. She was a presence, like Alicia, part of the echoes, but not lost within them. You have altered the course, the woman said, her voice rippling through the vastness. This has never happened before. Alicia could feel the truth in those words. Every other soul who had entered the echoes had either surrendered to them or rejected them entirely, returning to the world unchanged. But she had found something different, something between surrender and resistance. Balance. She reached out, not with a hand but with her will, touching the fabric of existence itself. The strands of reality trembled at her presence, shifting and coiling like waves on an unseen shore. The echoes responded, memories surged through her, but not as chaotic fragments. They were ordered, structured like a vast library of knowledge. She could see them, endless timelines, possibilities stretching in every direction. Some were familiar. Others had never come to pass. She understood now. The echoes were not just voices of the past, they were the potential of every moment, every choice. They showed what was, what could be, what should have been, and what never was. And for the first time, someone stood within them with the power to navigate that endless maze, the shift. A tremor, something stirred in the abyss. Alicia turned her attention outward. She was no longer just a traveler standing at the threshold. She was within the echoes now, and something within them was changing. The woman in silver regarded her carefully. You have opened a door that cannot be closed. Alicia met her gaze. Then I will walk through it. A pause, then, for the first time, the woman laughed, not an eerie, hollow sound. Not the laughter of something ancient and unknowable. It was warm, real, like sunlight breaking through an endless storm. I had forgotten. She murmured, more to herself than to Alicia. I had forgotten what it was like to see something new. She stepped closer, the glow of her form softening. You are no longer a seeker, Alicia. You are something else now. And the echoes will never be the same. Alicia could feel it. The fabric of the abyss was shifting, reshaping itself around her presence. She was no longer a visitor in this space. She belonged here, and yet, she still felt the pull of the world she had left behind. The idea of returning, of stepping away from this vast, endless knowledge, felt impossible. And yet, she knew she could. The echoes would allow it. She could step back into her own time, her own existence. Carrying the wisdom of the abyss within her, or, she could remain, become part of something greater. She was at the precipice of a choice unlike any other. And this time, no voice, no whisper, no unseen force would decide for her. For the first time, in all of eternity, the decision was hers. Alicia stood at the convergence of all things. The echoes swirled around her like an eternal tide, shifting between past, present, and futures that had never come to be. For the first time, she understood the nature of this place, not just as a vast archive of knowledge, but as something alive. She had become part of it. And yet, she was still herself. The woman in silver watched her carefully. Waiting, not as a guardian, but as an equal. "You hesitate," the woman said, her voice carrying the weight of countless ages. Alicia exhaled, though she had no body to breathe with. "I have a choice to make." The woman tilted her head. "Indeed. And yet, unlike those before you, you understand that neither path is an end." Alicia reached out, not with her hands, but with her will, and the echoes responded. She saw the possibilities stretched before her. One path led her deeper into the abyss, where she would become fully one with the echoes, existing beyond time, guiding the flow of existence itself. She would never be alone, but she would no longer be truly Alicia. The other path led back to the world she had known, but changed. She would carry the knowledge of the echoes within her, shaping her reality with the wisdom of all that had come before. Both paths had weight. Neither was easy, and yet. She smiled, because for the first time, she realized something. She did not have to choose. The abyss was not a place of absolutes. It was not a prison or a gift. It was a bridge. A ripple passed through the echoes, as if they had heard her thoughts and were waiting to see what she would do. Alicia turned to the woman in silver. "You were the first, weren't you?" The woman's expression did not change. "The first to step into the echoes and remain." "Yes. But not the first to leave." A flicker of something crossed the woman's face. Alicia took a step forward, if movement could even exist here. "You forgot what it was like to be in the world." The woman remained silent. Alicia's presence pulsed with understanding. "You don't have to stay." The woman inhaled sharply. And for the first time, she felt human. "I am the guardian of the echoes," she whispered, though her voice trembled. Alicia reached out, not as a seeker, but as someone offering a hand. "You were. But the echoes are changing." She could feel it, time shifting, reshaping, allowing for something new. The echoes had always been a cycle. A place where seekers came, where knowledge was gained, but where none could ever truly return. But she had done the impossible. She had entered without losing herself, and now, she could leave without breaking the balance. So could the woman in silver. A choice, a moment, a breath. The woman in silver hesitated for only a fraction of eternity. Then, for the first time in countless ages, she took Alicia's hand, and together, they stepped into the unknown. Alicia had expected resistance. A force holding her back. A final test before she could return, but there was none. The echoes did not rage or collapse as she and the woman in silver moved toward the threshold. They did not scream or warn or beg. They simply watched, and then, as if satisfied, they began to shift. The vast abyss was no longer an endless void of whispers, it was reforming. The once chaotic flow of time, memory, and possibility was settling into something new. The echoes no longer demanded, no longer sought to pull souls into their grasp. They were changing, just as Alicia had changed, just as the woman beside her had changed. Alicia turned, meeting the woman's gaze. "You can feel it, can't you?" The woman nodded slowly, something unfathomable flickering in her silver eyes. "For so long, I believed I was part of this place. That I was the echoes. But I was wrong. I was merely waiting." Alicia smiled, waiting for someone to remind you that you existed beyond them. A pause, then the woman laughed, not the eerie, hollow sound Alicia had first heard, but a genuine, soft, human laugh. I had forgotten, the woman admitted, what it was like to be. The threshold shimmered before them. It was not a door, not a portal, but a moment, a point where two realities met. Alicia reached forward, her fingers brushing the space between. It was warm, familiar. The pull of the world she had left behind. The woman in silver hesitated. What if we step through and find nothing waiting for us? Alicia turned to her. Then we make something new. A final breath, and then, hand in hand, they stepped forward, leaving the abyss behind. The moment Alicia and the woman in silver crossed the threshold, reality shifted. It was not a violent rupture, not a collapse of time and space. It was a breath, a slow, steady exhalation, as if the abyss itself was sighing in relief. Then there was light, not the cold, distant shimmer of the echoes, but the warmth of the real world. The air was thick with the scent of rain, of earth after a storm, of something alive. Alicia's feet touched solid ground, cool stone beneath her fingertips, a breeze brushing against her skin. She was back. The woman in silver stood beside her, no longer glowing, no longer otherworldly. Her once ethereal robes had softened into something tangible, something worn with time. Her eyes, once mirrors of eternity, now reflected something else entirely, uncertainty. Alicia took a breath. We made it. The woman looked down at her hands as if seeing them for the first time. She clenched them into fists, then released them, feeling the movement, the weight of her own existence. I had forgotten what it meant to be here, she whispered. To feel. Alicia turned, taking in their surroundings. They were no longer in the endless void of the abyss, but they were not quite home either. The landscape stretched in all directions, a blend of past and present. Ruins stood where cities had once thrived, rivers flowed where deserts should have been. The sky shimmered with unfamiliar stars. This was the world, but it had changed, or perhaps, she had. A ripple passed through the air. The echoes had not vanished entirely. They were still there, lingering at the edges of reality, but they no longer pulled or whispered. They waited. Alicia could feel it. She was no longer a mere traveler between worlds. She was something new, a bridge between what was and what could be, and she was not alone. The woman in silver met her gaze, something unreadable in her expression. What happens now? Alicia smiled. Whatever we choose. For the first time, she was not bound by fate, by prophecy, by the weight of history pressing down on her shoulders. She was free. And with that freedom came infinite possibilities. The abyss had not been a prison. It had been a beginning, and this was the first step into something greater. As the sun rose over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Alicia took that step forward into the unknown, and the world moved with her. The end. The crystal cavern, deep beneath the earth, hidden from the world above, lay a place of wonder, untouched by time. It was a cavern like no other, a sanctuary of silence and shimmering light, where the air hummed with the soft, unspoken rhythms of the earth. This was a place known only to those who dared to seek it, a secret tucked away in the heart of the world, waiting patiently for the right soul to find it. The journey to the cavern was long and winding, a trek through dark forests, over rocky hills, and across vast, empty plains. But the further you traveled, the more the air seemed to change. The winds whispered of something ancient, something powerful, drawing you forward with an unspoken promise of discovery. As you approached the entrance to the cavern, the landscape shifted once again. The trees grew sparse, and the ground beneath your feet turned to stone, rough and jagged, as if the land itself was protecting the secret that lay ahead. The sky above darkened, not in a threatening way, but in a way that hinted at something hidden, something ancient and mysterious. At the mouth of the cavern stood a massive stone arch, its surface covered in intricate carvings, worn by the ages but still unmistakably beautiful. The symbols on the arch seemed to pulse with a faint light, as though they were alive, as though they were waiting for you to unlock their meaning. It was a doorway, not just to a physical place, but to something deeper, something more profound. With a deep breath, you stepped into the cavern. Immediately, the air around you changed, cooler, thicker, but still somehow comforting. The darkness that had surrounded the entrance gave way to a soft, ethereal glow, as though the very walls of the cavern were made of light. The ground beneath your feet was smooth and firm, the stone walls shimmering with a strange, inner light that seemed to pulse with life. The deeper you ventured, the more the cavern seemed to open up around you. It was vast, its expanse stretching far beyond what your eyes could see, a labyrinth of shimmering crystal formations that rose from the ground like trees, their surfaces reflecting the light in every direction. Some of the crystals were small and delicate, while others were enormous, their jagged edges reaching toward the ceiling like ancient monuments. The air was filled with a soft, melodic hum, the sound of the crystals vibrating in harmony with each other. It was as though the very essence of the cavern was alive, speaking to you in a language older than words. The light from the crystals bathed everything in a soft, silvery glow, casting gentle shadows on the smooth stone floors. It was a world of beauty and stillness, a world where time seemed to stand still. You moved slowly, your footsteps echoing softly in the vast, quiet space. The cavern seemed endless, its walls lined with crystal formations that stretched upward and outward, some so large they seemed to touch the sky itself. The air was thick with a strange, comforting energy, as if the cavern was alive with ancient knowledge, waiting to be discovered. As you ventured further into the heart of the cavern, you came across a large pool of water, its surface smooth and still, reflecting the light of the crystals above. The water was clear, so clear that you could see the soft glow of the crystals beneath the surface, their shapes swirling like a secret dance in the depths. The pool seemed to beckon you, inviting you to come closer, to explore its mysteries. You knelt beside the water, your reflection merging with the light from the crystals above. The moment your fingers touched the surface, the water rippled, sending a soft, silvery wave across the pool. The light from the crystals seemed to shimmer and dance, responding to the movement of the water as though the two were connected in some way. A soft voice echoed in your mind, a whisper that seemed to come from deep within the cavern itself. It was gentle, like the sound of wind through the trees, but it carried with it a weight of ancient wisdom. Every journey has its beginning, the voice said, and every path its purpose. But not all who seek the crystals find what they are searching for. Some come to seek answers, while others come to listen to the whispers of the earth. You stood, looking around at the vast expanse of the cavern. The voice was gone, but its message lingered in the air, hanging in the space between the shimmering crystals. You could feel the weight of it, the pull of the unknown, the call of the cavern to continue deeper into its heart, to uncover the secrets it held within its walls. With a steady breath, you took another step forward, drawn to the depths of the cavern, where the crystals shone brighter, and the whispers of the earth seemed to grow louder, more distinct. The path ahead was uncertain, but you knew that you were meant to follow it. To discover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be revealed, and so, with each step, you ventured deeper into the heart of the crystal cavern, knowing that the journey had only just begun. The deeper you ventured into the cavern, the more the air seemed to shimmer with energy, thick with the weight of forgotten secrets. Every step you took reverberated softly through the stone, the hum of the crystals growing stronger, more insistent, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The walls around you seemed to pulse with an ancient rhythm, and the glow of the crystals intensified, casting reflections that danced like flickers of starlight on the smooth surfaces. The further you went, the more you could feel the presence of something unseen, an entity that inhabited this place, a spirit as old as the land. It was not a presence of malice, but of quiet wisdom, a force that seemed to watch over the cavern, guiding those who entered and sought its depths. It was a feeling of being not alone, but embraced by something far greater than yourself, something timeless. As you moved, the narrow tunnels gradually widened, opening into vast chambers filled with towering crystal formations. The crystals were no longer merely reflections of light, they were alive. Some glowed with soft pastel colors, their surfaces smooth and polished, while others were jagged and raw, their edges sharp like the tips of mountains. The light they emitted shifted constantly, a dance of silvers, blues, and greens, as though the very air was alive with the energy of creation. In the farthest reaches of the cavern, you spotted something new, a crystal that stood alone, taller than all the others, its shape unlike any you had seen before. It was a deep, translucent violet, its surface swirling with patterns that seemed to move and change as you gazed at them. There was an undeniable pull to it, a magnetic force that drew you toward it. As you approached, the hum of the crystals seemed to grow louder, reverberating through your very bones. The air was thick with energy, and the temperature around you dropped slightly, sending a shiver down your spine. The crystal before you was unlike anything you had ever encountered. It was as though it held within it the secrets of the universe, a doorway to knowledge that had been lost to time. The voice from earlier, the one that had whispered to you by the pool, returned. This time, it was clearer, more resonant, as though it came not from the cavern walls but from deep within the crystal itself. The path to understanding lies not in the seeking of answers, it said, but in the willingness to embrace the unknown. This crystal holds the key to the heart of the cavern, and it will reveal itself to you only when you are ready to listen. You reached out, your fingers brushing the cool surface of the crystal. The moment you made contact, a surge of energy shot through you, a wave of warmth that spread through your body, leaving a faint glow on your skin. The light from the crystal brightened, and the air around you seemed to hum in response. It was as though the cavern itself was awakening, shifting in response to your touch. For a moment, everything was still. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something, for you to take the next step. Then, slowly, a faint crack appeared along the surface of the crystal, running down its length like a lightning strike. The crack split open, revealing a hidden chamber within. A soft, inner light pulsing gently from within, the voice returned, its tone softer now, almost tender. "Enter," it said, "and discover what lies beyond. But know that once you step inside, you may never return the same. The crystal will show you what you need to see, not what you wish to see." With a deep breath, you stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the chamber within the crystal. The moment you crossed the divide, the world around you changed. The cavern dissolved into a soft glow, and you found yourself standing in an endless expanse of stars, a vast sea of light that stretched far beyond what your eyes could comprehend. The air was thin, almost weightless, as if you were standing between worlds. The stars above shimmered and swirled in patterns, forming shapes and symbols, each one alive with meaning. They felt familiar, as though you had seen them before, in a dream, or perhaps in a memory that had long been forgotten. Each constellation seemed to tell a story, its movements weaving together into an ancient narrative, a story that stretched back to the very beginning of time. In the distance, you saw a figure, a shadowy form standing at the edge of the stars. The figure turned slowly to face you, and as they did, their features became clear. It was a being of light, their bodies shifting and flickering like the very stars around you. Their face was gentle, serene, with eyes that seemed to see into the depths of your soul. "Welcome," the being said, their voice a melody that resonated deep within you, like a long-lost song that had finally been remembered. "You have entered the heart of the cavern, and now you stand on the threshold of understanding. But remember, knowledge is not a gift that can be given freely. It must be earned." The stars around you began to shift, rearranging themselves into a spiral, a vortex of light that seemed to draw you inward. You felt the pull of it, the desire to understand, to know what lay at the center of this cosmic dance. But there was a caution in the being's voice, a reminder that not all journeys lead to the answers we seek. The path ahead is not an easy one. The being continued. "You will be tested, and you must choose carefully. The crystal has opened the door, but it is you who must decide whether to step through it." The stars shimmered once more, their light bright and comforting, yet you felt a growing sense of responsibility, as if the very fate of your journey rested on the choices you would make. You took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision before you. This was not just a physical journey, it was a journey of the mind and spirit. The cavern, the crystal, the stars, all of it was a mirror, reflecting your innermost self, and the path ahead would reveal as much about who you were as it would about the universe itself. With a final, steadying breath, you stepped forward into the swirling vortex, knowing that the next step of your journey had begun, and it would change everything. As you stepped into the vortex of light, the world around you seemed to dissolve into a brilliant sea of swirling colors, an endless expanse of glowing fragments that rippled like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. The stars faded away, replaced by an immense, infinite glow that engulfed you completely. Time, as you knew it, no longer seemed to exist. There was only this overwhelming sensation of motion, yet you were still, suspended in the very heart of the universe, surrounded by the pulse of everything that was. A soft hum filled the space around you, the vibration of countless unseen forces moving in harmony. It was soothing, like the gentle sound of a lullaby, and it carried with it a sense of peace that calmed your mind and heart. But beneath that tranquility, there was an undeniable undercurrent of something deeper, something ancient that whispered of hidden truths and mysteries beyond your understanding. The being of light, the one who had greeted you, was no longer visible, but you could feel its presence around you, as though it were watching over you, guiding you. The air around you shimmered, and suddenly, a new shape began to form before you, slowly materializing from the glow. It was a figure, but not quite human. Its form was translucent, made of the same light that surrounded you, and it seemed to shift and flow like liquid crystal, its edges constantly changing, as if it were never entirely fixed. This figure moved toward you with graceful steps, and as it approached, you felt the sensation of being drawn closer to it, as if it were pulling you gently into its orbit. It spoke, its voice soft and melodic, like a song carried on the wind. "Traveler," it said, "you have crossed the threshold into the realm of the unknown. Here, all things are connected, and all knowledge lies within reach. But be warned, the path to understanding is not without its trials. You must prove your readiness, for the secrets you seek come with a price." The figure extended a hand, and as it did, the space around you seemed to stretch, revealing visions of the world outside the cavern, and beyond. You saw landscapes of impossibly vast deserts, towering mountains, and endless oceans, each scene bathed in the same soft, ethereal glow that enveloped you now. Each vision was accompanied by whispers, faint and distant, as if the very earth itself was speaking to you. "The world is full of stories," the figure continued, "stories that live and breathe in the land, in the sky, and in the hearts of those who walk its surface. Every stone, every leaf, every creature has its tale. But to understand them, to hear them as they truly are, you must listen with more than your ears." The figure's hand reached forward, and before you could react, you felt a strange pull within your chest, as though something deep inside you was being opened, a door you had never known existed. The sensation was both comforting and unsettling, a connection to something vast, something far older than your own existence. A soft voice whispered in your mind, a thought not entirely your own, "Listen." You closed your eyes and took a deep breath. And then, it happened, the whispers grew louder, clearer. At first, they were scattered and disjointed, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. But as you focused, they began to form into words, into stories, ancient, forgotten tales, all speaking at once. The air around you thrummed with the weight of these voices, and in each whisper, there was a fragment of something timeless. The very earth seemed to speak to you, its language a song that resonated in the deepest parts of your soul. You heard the story of the stars themselves, how they had once been born from the primordial fires of creation, their light a gift from the cosmos, burning bright and steady. You heard the tale of the first trees, how their roots had spread deep into the heart of the earth, connecting every living thing in a vast web of life. You heard of creatures that had roamed the world before time had even been measured. Their lives woven into the fabric of the land, their stories etched in the stones beneath your feet. Each story was a thread, a piece of a greater tapestry, and as you listened, you felt yourself becoming part of it. The knowledge began to flow through you, not in words, but in understanding. The world around you was alive, every part of it intertwined with the others, a living, breathing organism made of stories, of memories, of experiences. And in this vast, interconnected web, you too had a place, a story that was yours alone to tell. But as the whispers grew louder, a new voice emerged from the cacophony, soft, almost imperceptible at first, but growing stronger with each passing moment. It was the voice of the cavern itself, ancient and wise. "Not all stories are meant to be told," the voice said. "Some are hidden for a reason, buried beneath layers of time and space. To unlock them, you must understand the price of knowledge." The figure before you spoke once more, its voice gentle, yet firm. "The cavern has given you its gift, the gift of understanding. But now, you must decide. Will you continue to seek the stories hidden in the deepest corners of the earth, knowing the toll they may take on you? Or will you turn back, content with what you have learned?" The question hung in the air, suspended like a breath held in anticipation. You could feel the weight of it. The weight of the decision before you. The stories were there, within your reach, waiting to be uncovered. But the price of unlocking their secrets, what would it cost you? You took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the cavern coursing through you. You knew that whatever path you chose, it would shape your journey, and your understanding of the world, in ways you could not yet imagine. With a steadying breath, you made your choice. The journey had only just begun. The moment you made your decision, the air around you shifted. The vibrant glow of the realm seemed to pulse, resonating with the choice you had made. The swirling vortex of light around you dimmed slightly, as if the very fabric of reality was taking note. You felt the figure of light watching you, its presence still serene but carrying an undertone of expectancy. "The path ahead is yours alone," the figure said, its voice a calm, steady rhythm that matched the beat of your own heart. "Remember, the knowledge you seek will show you the world through a new lens, but not all knowledge is easy to bear." With a deep, steady breath, you nodded, knowing that this was the way forward. The figure extended its translucent arm once more, and with a sweeping motion, the space around you began to change. The swirling vortex of light around you began to fold in on itself, narrowing until it transformed into a single pathway, glowing faintly beneath your feet. "You are ready," the figure whispered, as you stepped onto the path. The landscape before you shifted again. The warm, glowing expanse of stars and light began to fade, replaced by the dark, solid forms of cavern walls, stretching high into the distance. The air was heavier now, filled with the deep, comforting scent of stone and earth. The crystalline glow from above grew dimmer, and you could feel the weight of time pressing in on you. This was no longer a place of endless expanse, but of solid reality, a place that carried the echoes of all that had come before. As you walked, the path before you narrowed even further, winding deeper into the heart of the cavern. The walls of the cavern seemed to pulse with light now, as though they were alive, responding to your presence, guiding you forward. The soft hum from earlier had returned, now a deep vibration that seemed to resonate with the very marrow of your bones. Each step you took felt as if it brought you closer to something ancient, something hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting to be uncovered. The path twisted and turned, descending deeper into the earth, until you reached a vast chamber, far grander than anything you had encountered so far. The walls of the chamber were covered in veins of crystal, which seemed to hum and glow with an inner light, their colors shifting between shades of purple, blue, and green. In the center of the room stood a single, enormous crystal, its surface gleaming with an otherworldly glow. It towered above you, its jagged edges reaching toward the high ceiling, casting intricate, shifting shadows across the chamber. You could feel the power of the crystal, its energy radiating outward like the pulse of the earth itself. It seemed to call to you, beckoning you closer. The voice that had guided you before, gentle, yet firm, spoke once more. "This is the heart of the cavern," it said. "It is here that the secrets of the earth are kept. The crystal before you is the key to unlocking the mysteries you seek. But remember, not all answers come freely. The heart of the cavern will test you, for to unlock its secrets, you must prove your worth." You approached the crystal, feeling the heat radiating from it. The air around you seemed to vibrate with energy, as though the very fabric of the cavern was responding to your presence. The hum of the crystals grew louder, filling the chamber with a deep, resonant sound that seemed to shake the air itself. As you drew closer, the surface of the crystal began to shift. The jagged edges softened, becoming smoother, as if the crystal itself was reacting to your approach. The light from within the crystal flickered, casting soft reflections across the cavern walls. A series of symbols, ancient and mysterious, appeared on its surface, slowly rotating as if to reveal something hidden beneath. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the cavern, a sound like the earth itself groaning in response. The crystal's surface began to glow brighter, the symbols shifting faster now, becoming more intricate, more detailed. It was as if the crystal was alive, and it was asking something of you, something only you could give. The voice of the cavern returned, soft yet clear in your mind. The heart of the cavern does not speak with words. It speaks through actions, through the energy you bring to it. To uncover its secrets, you must be willing to give of yourself, to leave behind a piece of who you are. Only then can the knowledge you seek be revealed. The rumbling continued, growing louder. And the crystal's light flickered erratically. It was as though the very earth was alive, pulsing in time with your heartbeat, and you could feel its weight pressing in on you. A part of you hesitated. Could you truly give up a part of yourself to unlock the secrets of the cavern? But as you stood there, facing the enormous crystal, a sense of clarity washed over you. You realized that the journey you had undertaken was never just about finding answers, it was about transformation. The cavern, the crystal, the very land itself, everything was an extension of the deeper truths that lay within you. To move forward, you needed to let go of what no longer served you, to release a part of yourself that had been holding you back. The figure of light from before appeared again, standing just behind you. Its presence was calm, steady, and reassuring. "You have come far," it said, its voice full of quiet pride. "But now, the final test awaits." You turned your gaze back to the crystal. With a deep breath, you reached out and placed your hand upon its surface. The moment your skin touched the cool surface, a surge of energy rushed through you, a wave of light and warmth that filled your body. The crystal seemed to pulse beneath your touch, as though it was alive, responding to your presence. And then, the symbols on its surface began to shift, revealing the answer you had sought, the knowledge that had been hidden within its depths. In that instant, you felt a rush of understanding, of clarity. The heart of the cavern had revealed its truth to you. But as the crystal's light began to fade, you realized that this was not the end. The cavern, and the knowledge it held, had only just begun to transform you. With a final glance at the now still crystal, you stepped away, feeling a new sense of purpose, a deeper connection to the world around you. The path ahead was still uncertain, but you knew that you were no longer the same. The heart of the cavern had shown you the truth, but now, it was up to you to continue the journey, and so, with the cavern's whispers fading in your ears, you turned back toward the path. Ready for the next chapter of your journey to unfold, as you stepped away from the heart of the cavern, the ground beneath you felt different, as though the very earth was shifting in response to the knowledge now woven into the fabric of your being. The crystal's light dimmed behind you, and the rumbling that had filled the air slowly subsided, leaving only the steady hum of the cavern's heartbeat. It was as though the cavern itself had exhaled, releasing the secrets it had held for so long, now entrusted to you. The air felt thicker, more substantial, as if the space around you had transformed into something more tangible. The gentle, vibrating pulse that had once been a hum now became a soft, rhythmic thrum, a quiet, comforting sound that filled the empty chambers and seemed to guide your every step. You couldn't shake the sense that the cavern had become more than just a place of stone and crystal. It was now a part of you, and you, a part of it. The walls of the cavern around you seemed to stretch endlessly, and yet, each turn, each twist, felt more purposeful, as if the path was becoming clearer with every step you took. The way forward was no longer obscured by the weight of uncertainty. Instead, it was illuminated by the newfound understanding you had gained, but even as the light of the crystal faded, a new shadow emerged, a sense of foreboding that began to creep into your thoughts. The cavern was not without its dangers, and although you had uncovered the secrets of the heart, you knew that the true trials of this place were only just beginning. The figure of light appeared beside you once more, its form shimmering softly in the dim glow of the cavern. Its voice, still gentle and calm, spoke, but this time, there was an edge of caution to it. "You have learned much, traveler," it said, "but know that knowledge comes with responsibility. The path you walk is one of discovery, but also of sacrifice. The secrets you have unlocked are not without their costs. The cavern tests all who enter, and though you may now see what lies hidden, you must be prepared for the consequences of this truth." You paused, the weight of its words settling deep within you. The cavern's whispering hum seemed to grow louder, as if it too were aware of the shift in the air, of the new awareness that had taken root within you. The path ahead was still uncertain, but you knew that you could no longer turn back. The knowledge you had gained was not something you could easily forget, nor was it something that could be unlearned. Where does this path lead? You asked, your voice steadied despite the swirling thoughts that filled your mind. The figure paused, its translucent form rippling slightly as it contemplated your question. It turned its gaze toward the winding tunnel ahead, its gaze far away. As though it could see beyond the cavern's walls, "The path ahead leads to the next trial," it replied. "The cavern holds many tests, each designed to challenge you in ways you cannot yet comprehend. The deeper you go, the more you will learn, but you must be ready to face what lies within." With a soft sigh, the figure placed a hand gently on your shoulder, its touch warm and reassuring. "You are not alone in this journey. The cavern knows you now, and it will guide you. But the path is yours to walk, and the choices you make will shape your future." As the figure's words lingered in the air, you took a deep breath, steadying yourself for whatever lay ahead. The cavern's path continued to stretch out before you. Its twists and turns veiled in shadow, but you no longer felt uncertain. The knowledge you had gained, both of the cavern and of yourself, had ignited a spark within you. You were no longer just a traveler, an observer of this strange and mysterious world. You were part of it now, woven into its fabric, its stories, and its secrets. With a final glance at the figure of light, you began to walk forward once more. The walls around you seemed to shift in time with your steps, guiding you deeper into the heart of the cavern. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but you no longer feared it. You had faced the unknown before, and each time, you had emerged stronger. The cavern, with its ancient secrets and forgotten truths, was no longer a place of uncertainty and fear. It was a place of discovery, a place where knowledge and wisdom grew like crystals from the very bones of the earth. And now, with every step you took, you could feel the cavern itself breathing alongside you, guiding you through the next chapter of your journey. As you walked deeper into the heart of the crystal cavern, the air grew colder, the stone beneath your feet rougher, and the shadows seemed to grow longer. But within you, a steady warmth burned. The path may have been fraught with challenges, but you were ready. The cavern had given you its gift, the knowledge you had sought, but now it was time to learn the final lesson, how to wield that knowledge, and how to live with the consequences of what you had uncovered. And as the last flicker of light from the crystal faded behind you, you knew that the cavern's true test was yet to come. As the deeper recesses of the cavern unfolded before you, the shadows grew denser, heavier with the weight of what lay beyond. The air around you thickened, carrying the faintest trace of coldness, an ancient chill that seemed to seep from the very walls of the cavern. The path ahead twisted and narrowed, the stone underfoot becoming jagged, sharp in places, as though the cavern itself had been carved by forces far older than time itself. With each step, the hum that had once surrounded you seemed to grow fainter, swallowed by the depth and silence of the cavern. The only sound now was the soft echo of your footsteps, reverberating off the smooth walls, fading into the shadows. It was as if you were walking deeper into the earth's heart, where the air held secrets untold and the darkness stretched endlessly. The glow of the crystals lining the walls had begun to dim, their once vibrant colors now muted, barely perceptible in the growing darkness. But still, you pressed on, guided by the quiet strength that had been awakened within you, the strength that the cavern had ignited, and the knowledge it had bestowed. The very path you walked seemed to respond to your presence, shifting, guiding you forward as though the cavern itself was aware of your every move. The air shifted once again, growing heavier still. You could feel a subtle shift in the energy around you, as if the cavern was preparing to reveal something hidden deep within the folds of its ancient stone. The silence grew more profound, thick with anticipation, and you knew that the moment you had been waiting for was drawing near. And then, without warning, the path before you opened into a vast chamber. It was unlike any space you had encountered before. The walls of this chamber were not like the smooth, glimmering surfaces of the cavern you had walked through. Instead, they were rough and uneven, as though carved by something far more primal, their surfaces jagged and worn. Coated in layers of dust and age, the air in this chamber was cold, frigid, almost, but it carried with it a weight, as though it had been sealed off from the rest of the world for centuries. In the center of the room stood a massive stone pillar, its surface covered in intricate, twisting runes. The pillar glowed faintly, casting eerie shadows across the chamber. It was as if it were alive, its very presence pulsing with an ancient power that seemed to hum with an energy of its own. As you approached, the runes on the pillar began to shift, slowly at first, then faster as your presence drew closer. The symbols twisted and turned, their meaning unknowable, yet somehow familiar. You reached out a hand, your fingers brushing lightly against the surface of the stone. The moment your skin touched the cold rock, a jolt of energy shot through you, sending a wave of light across the chamber. The runes began to glow brighter, their light becoming blinding, flooding the space around you with an intense radiance. For a moment, you were overwhelmed by the force of the light, the power of the pillar surging through you, filling you with an understanding that was both comforting and unsettling. The cavern was revealing its secrets to you, but this new knowledge was different from what you had learned before. It was ancient, primal, a force older than anything you had yet encountered in the depths of the earth. As the light began to fade, the voice of the cavern returned, soft and resonant, echoing in your mind. "This is the well of ancient memory," it said, its tone reverberating like a distant thunderclap. "It holds the records of all that has come before. All that was forgotten, all that was lost, and all that was once known. To unlock its power, you must place your trust in the past, and in the choices of those who came before you." The pillar before you began to pulse once more, the runes shifting and changing in ways that you could not fully comprehend. You could feel a presence within the chamber, something ancient, something that had been waiting for you. It was as if the well itself had been expecting you to arrive. As if you were the key to unlocking the truth buried within its depths, the voice of the cavern continued, this time more insistent. "You must decide, traveler. Will you take the knowledge of the ancients into your heart, and with it, the burden of their choices? Or will you leave it behind, allowing the past to remain buried in the depths of the earth?" The question hung in the air like a heavy weight. You felt the immense power of the well, the allure of its knowledge drawing you in, calling to you with promises of enlightenment and understanding. But at the same time, you could feel the weight of the past pressing down upon you, the mistakes, the regrets, the decisions made by those who had come before you. It was a choice unlike any you had faced before. The knowledge offered to you was immense, but so too was the responsibility that came with it. Could you bear the weight of the past? Could you carry the memories of those who had long since vanished, their decisions shaping the very fabric of the world you now walked through? You hesitated, your hand still resting lightly against the stone pillar. The cavern around you seemed to hold its breath, the energy in the air growing more intense with each passing second. The well's light flickered and dimmed, awaiting your decision, and as you stood there, a realization began to form in the depths of your mind. This was not just about the knowledge of the past, it was about understanding your place in the greater tapestry of existence. The choices of those who came before you had shaped the world, but now, it was your turn to shape the future. The cavern, the well, the knowledge, it was all part of something much larger than yourself. The path ahead was still unknown, but you understood now that it was not the past that defined you, nor was it the knowledge of those who had come before. It was the choices you would make, the legacy you would create, and so, with a steady breath, you made your decision. You would accept the knowledge of the ancients, but only on your own terms. You would carry it forward, not as a burden, but as a gift, a guide for the future, not a chain to the past, the moment you made this decision. The energy around you shifted. The light from the pillar flared brightly, then slowly faded to a soft, steady glow. The runes on the stone began to shift once more, their light now calm, almost soothing. The cavern seemed to sigh in relief, the weight in the air lifting as the presence that had filled the chamber faded into the background. The well of ancient memory had shared its secrets, and with them, you had uncovered a new sense of purpose. The path ahead was still uncertain, but now, you carried with you the wisdom of the ancients, and the understanding that the future was yours to shape. With a final glance at the glowing pillar, you turned and began to walk forward, the next chapter of your journey unfolding before you. The cavern had revealed much, but you knew that there was still more to uncover, more to learn, and more to discover. The cavern's secrets were vast, but your journey was just beginning. The pulse of the well of ancient memory still reverberated in your chest as you continued down the winding path, the weight of its knowledge settling like a cloak around your shoulders. The air, once heavy with the cavern's secrets, now felt clearer, as though the light from the glowing pillar had pierced the shadows, leaving a trail for you to follow. But even with this newfound clarity, you knew the journey ahead was far from over. The cavern had tested you, and it would continue to test you, each step forward revealing new challenges, new mysteries. The tunnel narrowed as you walked, the walls pressing in on you as if the cavern itself were urging you to move faster. The soft, distant hum that had once been your companion seemed to grow louder. Closer, almost as if the cavern were alive, breathing with you. The stones beneath your feet had become smoother, worn down by centuries of travelers, both those who had sought the cavern's secrets and those who had come and gone, never to return. In the distance, you caught sight of a faint light, dim and flickering, like the glow of a far-off star. It was a welcome sight, though you could not say why. The cavern was a place of darkness, but you felt the pull of this light, like a beacon guiding you forward. Your steps quickened as you moved toward it, the cavern around you growing quieter, the air thinning with each passing second. As you approached the light, the ground beneath you began to tremble. A deep, rumbling sound echoing through the passage. The light grew brighter, flickering more intensely now, as if responding to the stirring of the earth. Then, with a final, powerful shudder, the passage before you opened into another vast chamber. Unlike the previous one, this chamber was not cold or ancient. Instead, it was warm, bathed in a soft golden light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The walls were smooth and curved, shimmering like the surface of a lake kissed by the sun. The floor was soft, like a bed of moss, and you could feel the warmth rising from it as you stepped inside. In the center of the room stood a figure, cloaked in radiant light. It was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, an entity that seemed to embody both the past and the future. Its presence was both calming and commanding, a being who had seen countless ages pass and who held within it the wisdom of the world. The air around it hummed, vibrating with energy, yet there was a sense of peace, as though the chamber itself had been created to protect and preserve this being. The figure spoke, its voice rich and deep, resonating in your bones like the sound of a distant thunderstorm. "Welcome, traveler," it said. "You have journeyed far, and yet, your path has only just begun. The cavern has shown you its truths, but it is here, in this place, that you will face the heart of your journey." The figure extended a hand toward you, and the warmth in the room seemed to intensify, filling every corner of the chamber. You could feel the energy around you, alive with potential. "The knowledge you have gained is but the beginning," the figure continued. "For knowledge without wisdom is like a flame without a wick. it burns brightly for a moment, then fades into nothing. You must learn not only what is hidden within these walls but what lies within yourself. The choices you make here will shape not only your future but the future of all that lies beyond. You stood still, absorbing the weight of the figure's words. The cavern, with all its ancient power, was testing you once more. It had shown you the past, and now it was calling you to shape the future. But how? How could you carry such a responsibility, with the knowledge of so many before you weighing so heavily on your heart? The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming yet not suffocating. You are a part of this world, just as much as the stones beneath your feet and the stars above your head. What you do here, in this moment, echoes throughout time. You must choose whether you will leave this place with the wisdom of the ages, or whether you will become a guardian of the future, shaping it with your own hands. You felt a deep sense of knowing settle within you. An understanding that the cavern was not just a place of discovery, but a crossroads. The path you had walked had led you here for a reason, and the choices you made now would decide the course of everything that followed. For a long time, you stood in silence, the weight of the decision pressing on you. The figure's eyes, if it had eyes, seemed to pierce through you, seeing deep into the very core of your being. It was not judging, but merely waiting. Waiting for you to make the decision that would guide you forward, and then, you understood, the journey you had begun was not just about uncovering the secrets of the cavern, it was about understanding the delicate balance of life itself. The cavern, the well, the knowledge you had gained, all of it was a reflection of the world's ebb and flow, its constant cycle of creation and destruction, light and darkness. The future was not something that could be dictated by ancient knowledge alone. It was shaped by the choices of those who walked its path, each step forward creating ripples that spread outward, touching everything and everyone. The cavern had offered you its wisdom, but now, it was time for you to make your own mark on the world. With a deep breath, you made your decision. I will shape the future, you said, your voice steady. I will use the knowledge I have gained, but I will not be bound by it. The world is not meant to be a reflection of the past, but a living, breathing entity that grows and changes. I will walk my path, not as a prisoner of the past, but as a creator of the future. The figure nodded, its form shimmering with approval. Then you have chosen wisely, traveler, it said. The future is in your hands. May your choices lead you to the light. With that, the figure stepped back, and the warmth in the room began to fade, leaving behind a soft glow. The chamber seemed to shift, the walls moving, folding in on themselves as if the very space were alive, adjusting to the energy that now flowed within it. The path ahead was clear, and you knew that the next step of your journey awaited, as you turned and began to walk toward the exit of the chamber. You felt a sense of calm wash over you. The weight of the cavern's knowledge no longer burdened you, it had become a part of you, woven into the fabric of your being. You were no longer just a traveler in the cavern. You were a creator, a guardian of the future. The journey ahead was yours to shape, and with each step you took, you felt the cavern's pulse, steady and strong, echoing in time with your own heart. The crystal cavern had given you its gifts. Now, it was time for you to share yours with the world. The air grew still as you left the radiant chamber behind, the warmth that had enveloped you now fading into the cool embrace of the cavern once more. The echoes of your footsteps, soft and distant, seemed to carry a new weight. The decisions you had made, both profound and simple, lingered in your mind, swirling like the ancient energy that surrounded you. There was no turning back now. The cavern had shown you the way, but it was up to you to continue the journey, to walk the path forged by the wisdom and power you had uncovered. The passage ahead was quieter, more subdued, the once flickering lights now replaced by a steady, soft glow that seemed to pulse gently in the shadows. It was as if the cavern was offering you a moment of reflection, a pause before what lay ahead. The silence was comforting, almost meditative, allowing your thoughts to drift freely. As you walked, your mind wandered back to the figure in the golden chamber. Its words echoed in your ears like a gentle whisper in the back of your mind, "The future is in your hands." The weight of that statement was both a gift and a responsibility. It had shown you that knowledge, though powerful, was not enough on its own. The world you were shaping was not a mere reflection of the past, but a living, breathing entity that required nurturing, care, and, most of all, action. The path ahead grew narrower, the walls around you now jagged and uneven, as though the cavern had returned to its raw, unpolished state. The soft glow from the crystals above grew fainter, but it was not the absence of light that made the space feel different, it was the presence of something else. Something older, something primal. It was as though the cavern had been waiting for you to reach this point, preparing to reveal its final secret. Ahead, a faint sound reached your ears. It was low, like the sound of distant wind rustling through a forest, or the gentle murmur of a stream winding its way through the earth. It was a soothing sound, the kind that carried with it the promise of peace and serenity. The closer you got, the more distinct it became, an almost hypnotic rhythm, pulling you forward like the tide drawing you toward the shore, and then, as you turned a corner, you came upon the source of the sound. It was a pool, a shimmering, crystalline pool, nestled deep within the heart of the cavern. The water was clear, like liquid glass, and it shimmered with an inner light, the same soft glow that had once filled the golden chamber. The pool stretched out before you, its surface undisturbed, as if the very water itself were waiting, still and silent. You approached the edge of the pool, kneeling beside it, the cool air around you carrying the faint scent of earth and stone. The water was so clear that you could see straight to the bottom, where small, glowing stones lay scattered across the floor like forgotten stars. The pool seemed to pulse with energy, its light shifting with the rhythm of the cavern itself, as though it were a living thing, breathing with the life of the earth. The sound you had heard earlier, the soft murmur, came from the pool itself. It was not the wind or the water, but something deeper, something ancient. The pool seemed to speak to you, its voice rising like a song carried on the wind, but the words were indecipherable, lost in the currents of time. You reached out a hand, dipping your fingers into the cool, smooth surface of the water. As your skin touched the surface, a ripple spread outward, distorting the image before you. For a moment, everything seemed to shimmer, as though the pool was showing you something hidden, something beyond what your eyes could see. The image cleared, and you saw a vision. It was not of the past, but of the future. A future shaped by the choices you had made, the path you had chosen to walk. The vision was not clear at first, but as you stared deeper into the pool, it began to take shape, a world full of life, vibrant and full of possibility, yet marked by shadows of uncertainty. There were people, many people, each one with their own story, their own path, their own destiny. You saw yourself among them, not as a solitary figure, but as part of something greater, something woven into the fabric of the world. The vision shifted again, this time showing a moment in time, a choice yet to be made. It was a crossroads, a decision that would change the course of everything. You could not see the outcome, but you could feel its weight, its significance. The ripples in the water seemed to grow, each one carrying with it the potential for change, and then, as quickly as the vision had come, it faded, leaving the pool still and silent once more. You leaned back, your hand withdrawn from the water, your heart racing. The vision had been brief, but its impact was undeniable. The future was not set in stone. It was fluid, shifting with each choice, each action, each moment. The cavern had shown you the path, but it had not given you the answers. Those, you would have to find on your own. The pool, though silent, seemed to hold its breath as if waiting for you to make your next move. It had offered you a glimpse into what could be. But it was not its place to decide the outcome. That was for you to choose. The weight of the vision lingered in your mind, but you knew one thing for certain: you could not remain here forever. The cavern had given you the tools, the wisdom, the knowledge, the clarity, but now it was up to you to take them and forge your own path. The world awaited, and though you did not yet know what the future held, you felt a sense of purpose stir within you, a quiet strength rising to meet the challenges ahead. You stood, taking one final look at the shimmering pool, its surface still and calm once more. The cavern had shared its secrets, and you had seen the possibilities that lay ahead. But now, it was time to leave this place behind and step into the world. With a deep breath, you turned away from the pool and began walking once more, the steady rhythm of your footsteps echoing in the cavern, carrying you forward into the unknown. The journey was not over. It had only just begun. The path ahead beckoned, a faint, winding trail leading deeper into the heart of the cavern. The glowing stones beneath your feet had become more sparse, their soft light replaced by the deeper shadows that lingered in the corners of the world. As you walked, the air grew cooler, the silence more profound. Each step you took seemed to resonate in the stillness, a steady heartbeat in the otherwise quiet world of stone. The cavern felt different now, not merely a place of exploration, but a living entity, aware of your presence, attuned to the choices you had made. It was as though the very walls were watching, waiting, listening to the thoughts and desires that stirred within you. There was no turning back now, no retreating to the simplicity of the past. You had glimpsed the future, and with that vision came an understanding. The path you chose would define not just your own fate, but the fate of all that followed. The deeper you moved into the cavern, the more the air seemed to hum with energy, as though the very stone and crystal were charged with an ancient power, waiting for you to unlock its potential. It was a subtle hum at first, like the distant whisper of wind through the trees. But as you walked, it became more insistent, more tangible, like a song that grew louder and louder, urging you forward. The walls around you began to shift once more. No longer smooth and polished, they became jagged, uneven, as though the very earth was coming alive, reshaping itself in response to your presence. The stones seemed to pulse with light, casting strange, flickering shadows across the cavern floor, and the air grew thick with anticipation. Ahead, a faint light shimmered in the distance, barely visible through the thick veil of shadows that surrounded you. It was a soft, otherworldly glow. Not the warm golden light of the previous chamber, but a colder, more ethereal radiance, like the glow of the moon reflected on still water. It drew you in, like the pull of the tide, steady and unrelenting. You quickened your pace, the pull of the light growing stronger with each step, until you reached a wide opening. The space before you was unlike anything you had seen in the cavern thus far. It was vast, far larger than any of the previous chambers. The walls were made of massive, translucent crystals, their surfaces rippling with color as if they were alive, reflecting the light in 1,000 different directions. The ground beneath you was covered in a soft, thick carpet of moss. And the air was thick with the scent of earth and the cool dampness of stone. In the center of the room stood an enormous crystal, taller than any tree, its facets gleaming like the surface of a frozen lake, capturing the light and refracting it in dazzling patterns across the cavern. The crystal seemed to pulse with life, its glow shifting from deep blues to fiery reds, as though it were breathing, alive with ancient energy. It stood at the center of the room, the source of the cavern's hum, the very heart of this mystical place. You approached cautiously, sensing the power that radiated from the crystal. As you drew closer, you felt a strange compulsion to touch it, to connect with it in a way you could not fully understand. The crystal seemed to call to you, its energy beckoning, urging you to reach out and make contact. With a deep breath, you extended your hand toward the crystal. The moment your fingers brushed its smooth surface, a jolt of energy shot through you, as though the very earth had come alive in that instant, flowing into your body, flooding your mind with visions. You saw flashes of light, bright and blinding, before you were immersed in a world of shifting shadows and colors. The cavern seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, its walls made of crystal and stone, its heart beating with an ancient rhythm. You saw the future again, but this time, it was not a single vision. It was a tapestry of possibilities. Each thread of light representing a choice, a path that could be taken. You could feel the weight of each possibility, the delicate balance between creation and destruction, light and darkness. The crystal's energy surged through you, flooding your mind with knowledge. You saw glimpses of the world beyond the cavern, cities rising from the earth, forests blooming with life, rivers winding through valleys. But you also saw the shadows that threatened to engulf it all, storms that raged, fires that consumed, and the endless struggle between light and dark. It was overwhelming. The weight of it, the vastness of the knowledge, threatened to drown you. But through the tumult of visions, one thing became clear: this crystal, this heart of the cavern, was not merely a source of power, it was a conduit. It was connected to everything. The past, the present, and the future, all flowed through it like a river, each choice, each action, sending ripples across time. And then, the vision shifted once more. You saw yourself, standing at the crossroads of destiny, your hand stretched toward the crystal. It was not a path of certainty, but one of endless possibility. The power was yours to shape, but only if you were willing to wield it with wisdom and care. The crystal's energy continued to pulse through you, its light growing brighter, until it became almost unbearable. With a final surge, the visions faded, and you were left standing in the cavern, your hands still resting on the crystal's surface, your heart racing. The cavern was silent again, the hum of energy dissipating into the stone. You withdrew your hand slowly, the cool air of the cavern rushing back to meet you. You stood there for a moment, taking in the stillness, the weight of what had just occurred settling within you. The crystal, now dimmed, no longer pulsed with the intense energy it had moments before. Its surface was calm, almost peaceful, as if it had shared its knowledge and now awaited your next move. You understood now. The cavern had shown you the path, but it was up to you to decide which threads to follow, which choices to make. The future was not set, it was a vast, open canvas, waiting to be shaped by the choices you made. As you turned to leave the chamber, the sound of your footsteps echoed in the vast, empty space, each step carrying you further from the heart of the cavern, yet closer to your destiny. The journey ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: you were no longer just a traveler in the cavern. You were its guardian, its protector, and its keeper. The future was in your hands. And with each step, you would shape it, one choice at a time. The silence that filled the cavern after you withdrew your hand from the great crystal felt profound, almost sacred. It was as though the very air had taken a deep breath, waiting for you to process what had just occurred. The visions had been overwhelming, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of the world's fate. The cavern, with all its ancient power and wisdom, had shown you the path, but now it was up to you to choose how to walk it. You stood there for a long while, the soft hum of energy still vibrating in your bones, grounding you in the stillness of the cavern. The crystal, now dimmed, no longer pulsed with the intensity it had moments ago, but it still radiated a quiet, steady warmth, as if it were content, at peace. It was not just a source of power, it was a reminder. A reminder that every choice you made rippled through time, like the flicker of a flame that could either light the way or consume all in its path. Slowly, you turned and began to walk away from the crystal, your footsteps soft against the moss-covered ground. The cavern felt different now, less an enigma, and more a living entity that had shared its heart with you. It had given you the knowledge of the past, the present, and the future. But that was all it could give. The rest was up to you. As you walked, the light around you began to shift. The once soft glow of the crystals now seemed to grow sharper, their colors more defined, casting deep shadows that stretched across the cavern's walls. The winding path before you continued, each twist and turn leading you deeper into the unknown. But now, you felt something else, something stirring within you. It was a quiet strength, a confidence that had not been there before. You had seen the threads of fate, but you were no longer merely a traveler caught in their weave. You were the weaver now. The air was still cool as you pressed forward, but there was an undeniable warmth in your chest, a fire that had been sparked within you by the cavern's revelations. With each step, it grew brighter, stronger, until it was like the pulse of your own heart echoed in the very walls of the cavern. Eventually, the path ahead opened up into another vast chamber. It was even more magnificent than the one before, if that were possible. The ceiling was high, towering above you, and the walls seemed to stretch on forever. The floor was covered in a blanket of sparkling crystals, and the air smelled fresh and sweet, as though you had just entered a hidden garden after a long journey. The light in this chamber was softer, like the first rays of dawn, casting everything in a golden hue, but it wasn't the beauty of the space that caught your attention, it was the figure standing at the far side of the room. A figure cloaked in a flowing robe of shimmering silver, their features obscured by the hood. The figure's presence filled the room, as if they were woven into the very fabric of the cavern itself. They did not speak at first, but as you stepped closer, their head turned slowly toward you, and you felt the weight of their gaze. Though you could not see their eyes, it was as if they could see straight through you, past the surface and into the very core of your being. "Welcome," the figure said, their voice soft but carrying an undeniable authority. It was the voice of someone who had lived through eons, witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds. "You have walked the path, and now you stand at the threshold of your destiny." The words hung in the air like a whisper in the wind, but they were heavy, laden with meaning. The figure gestured to the cavern around them, to the world that had been revealed to you. "This place, this cavern, is more than just stone and crystal. It is the keeper of time, the witness to all that has been, all that is, and all that will be. But the thread of the future is not fixed. It is yours to shape, just as it is yours to protect." You took a step forward, the figure's presence both comforting and overwhelming. There was something about them, something that made you feel small in the grand scheme of the universe, but also infinite at the same time. It was as if you had always been connected, as if the cavern had always known you would come. "What must I do?" you asked, your voice barely a whisper, almost lost in the vastness of the chamber. The figure's hand rose, and with a slow, deliberate motion, they swept it across the air before them. As they did, the walls of the cavern seemed to shimmer and shift, revealing a vast expanse of stars, constellations, and distant galaxies stretching out before you like a map. The stars seemed to pulse with life, each one a point on a vast network, each one representing a choice, a possibility. "You must choose," the figure said, their voice softer now, almost like a breath on the wind. "You must choose the path you will walk, the future you will create. The power to shape the world is yours, but it comes at a cost. Each choice will send ripples through the fabric of reality. You must choose wisely." The stars shimmered, and for a moment, it was as if you could hear them whispering, each one calling to you, each one beckoning you toward a different future. The possibilities were endless, the paths unfathomable, but you knew that the moment had come. This was the point of no return. The world, the future, everything that would unfold depended on the choices you made now. The figure lowered their hand, and the stars began to fade, the map of the universe slowly dissolving into the ether. "Go now," they said. "The future is in your hands. Make it count." With that, the figure turned and began to fade into the light, their form dissolving like mist in the morning sun. You were left standing alone in the vast chamber, the weight of their words settling heavily on your shoulders. The cavern was silent again, but now, the silence was different. It was not empty, it was full. Full of potential, full of possibility. The path ahead was yours to choose. You had the power. You had the knowledge. Now, all that was left was to walk the path you had been shown. With a deep breath, you stepped forward, the future unfolding before you, one choice at a time. The cavern, once a place of mystery and whispers, now felt like a canvas waiting for your hand to paint the future. The air around you was thick with anticipation, the weight of the choices that lay ahead pressing gently on your heart. The figure in the silver robe had disappeared, leaving only the faintest traces of their presence, like the echo of a dream that lingers just before the morning light. Yet their words remained, etched deeply in your mind. "The future is in your hands. Make it count." You took another step, the soft crunch of crystals beneath your feet the only sound in the vast silence. The chamber before you felt endless, its walls stretching upward and outward, as if the cavern itself was an infinite space. A reflection of your own uncharted future. The light had shifted again. The brilliant glow of the crystal chamber dimmed, giving way to a more subdued, soothing light, like the soft twilight of a fading day. It filled the cavern with a calm sense of peace, but beneath that peace, there was an undercurrent of something greater, something waiting for you to awaken it. You could feel it in the air, a gentle tug on your spirit, as if the cavern itself was drawing you towards something unseen. As you walked deeper into the cavern, the path began to twist and turn, winding through narrow corridors and vast chambers. The crystal walls shimmered as you passed, their reflections casting soft, flickering shadows on the ground. It was easy to lose yourself in the beauty of the place, but you knew better now. Each step was a decision. Each turn a possibility. The path eventually led you to a large, open space, where the walls rose sharply to the ceiling, and in the center of the room stood a series of stone pedestals, each one holding an object of great beauty and intrigue. They were not crystals or stones like the ones you had seen before. These objects were something different. They were relics, each one unique, and each one radiated a faint glow, pulsing with an energy you couldn't quite understand. You approached the first pedestal cautiously. Upon it rested an orb, smooth and silver, with intricate patterns swirling on its surface, like a miniature galaxy in motion. The orb seemed to hum with life, a soft vibration that resonated with your very being. You could feel its power, its ancient energy calling to you, offering you something, knowledge, perhaps, or a glimpse into another world. With trembling fingers, you reached out to touch it. The moment your skin made contact, a rush of images flooded your mind. You saw distant lands, lush forests and deep oceans, towering mountains and vast deserts. You saw kingdoms rising and falling, lives lived and lost. Each image was a story, a thread woven into the fabric of time, each one connected, yet each one separate. You saw yourself in some of these visions, your past, perhaps, or a future yet to come. There you were, standing at the crossroads, the choices before you vast and limitless. But you could not linger in the vision. As quickly as it had come, it faded, leaving you breathless and shaken, your fingers still resting on the orb's cool surface. You drew your hand back, your heart racing. The orb had shown you something important, but what was it? Was it a warning or a promise? The future, perhaps, or a reflection of your own desires. The next pedestal caught your eye, and you moved toward it, your curiosity growing. Upon it lay a small book, its cover worn and weathered with age. Yet it emanated a warmth that was unmistakable. You could feel the weight of knowledge in its pages, a history that stretched beyond your understanding, filled with wisdom from ages long past. The book seemed to beckon, its pages just waiting to be turned. With gentle hands, you picked up the book. The moment you opened it, a single page appeared before you, written in a language you did not recognize. The script was elegant, flowing, and yet foreign. But as you gazed upon it, the words seemed to shift and change, morphing into something you could understand. They spoke to you, as if the book was communicating directly with your mind. In the heart of the crystal lies the choice. The future is not a single path, but many. Each step leads to another, and each choice carries with it the weight of time. To wield the power of the cavern, you must decide which thread to pull, which story to weave. But beware, for every choice made leaves its mark upon the world. The words faded from the page, and the book closed gently in your hands. The message was clear: the cavern held great power, but that power came with responsibility. Every choice you made would ripple outward, altering the course of events, for better or for worse. You placed the book back on its pedestal and turned to the final pedestal. This one was different. Instead of a single object, there was a small crystal vial, filled with a glowing liquid that shimmered like liquid starlight. It seemed to call to you in a way the other objects hadn't, its light beckoning you, drawing you closer. You reached out and carefully lifted the vial. It was light in your hand, yet the energy it radiated was undeniable. The liquid inside seemed to move on its own, swirling and shifting as if alive. You could feel its power, raw, untamed, yet controlled. It was a power you had not yet encountered in the cavern, a power that felt almost dangerous. You hesitated, wondering if this was the final choice. What would it do if you opened it? Would it grant you unimaginable strength? Or would it unleash something dark? Something beyond your control? For a moment, you stood frozen, the vial in your hands, weighing your options. The cavern seemed to hold its breath, waiting for you to decide. The future lay before you, a canvas yet to be painted, and the choices, each one significant, had the power to change everything. You took a deep breath, feeling the gravity of the moment. With one final glance at the objects around you, the orb, the book, and the vial, you knew that the time had come. The future awaited, and you were the one who would shape it. With resolve, you closed your eyes and made your choice. The moment you made your choice, the cavern seemed to respond, a deep vibration rippling through the very stones beneath your feet. The air around you thickened with an energy, tangible and alive, like the heartbeat of the world itself. The once still crystals began to hum, their light flickering and dancing as if awakening from a long slumber. You could feel it, the shift, the change. The cavern had heard you, had understood. With the vial in your hand, or the book tucked beneath your arm, you stood at the center of this ancient, sacred space, aware that what had once seemed like a distant dream was now becoming reality. Every breath you took felt like it resonated with the cavern, each inhalation echoing through the walls of this immense, crystal-filled sanctuary. There was no turning back now. The threads of fate had woven you into their tapestry. And now it was your hands that would guide the loom. For a moment, the world fell silent, as if the cavern itself was holding its breath. The glow from the crystals bathed the space in soft, ever-changing hues, amber, violet, deep blues, each shade a promise of possibility, yet with each one came the quiet weight of responsibility. You had chosen, but with that choice, the future was not simply handed to you. It was yours to craft, but it would demand much of you. Suddenly, the path before you began to shift. The stones on the ground seemed to rearrange themselves, creating a narrow path that led toward an archway of shimmering crystal. It was an entrance, a gateway. Beyond it, you couldn't see, only an endless blur of mist, as though the future itself was concealed in the fog, awaiting your arrival. The archway seemed to hum with an ancient, welcoming energy, calling you forward. You stepped toward it, your heart steady now, each step taken with purpose, the weight of the vial, or the book, heavy in your hands, yet comforting. As you passed through the archway, the air changed. It was warmer now, filled with the scent of earth and flowers, a gentle breeze kissing your skin. It was a stark contrast to the cool, crystalline silence of the cavern, and yet it felt like a natural continuation, a merging of two worlds. The mist that had shrouded your view began to clear, revealing a lush, sprawling forest. Tall trees rose into the sky, their branches reaching high like ancient sentinels watching over the land. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. You could hear the soft rustle of the wind through the trees, the chirping of birds, the distant trickle of a stream. It was peaceful here, serene. But you knew it was more than just a forest. This place, the forest, the land, the air itself, was alive with the magic of the cavern. It was a reflection of the world you could create, a manifestation of the power you now held. As you ventured deeper into the forest, you felt the pull of the land, a connection that grew stronger with each step. The world seemed to respond to your presence, the trees swaying slightly, the leaves rustling in a rhythm that matched your heartbeat. You could feel the ancient energy of the cavern stretching out to you, weaving its threads into the fabric of this new world. The forest eventually opened up to a small clearing, where a pool of crystal clear water lay still and undisturbed. Its surface shimmered, reflecting the sunlight in dazzling patterns, as though it was a mirror to another world. Beside the pool stood an old stone bench, its surface worn smooth by time, as though it had been waiting for you. You sat on the bench, the vial, or the book, still in your hands. For a moment, you closed your eyes, letting the peace of this new world wash over you. The sound of the wind, the scent of the earth, the taste of the air, everything was perfect. It was as though you had found the very heart of the world, a place where all things were possible, and yet, you knew that it was only the beginning. The future stretched out before you, a blank canvas, awaiting the brushstrokes of your choices. Each path through the forest, each twist in the stream, each flicker of light through the trees spoke of a decision yet to be made. This was a world of endless potential, but the question remained, what would you do with it? The vial in your hand pulsed gently, as if reminding you of the power it contained. It was a power that could shape the world around you, heal, destroy, change. But how? And at what cost? The book, too, held its secrets, its ancient wisdom, waiting to be unlocked. It was a guide, a map for the journey ahead, but it could not tell you what you should choose. Only you could decide. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the clearing. The sky turned a soft pink, then a deeper violet as the stars began to emerge, each one a tiny beacon in the vast night. You could hear the sound of the night creatures stirring in the forest, an owl hooting in the distance, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. You knew the time had come to make your choice. The path was not fixed, but you had the power to shape it. The cavern had entrusted you with a great gift, the ability to change the world. But with this gift came the understanding that every choice would leave its mark. You stood up from the bench, feeling the weight of the vial, or the book. Once again, the power of both objects now intertwined with your very soul. The mist around you thickened, swirling in time with your thoughts, reflecting your innermost desires, fears, and hopes. The world was waiting for you to choose, Would you use the vial's power to shape the land, to create or destroy, to heal or harm? Or would you open the book and follow the ancient wisdom written within, learning from the past to guide the future? Both choices held promise. Both paths had their dangers. But you knew that only you could decide which one to take. The stars above you sparkled brightly, and the forest around you seemed to hold its breath, waiting for your answer. The choice was yours, and so, with a quiet breath, you took the first step forward, ready to begin your journey into the unknown, where the future awaited your touch. The night wrapped itself around you like a comforting cloak, the stars twinkling overhead in a soft, eternal dance. The decision you had made, whether to wield the power of the vial or turn the pages of the book, felt heavier now, its weight grounding you in the present moment. You had chosen to walk this path, but what would come of it? What world would you create, and how would you shape the journey that lay ahead? With your hand gently resting on the vial or the book, both seemingly alive with potential, you felt the calm of the forest ease your mind. The air around you was filled with the deep, harmonious sounds of nature, the rustling leaves, the distant murmur of the stream, the gentle song of crickets. There was a peaceful rhythm here, one that seemed to match the slow beating of your heart, but even in the stillness, there was a pull, a subtle pressure within your chest that reminded you of the power now in your grasp. The world had been waiting for you to arrive, to make your choice, to take control of the threads of fate. And now, with the forest as your witness, you understood that your next move would send ripples across the tapestry of existence. As you walked further into the clearing, the pool before you began to shimmer more brightly, its water glowing with an ethereal light. It seemed to call to you, beckoning you closer. Without a word, you approached, your feet light upon the soft earth, your mind still unsure of the direction you should take. What was the pool? What secrets lay hidden beneath its shimmering surface? The answer came to you not in words, but in a feeling, a sensation that whispered deep within your soul. It was as though the water could see into the very core of your being. As if it understood your desires, your dreams, and your uncertainties. It knew the world you longed for, the world you feared to lose. And in return, the pool promised clarity, a glimpse of what might come if you chose to act. You knelt beside the water, watching as the light flickered like the flames of a distant fire, dancing across the surface. And as you looked into the depths, the pool reflected not just your face, but your future, the future that you would soon bring into being. Images swirled within the water, like the currents of a river, each one offering a vision of what could be. You saw the forest, lush and vibrant, stretching beyond the horizon. It was a world of balance, where nature thrived in harmony with the magic of the cavern. The creatures of the woods roamed freely, and the land felt alive, breathing in unison with the pulse of the earth. There was peace here, a peace you had helped create, but with that peace, there was also a flicker of unrest, a subtle dissonance. In the distance, you saw a shadow creeping, a storm cloud on the horizon. It was a reminder that no world was without its challenges, its struggles. Even in a land of beauty, there were forces that threatened to disturb the balance, to shift the course of time and space. You pulled back from the pool, your heart heavy with the knowledge that the journey ahead would not be simple. But you were not afraid. The visions in the water had only reinforced what you already knew, that your choices would shape this world. The question remained, how would you respond? Would you use the power you held to guide the world toward peace, or would you let it unravel, casting the future into chaos? With one last glance at the shimmering pool, you stood, feeling the strength of the cavern's magic coursing through you, knowing that the path was yours to choose. You could feel the weight of the vial or the book now, their presence pressing against your side like an old friend offering their support. It was time to move forward. As you walked away from the clearing, your thoughts were clear. The journey was far from over, but with each step you took, the world felt more tangible. The future, though uncertain, was yours to craft. The stars above twinkled like silent witnesses to the unfolding of your story, and the forest around you seemed to embrace the new possibilities that were taking shape with every breath you took. The cavern, the forest, and the world beyond were all part of a greater whole, an intricate web of existence that you now had the power to influence. You had become a weaver, and the threads you pulled would decide the fate of this world. But as you walked deeper into the unknown, you felt a presence behind you, a shadow moving just beyond the edge of your vision. For a moment, your heart skipped a beat, and you turned, but there was nothing there. Only the soft, reassuring rustle of the trees and the gentle hum of the magic around you, and yet, you couldn't shake the feeling that you were being watched. The world around you had changed, and with it, the path you now walked seemed both familiar and strange. Each choice you made would lead you further into the heart of the unknown. And you, the one who had stepped through the cavern's archway and into this new world, knew that the adventure had truly just begun, for no matter how peaceful or dangerous, the journey ahead would demand everything from you: courage, wisdom, and the strength to embrace the power within you. And with that, you continued forward, the stars above your guide, and the world beneath your feet awaiting your next move. The crystal cavern secrets were yours to uncover, and the story you would write was only beginning to unfold. As the night deepened, the air grew cool, and the stars above became brighter, more vivid, as if they too were eager to witness the unfolding of your journey. The forest, once so peaceful, now seemed alive with purpose, its every movement hinting at the vast potential of the world you were stepping into. Each breath you took felt charged with an energy unlike anything you had known before, an energy that surged from the very earth beneath your feet. Weaving through the trees and leaves, rushing through the streams, and rising up from the crystal cavern itself, your footsteps, though soft upon the earth, resonated in the stillness. The path ahead seemed to stretch out endlessly, the trees parting to reveal glimpses of unknown landscapes. The forest was but one world within this vast land, a single thread in the greater tapestry that awaited your touch. And you, with the vial, or the book, now firmly in your grasp, were the one destined to weave the threads of fate. As you walked, a subtle breeze stirred, carrying the scent of something new, something unfamiliar. The air felt warmer now, and the forest seemed to shift, as though revealing a secret long hidden. In the distance, you could hear the faintest sound, a melody, soft and sweet, rising from the depths of the woods. It was a song like no other, as if the trees themselves were singing, their voices carrying the wisdom of centuries. You felt drawn toward it, the pull undeniable, as if the song held the answers to the questions you hadn't yet asked. Guided by the music, you walked deeper into the forest. The trees thinned, their towering trunks giving way to a clearing unlike any you had seen before. In the center of the clearing was a pool, similar to the one you had encountered earlier, but this one was different. Its surface shimmered with an otherworldly glow, rippling with a gentle current. As though the water itself were alive. The air around the pool seemed to hum with a resonance that matched the song you had heard. Standing at the edge of the pool, you felt a deep sense of calm settle over you. The song was clearer now, the voices of the trees and the wind harmonizing in a soft, comforting lullaby. As you gazed into the pool's depths, the water began to change. The surface rippled, forming intricate patterns that danced and shifted before your eyes. Slowly, the water began to reveal images, visions of places, people, and events that were not yet, but could be. You saw the forest, alive with creatures of all kinds, flourishing under your care. The trees stretched taller. The flowers bloomed brighter, and the air was thick with magic. This world you were shaping was thriving, full of energy and life. It was the world you had dreamed of, a world in balance, a world where nature and magic coexisted in harmony, but the visions did not stop there. The water darkened, and new images began to emerge, shadows creeping into the once bright scenes. You saw storms ravaging the land, wildfires sweeping through the forest, and the creatures of the woods running in fear. The harmony you had worked so hard to create was slipping, crumbling under the weight of forces beyond your control. You stepped back, heart heavy with the weight of the choices ahead. The water had shown you both the potential of the world you could create, and the dangers that lurked just beyond the horizon. The peace you sought was fragile, and there would be obstacles, both external and within yourself, that would test its strength, but you also understood something deeper in that moment. Balance was not about perfection. It was not about a world free of struggle or pain, but rather a world where each force, whether light or dark, was held in harmony. The storms could pass. The fires could be contained. What mattered was how you responded, how you shaped the world with your choices, and how you learned from the challenges you faced. You took a deep breath, the weight of the vial, or the book, steady in your hands. The forest around you, the world itself, was waiting. The power was in your grasp, but it was not absolute. It was a gift, yes, but it was also a responsibility. The world would change in response to you, but your actions would define what that change would look like. As the song of the forest continued, a sense of clarity washed over you. You did not have to know everything right now. You did not have to have all the answers. All you needed was to take the next step, to keep moving forward, trusting that each decision would lead you closer to the world you wish to create. There would be challenges, yes, but there would also be moments of beauty, moments of peace, moments when the balance would be restored. The stars above glittered like beacons of hope, and the forest, alive with the hum of magic, seemed to breathe alongside you. You felt no fear, only the quiet assurance that you were exactly where you needed to be. As you turned away from the pool, the soft glow of the crystals far in the distance began to beckon you forward once more. The path ahead was still uncertain, but the journey had never felt more clear. The forest whispered its secrets to you, the melody of its song wrapping around your heart like a promise. And with that, you took your first step into the unknown, knowing that the world you were about to shape was yours to mold, one decision at a time. The crystal cavern's mysteries were not yet fully revealed. But with each step, you were closer to uncovering the truths that would guide your path. The air around you seemed to hum with the magic of the world itself. Every breath you took felt heavier with purpose, every step more deliberate. The soft glow of the crystals in the distance illuminated the path ahead, casting delicate shadows across the forest floor. The trees, ancient and wise, stood like silent sentinels, their leaves whispering in the wind, as though sharing secrets only the earth could understand. As you moved forward, the song of the forest, once distant, grew louder, more distinct. It was a symphony of sounds, each note carrying with it a sense of belonging, a reminder that this world, with all its beauty and mystery, was connected in ways beyond comprehension. It was as if the very soil beneath your feet and the air that surrounded you were in tune with your thoughts, responding to the choices you had already made. The path before you now stretched wide, the trees parting to reveal a glimmering expanse. The crystal cavern, its entrance just ahead, beckoned you with an irresistible pull. The walls of the cavern seemed to pulse with energy, glowing faintly, as though they were alive with untold stories waiting to be heard. It was as if the very heart of the world beat within this place, and you were on the verge of discovering its most profound secrets. Your heart quickened as you approached the cavern's entrance. The ground beneath your feet shifted slightly, the stones beneath you vibrating with an unseen force. You had come this far, had made choices that had shaped the course of this journey, but this next step felt different. It felt as though you were stepping not just into the cavern, but into the next chapter of your life. The air inside the cavern was cool, a stark contrast to the warmth of the forest outside. It carried the scent of earth and stone, a reminder of the timeless nature of this place. As your eyes adjusted to the dim light, you could see the crystals that adorned the walls, their surfaces glistening with a soft radiance. They seemed to whisper to you, each one holding its own story, its own history, waiting for you to listen. The further you ventured into the cavern, the more you felt the pull of its magic. It was a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through your bones, filling you with a sense of purpose. The vial, or the book, reminded you of its presence, and you could feel its weight, heavy with the responsibility it carried. This was the moment you had been preparing for, the moment when you would choose how to use the power within your grasp. The path led you to a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows, the walls lined with glowing crystals that cast fractured light across the cavern floor. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a single object, an artifact that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It was a key, a simple, ancient thing, made of stone and crystal. Yet its presence was overwhelming, as though it held the potential to unlock something far greater than anything you had encountered so far. The key was old, worn by time, but it shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Its purpose was unclear, but you could feel that it was important, vital to the story you were living. You took a step forward, drawn to the pedestal. The air around you seemed to hum louder, the vibrations of the cavern increasing as you moved closer to the key. It was almost as if the cavern itself was alive, reacting to your presence, waiting for you to make your choice, as you reached out to take the key. The ground beneath you trembled slightly, the walls of the cavern seeming to shift ever so slightly. A low, rumbling sound echoed through the chamber, as though the very heart of the cavern was awakening in response to your touch. The key felt warm in your hand, and as your fingers closed around it, you could sense a rush of energy coursing through you. The magic that had guided you so far seemed to intensify, as though the key had unlocked something within you, something you had not yet understood. The room seemed to grow still, the air thick with the weight of possibility. And as you stood there, holding the key, a sense of clarity washed over you. This was not just an artifact, it was a symbol. a symbol of the choices you had made, of the power you had gained, and of the future you were about to create. But what would you do with it? What doors would you open, and what paths would you walk down? The cavern waited for your decision, its silent hum a reminder that the power you held in your hands was both a gift and a burden. The world you sought to shape was within your reach, but its fate was yours to decide. Would you use the key to unlock a future of peace, or would you risk unraveling the very fabric of the world you had worked so hard to build? With the key in your grasp, the choice was yours, and as the silence deepened, you felt the weight of the cavern's timeless gaze upon you. As though it too was waiting, anticipating the next step in the journey you were about to take. The story was not over yet, it was only just beginning. The key rested heavy in your hand, its warmth pulsing like a heartbeat, the rhythm steady and sure. It was as though the cavern itself was holding its breath, waiting for you to decide its fate. The hum of the crystals seemed to echo through your bones, resonating deep within you, the energy of the place infusing your very soul with possibility. The choice lay before you, like an open door, its threshold waiting to be crossed, but the weight of that choice lingered in the air, thick with the tension of what might come. The key, ancient and powerful, was not just a simple object. It was a beacon, a symbol of both freedom and consequence. What door would you unlock? What path would you follow once the key turned, revealing what lay behind? Your gaze shifted across the cavern, the shimmering walls and glowing crystals casting fleeting shadows. The stillness of the chamber felt almost sacred, as though you stood in a place untouched by time, a place where past, present, and future intertwined. With each breath, your mind drifted back to the visions you had seen, the peaceful world where nature flourished under your care, and the shadows that threatened to undo all that you had worked for. The future was not set in stone. It was fluid, ever-changing, shaped by the choices you made. And now, with the key in your hand, you could alter the course of that future in ways you couldn't yet fully understand. You stepped closer to the pedestal, the soft glow of the crystals reflecting in your eyes, their light casting a soothing glow across the cavern. The key, now pulsing with energy, seemed to be calling to you. You could feel the cavern's ancient magic pushing you forward, urging you to make your decision. The path ahead would not be without its challenges, but the power to shape the world was within your reach. Slowly, you approached the center of the chamber, your feet light upon the stone floor. The vibrations beneath you grew stronger as you neared the keyhole. An indentation in the pedestal where the key seemed destined to fit. It was a perfect match, as if the key had always been waiting for this moment, waiting for you. You held the key up before you, examining it once more. Its surface was etched with symbols, patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift before your eyes, as though they too were waiting for something, for the right moment to reveal their meaning. The more you looked, the more you felt the key's power calling to you, its silent whisper filling your thoughts, and then, with a deep breath, you placed the key into the pedestal's lock. There was no dramatic shift, no blinding light. Instead, the cavern seemed to exhale, as though it had been holding its breath, releasing the tension that had built up over eons. The crystals around you dimmed for a brief moment, their glow softening, before brightening once more with a brilliance that made the entire cavern sparkle like a sea of stars. The ground beneath your feet trembled, not with fear, but with excitement, like the earth itself was waking up. The air hummed with an energy you could feel deep within your chest. The key had unlocked something far more powerful than just a physical door. It had unlocked the very essence of possibility, allowing the world around you to shift, to transform in response to your choices. And then, as if the cavern were offering you its wisdom, the ground beneath you split with a soft, reverberating sound. A narrow pathway appeared before you, leading deeper into the heart of the cavern, a path bathed in the soft, shimmering glow of the crystals. You stepped forward, your feet guided by an unseen force. The air felt thick with magic, but this time, it was not overwhelming. It was soothing, comforting, as though the cavern itself was guiding you, supporting you on this journey. The path twisted and turned, leading you deeper into the earth's embrace, and as you moved, the walls of the cavern seemed to grow brighter, the crystals lighting your way. At the end of the winding path, you saw it, an immense chamber, unlike anything you had seen before. In its center stood a stone altar. Ancient and worn, its surface etched with runes that seemed to glow with an inner fire. Upon the altar lay a large, translucent crystal, its surface smooth and clear, yet within it, you could see faint images swirling, like reflections of the world itself. It was a crystal of incredible beauty, its form both delicate and unyielding, and it seemed to hum with the same energy that had guided you here. This was no ordinary crystal. You could feel its power, the very force of creation itself seemed to be contained within it. This was the heart of the cavern, the source of all its magic. And here, in this moment, you understood its purpose. The crystal held the potential to reshape the world, to bring forth new beginnings, or to undo what had already been done. The choice now lay before you once again. Would you use the crystal to create the world you envisioned, a world of peace and balance, where nature and magic thrived in harmony? Or would you allow the forces of chaos to take hold, unraveling everything you had worked for, and testing the strength of the very foundation you had built? The future was before you, shaped by the decisions you made. And with the crystal before you, the world's destiny hung in the balance. As you stood in that vast chamber, the magic of the cavern pulsing around you, you realized that the key was not just a physical object, nor was it merely a tool. It was a symbol of your power to choose, of your ability to shape the world, for better or worse. The air was still, the weight of your decision heavy. But in that silence, you felt the world holding its breath, waiting for you to decide. The next step was yours to take. The chamber was quiet, save for the soft hum of energy vibrating through the air, wrapping around you like a warm, invisible blanket. The crystal on the altar before you pulsed gently with light, its glow softening and deepening in rhythm with your heartbeat. It was as though the cavern itself had recognized the weight of your decision, and now, in this moment of profound stillness, all was suspended, waiting for your choice. The images swirling within the crystal seemed to shift, their patterns both familiar and foreign. They showed fleeting glimpses of places, people, and moments, like a kaleidoscope of worlds interwoven by threads of possibility. You could see yourself, standing in the midst of a vibrant forest. Its trees tall and strong, their leaves whispering with the winds of magic. You saw creatures, beasts of both light and shadow, gathered in harmony, coexisting peacefully. But alongside these glimpses of peace, shadows flickered, storms rising, trees bending beneath the weight of fierce winds, creatures driven into hiding. It was the balance, you realized, the push and pull of forces that would always be at play. The crystal's glow deepened again, as though urging you to make your decision. This was not just about the world you could create, it was about the world that already existed, with its beauty and its flaws, its light and its darkness. The power you held was immense, but it was not the power to erase the past. It was the power to shape the future. With the key still in your hand, you closed your eyes for a moment and inhaled deeply, the air in the cavern rich with the scent of stone and magic. You thought of the forest, the whispers of the trees, the song of the wind, the creatures that roamed the woods. You thought of the balance that you had sought all along, and the quiet promise the cavern had made to you, that whatever you chose, the world would continue to evolve, to grow, to find its way. But the question now was, what role would you play in that growth? The choice before you was not simple. It was not about creating a perfect world, for perfection, you understood, was an illusion. It was about embracing the ebb and flow of existence, the beauty and the chaos, the stillness and the storm. You were not here to wield ultimate power. You were here to guide, to nurture, to protect the balance that the world depended on. With this understanding, you took a step closer to the altar, your fingers brushing the surface of the crystal. It was warm to the touch, and as you made contact, the swirling images within it slowed, settling into clarity. A vision unfolded before you, an image of the world, vast and endless, its beauty both serene and untamed. It was a world of growth, of connection, of change. And at the heart of it all was the cavern, its crystals glowing. The energy they held flowing outward, infusing the land with magic and life. You realized then that the cavern was not a place of control, but of possibility. It was a place where the forces of nature and magic converged, and where the choices you made would ripple outward, touching every corner of the world. The cavern had shown you a future that was full of promise, but it had also shown you the inevitable struggles, the challenges that would arise as the world continued to shift and change, and yet, you felt no fear. Instead, a quiet peace settled over you, as though the very air had come to rest in your lungs. You were not alone in this. The world would change, yes, but it would change in response to the choices made by all who lived within it. Guided by the same forces that had led you here. You were but one thread in the tapestry of life, but your thread, now woven with purpose, would make all the difference. The crystal, now steady in its glow, seemed to respond to your resolve. It shifted, its images aligning, as though accepting your choice, acknowledging the path you had taken. And with that, the cavern itself seemed to breathe, a deep, resonant sound that echoed through the stone walls. Without hesitation, you reached for the crystal, lifting it gently from the altar. As your fingers made contact, a pulse of light erupted from it, filling the cavern with an iridescent glow that spread across the walls, like 1,000 stars blooming in an instant. The light was not blinding, but soothing, calming, as though it were welcoming you into the next phase of your journey. The cavern's hum intensified, not with overwhelming power, but with a quiet, reassuring presence. The forces of nature were not to be controlled or tamed. They were to be understood, nurtured, and guided. And now, with the crystal in your hands, you were ready to do just that. The path forward was no longer uncertain. The choice had been made. The world you sought to create would not be without its challenges, but it would be a world in which balance was honored, in which growth and change were embraced, and where every being had its place in the ever-unfolding story. As you turned toward the exit of the cavern, the crystal glowing softly in your hands, you felt the weight of your decision not as a burden, but as a gift that you would carry with you as you stepped into the future. The forest awaited, the creatures of the woods stirring with the knowledge that their world was about to shift. And you, with the power of the crystal in your hands, would help guide them through the changes, ensuring that the balance, fragile and strong at once, remained intact. The cavern behind you seemed to settle into stillness once more, its mysteries now part of your story. And with that, you stepped forward, ready to continue your journey, knowing that the world had only just begun to unfold. The light from the crystal in your hands felt like a beacon, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the path ahead. As you made your way back through the winding corridors of the cavern, you could feel the world shifting around you. The very air seemed different, charged with the magic you had unlocked. It was as though the cavern, and everything within it, was acknowledging the new reality you had set into motion. Your footsteps were quiet on the stone floor, but there was a sense of urgency within you. The future you had chosen was no longer a distant possibility, it was here, now, unfolding with every step you took. The cavern, once a place of mystery and uncertainty, had revealed its secrets to you. It had shown you the delicate balance of the world, and with the crystal in your hands, you were ready to carry that knowledge into the world above. The air grew cooler as you neared the cavern's exit, the soft whispers of the crystals growing faint, like a fading melody. It was a reminder that this chapter of your journey was coming to an end. But it was not an end without purpose. It was a transition, a passing from one state of being to another. The cavern had shaped you, had shown you what needed to be done, and now it was time for you to step into the world, to shape what had been revealed. As you emerged from the cavern, the sunlight greeted you like an old friend, warm and gentle against your skin. The world outside was waiting, just as it always had. But now, with the crystal in your hands and the lessons of the cavern within you, you saw it differently. The world was vast, its beauty stretched out before you, and yet it was fragile, full of both light and shadow. The choices made within the cavern would ripple outward, shaping the future, one moment at a time. You stood for a moment at the entrance, the crystal glowing softly in your palm. Its light had changed since you had taken it from the altar. It was no longer blinding or overwhelming. It was steady, calm, just as you had come to understand the balance it represented. A quiet, resonant hum emanated from it, like the heartbeat of the world itself. You could feel its power, but it was no longer a force that needed to be controlled. It was a part of you now, just as you were a part of the world. The path before you was clear. The forest stretched out, alive with the colors of the world in its natural state. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling like whispers of a forgotten language. You could feel the pulse of the land beneath your feet, a rhythm that had always been there, waiting for you to notice. The creatures of the forest, the ones who had watched over you from the shadows, now came forward. Their eyes shone with a quiet understanding, as though they too knew that the world had changed. The birds perched upon the trees. Their songs softer now, but full of meaning. The animals, both small and large, gathered at the edges of the forest, their presence a reminder of the balance that was yet to be maintained. As you walked forward, the forest seemed to part for you, as though acknowledging the role you now played in the great dance of the world. The crystal's light grew brighter in your hand, casting long shadows across the path, and with every step, you felt more connected to the land, more attuned to the pulse of life around you. In the distance, the village you had once known stood, peaceful and quiet. The people, too, would feel the changes. They would sense the shift in the air, the magic that now wove through the very fabric of the world. You knew they would look to you for guidance, for understanding. The path you had chosen was not just for you, it was for them as well. It was a reminder that the world was always in motion, always changing, and that each person played a part in the unfolding story. The crystal, with its steady glow, was a guide now, not just for you, but for everyone. It would show the way, not through power or domination, but through understanding, through connection. The balance you had fought so hard to protect would now be shared with all who were willing to listen, to learn, and to walk the path with you. The journey ahead was not one of solitude. It was a journey that would be shaped by the choices of many, by the wisdom of the trees, the strength of the creatures, and the hearts of the people. Together, you would nurture the world, tending to it with the same care you had shown when you first entered the cavern. The future was not something that would simply come to you, it was something you would build, step by step, choice by choice, and as you walked toward the village, the light of the crystal glowing steadily in your hand, you knew that this was only the beginning. The world was vast, and there was so much more to learn, to discover, and to protect. But you were no longer the person who had entered the cavern uncertain of what to do. You were the keeper of balance now, the guardian of the world's magic. And with the crystal in your hands, you were ready to walk forward into whatever lay ahead. The world had been shaped by your choices, and now, it was yours to nurture. And so, with the crystal's light casting its soft glow around you, you stepped into the future, knowing that you were not alone. The world was with you. Always, the path ahead felt more familiar now, each step in sync with the rhythm of the world around you. The journey you had started so long ago had led you to this moment, this intersection of choices and possibilities. You had entered the cavern unsure of your role, but now you felt the weight of your decisions and the immense responsibility they carried. The crystal in your hand pulsed gently, its light a steady reminder of the balance you had sworn to protect. As you continued along the forest path, the air grew cooler, a soft breeze rustling the leaves above you. The sky, once clouded by uncertainty, was now clear, painted in hues of twilight as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The village ahead glowed with the warm, inviting light of home. It was a place of peace, of familiarity, but you knew it would not remain untouched for long. The world, in its ever-changing dance, would soon feel the reverberations of the choice you had made. The village looked unchanged, as though time had not touched it, yet you could sense the subtle shift in the air. The winds, which had once carried whispers of uncertainty, now carried a song, a melody of hope, of growth. It was as if the village itself had felt the change, the movement of something deeper, something more powerful than before. You entered the village quietly, the crystal still glowing softly in your hand. The people went about their daily routines, unaware of the journey you had undertaken or the transformation that had begun. Their world had always been rooted in the rhythm of the earth, the turning of seasons, the cycle of life. But now, there was something more beneath the surface, something new and vibrant waiting to be discovered. As you walked through the village, the familiar faces turned toward you. They smiled, but there was something different in their eyes. A quiet recognition that something had changed. It was as if they could feel the pull of the magic you carried with you, the promise of something greater on the horizon. They had always known, deep down, that the world was alive with magic, but now they would begin to understand just how deeply connected they were to it. You found your way to the heart of the village, where the people gathered to share stories, to celebrate life, to come together in the warmth of community. There, in the center, was the old oak tree, its branches reaching toward the sky like ancient arms. Beneath its shade, the elders often sat, sharing wisdom and guiding the village with their quiet strength. The tree was a symbol of stability, of the balance that had always existed in the village. But now, as you stood before it, you felt its energy shifting, responding to the crystal in your hand. It was as if the tree itself was awakening, drawn to the power you carried. Its leaves shimmered in the fading light, each one a reflection of the balance you had nurtured, the life you had promised to protect. As the villagers gathered around, they looked to you, sensing the change in the air. The time had come to share what you had learned, to explain the power you now held, and the responsibility it brought. But you knew that this moment was not just about you, it was about them, about all of you coming together to shape the future. With the crystal resting in your hand, you began to speak, your voice calm and steady, yet carrying the weight of everything that had brought you here. The world is alive, you said softly. It is full of light and darkness, joy and sorrow, growth and decay. These forces are not to be controlled, but understood. We are all a part of this world, and together, we have the power to guide it, to nurture it, to protect the balance that keeps it alive. The villagers listened, their faces filled with wonder and curiosity. Some of them had always known that there was more to the world than met the eye, but hearing it spoken aloud, feeling the truth of it in the air around them, was something entirely new. We are not alone, you continued. The trees, the creatures, the very earth beneath our feet, they all have their place in this world. And it is our responsibility to ensure that balance is maintained. The crystal I hold is a guide, a reminder of the power that lies within each of us to shape the future. But we must remember that we are all connected. Each choice we make ripples through the world, affecting everything around us. As you spoke, the crystal began to glow brighter, its light expanding outward, casting a soft, radiant glow over the village. The tree's branches seemed to stir in response, as though reaching out to embrace the energy that now flowed through the land. The villagers watched in awe as the air around them shimmered with the magic of the world, the magic they had always been a part of but never truly understood. This is just the beginning, you said, your voice filled with a quiet certainty. The balance we seek is not something that can be taken for granted. It requires our attention, our care. But together, we can create a world where light and darkness coexist, where the forces of nature are honored and nurtured. This world belongs to all of us. With those words, the light from the crystal began to fade, its glow settling into the air around you, weaving itself into the fabric of the village, the forest, the very earth beneath your feet. The villagers, once uncertain, now stood in quiet understanding, ready to embrace the journey ahead. As the twilight deepened into night, the village seemed to hum with life, a soft, resonant sound that filled the air with promise. The world had changed, and yet, in many ways, it had stayed the same. The stars twinkled above, their light reflecting the steady glow of the crystal in your hand, and as you looked to the future, you knew that the journey was far from over. There would be challenges, yes, but there would also be beauty, growth, and endless possibilities. The balance had been set into motion, and with it, the world would continue to unfold, one step, one choice, at a time. The days passed quietly in the village, each one a gentle continuation of the last. The world seemed to hum beneath the surface, like a slow tide that was always moving, always changing, yet never rushing. It was a time of rest and reflection, a time to allow the power of the crystal to settle into the land, to weave its subtle magic into the hearts of those who had felt its presence. As the villagers grew accustomed to the changes, their eyes began to open wider to the hidden wonders around them. The trees, once silent sentinels, now whispered their secrets in the wind, and the earth itself seemed to pulse with a rhythm that was both comforting and profound. The animals, too, responded to the shift, growing more curious, more attuned to the new energy that filled the air. It was as though the world itself was taking a deep breath, feeling the balance being restored, and waiting for the next step in its unfolding story. But even in this peaceful time, you knew that the journey was not yet complete. The crystal, now a steady, constant presence in your life, had shown you the path, but it was up to you, and to all who shared this world, to walk it. The knowledge you had gained, the power that now lay within you, was not a gift to be taken lightly. It was a responsibility, a promise to the world that you would guard the balance and help nurture the fragile beauty of life. You often found yourself returning to the old oak tree in the center of the village. Its branches, once still, now seemed to dance in the wind, the leaves shimmering with a soft, inner light that echoed the glow of the crystal. The villagers had begun to gather beneath its boughs more frequently, sharing stories of their lives and their dreams. There was a new sense of unity among them, a quiet understanding that they were part of something much larger than themselves. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of color across the sky, you found yourself standing at the edge of the village, the crystal gently resting in your palm. The stars were beginning to appear, scattered across the sky like diamonds on velvet. It was a peaceful sight, but you knew that this peace would not last forever. The forces that shaped the world were always in motion, always seeking balance, and you were beginning to sense a new shift, a new challenge that would soon arise. As the night deepened, a figure appeared on the horizon. At first, they were nothing more than a silhouette against the backdrop of the twilight, but as they drew closer, you saw that it was an elder from a distant village, one that had long been separated from the village by the wide expanse of the forest. The elder's presence was both unexpected and familiar, as if they had always been a part of this journey, even from afar. "I have heard of the change," the elder said, their voice calm and steady, yet carrying a weight of knowledge that seemed to span generations. "The crystal, the power you hold. It has spread far, reaching places even we thought untouched by its light." You nodded, feeling the gravity of their words. "The world is shifting," you said softly. "But I fear that not all of it will embrace the change." The elder's eyes twinkled with a knowing glint, as if they had seen this before, long ago. "There is always resistance, young one. The forces that seek balance are not always welcomed. But that does not mean they should be feared. We must face what comes with open hearts, trusting that the balance will guide us, even through the storm." You looked down at the crystal, its light now flickering softly, like the pulse of a heartbeat. "What should we do?" "We must prepare," the elder replied. We must gather the knowledge we have learned, the wisdom of the earth, and stand together. The world is full of those who would disrupt the balance, seeking to tip the scales for their own gain. But there is strength in unity, in shared purpose. And you, child, have the power to bring others together. The wind stirred the branches of the oak tree, and the air seemed to shimmer with the elder's words. You could feel the truth in them, like a vibration that resonated deep within you. The journey was far from over. The crystal had opened the door to a new world, but now it was up to you to help others see it, to help them understand their role in the delicate web that connected all things. You are not alone, the elder said, as though reading your thoughts. And the world, despite its challenges, is full of light. The darkness cannot exist without it. And it is the light that will guide us, if we let it. You stood silently for a moment, feeling the weight of the elder's words settle into your heart. The crystal in your hand seemed to pulse more strongly now, as if in agreement. The balance would not be easily maintained. It would require vigilance, courage, and, above all, unity, and so, the next chapter of your journey began. Not with a single step, but with a gathering of those who had heard the call, those who understood the importance of the balance. The elders of distant villages, the creatures of the forest, the people of your own village, all would come together, each with their own wisdom and strength, to protect the world and its fragile beauty. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, you knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult. But you also knew that you were not alone. The world was with you, its heart beating in time with your own, and with that, you took the first step, the crystal glowing softly in your hand, lighting the way forward.